Over the last few months here on Rate 'Em All, I went through and I rated every single SINNOH Pokemon, and this is a compilation of those videos. I just want to give you a fair warning that right after the starters is when we made the new and improved format, so for the starter videos, you're still going to see the whole 3 on a screen at a time thing, and I'm sorry, but just be patient, it gets better. Turtwig is arguably the best first stage grass starter Pokemon, but how will it do as we rate them all? With the starters, we do have the luxury of looking at specific matchups, and Turtwig's is much more like Bulbasaur's and Kanto, obviously being great against the first gym, unlike poor little Chikorita, and it'll probably be a Grotle by the second. And honestly, just the withdraw and absorb combo in the early game is broken, but then you also get Razor Leaf really early to take advantage of its much better physical attack. Turtwig is a really solid early game Pokemon, 4 stars. For availability, I know we're 4 generations in here, but just like every other starter, we'll get 4.5 stars since it's either there for the whole game or not at all, so it does get a small penalty. Then I love the whole idea behind the Turtwig line. You get a little baby turtle and make it an almost acorn or seed sprouting for the first time that will eventually grow into a world turtle, which in and of itself is really cool and makes for arguably the best starter Pokemon concept so far, 4.5 stars. Then its design just absolutely crushes it. It's by far my favorite SINNOH first stage, which you guys shockingly agree with me about, and I'd even go as far to say it's the best first stage grass starter design. It just perfectly portrays the mix of baby turtle and little sapling so adorably, with the big cute eyes, the stumpy little legs and shell, topped off with the adorable little twig with 2 leaves. Honestly, this is peak starter design, 5 stars, which gives little Turtwig a whopping 4.5 stars overall, starting SINNOH off with a bang and landing high up on the starters top 5. Grotle is sadly the glaring weakness of an incredible grass starter line. We're rating them all, and in battle is not what I'm talking about. With Withdraw, Razor Leaf, Curse, and Mega Drain, this thing is immediately a problem to take down, while dishing out some really solid damage in the process with 89 attack and 85 defense. Sure, it's slow, but fun fact, that's actually the highest attack stat of any starter middle stage so far. So then you add on the fact that you only have to have it until level 32 before it evolves, and it even avoids the getting outclassed issue. Even if its matchups aren't quite as favorable, Grotle is still really solid through the mid-game, 4 stars. Its availability will of course be the same 4.5 stars as every other starter, and its concept is the next step in the journey of the little baby turtle acorn seed turning into a full-blown world turtle, which is once again an incredible concept for a grass starter, 4.5 stars. But its design is where I think that it's clearly the weakest link in its evolution line. Sure, middle stages are supposed to be a bit goofy and awkward, but I don't think that that's the issue here. It just looks a bit unfinished. I do think that Grotle is really hurt by the fact that it comes from near perfection and turns into also peak design, but it isn't a bad design on its own. It's a good middle step. But I mean, this is literally just Spike from Land Before Time, and if you're too young to get that reference, I guess I'm the dinosaur here, 3 stars, which will give Grotle a very respectable 4 stars overall. Torterra is such an awesome final stage grass starter. We're rating them all, and its battle prowess is the first example as to why. Sure, it's slow, and being grass ground gives it the 1 quad weakness, but it is such a tank with 109 attack, 105 defense, and respectable speed and special defense. Its move pool is fantastic, with Curse, Earthquake, Leech Seed, Woodhammer, Crunch, and plenty of great TMs. It also just single-handedly crushes 4 out of the 5 gyms that you could have it for, as well as doing great into Bertha and Cynthia. I'm on the fence about this one because I don't think it's quite 5 stars level of dominant, but 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Its availability will be the standard starter 4.5 stars as well, since it's available for the whole game or not at all. Then Torterra is a mix of turtle, probably snapping turtle, as well as having some dinosaur elements, but most importantly, it's clearly inspired by the world turtles of legend. It has a whole biome on its back that some Pokemon spend their entire life in as they think it's a moving forest, which admittedly makes a lot less sense when you see that it's the size of like an NBA player, but still, that's a 5-star concept. Funnily enough, as a kid, I really wasn't a huge fan of Torterra, but as an adult, that has definitely flipped. I think this is one of the coolest, most unique grass starters we've ever had. The tree trunk-esque sturdy legs, the rocky spikes that make it feel like a part of the landscape, and of course the whole tree on its back that really drives home the asymmetry that I think is super underrated in design. Torterra is so awesome and is honestly peak starter Pokemon, 5 stars, which gives Torterra a continental 4.75 stars overall and the highest score of any starter thus far. The SINNOH starters are perfectly simple in a way that really reminds me of the Gen 1 trio. We're rating them all, and Chimchar here has always been one of my favorites, though in battle it's kind of hard to judge since it should be evolved into Monferno by the first gym, so otherwise it just kind of crushes the beginner trainers, of course. And where Hoenn was full of the slow, frail mixed attackers, maybe SINNOH will have the fast, frail mixed attackers, which is definitely better. Just rocking with Ember is fine, so Chimchar is solid, but not quite as good in the early game as Turtwig, 3.5 stars. It will of course get the 4.5 stars in availability since it's either immediately there or entirely unattainable. Its concept is very simple, but that's not always a bad thing. It's a cute little baby chimp or monkey with flaming farts. I mean, it's amazing that that's actually in the dex entries, and means it deserves at least a bit higher than Charmander. Its design is really great. When I was a kid, this instantly became my new favorite starter, even though I grew up with Gen 1, or maybe because I did. It does have that same brand of simplicity done right, though it does have some nice details if you look closer. I especially really like the swirl on its chest that is a precursor to Infernape's swirling armor patterns, even if its head looks more like a poo emoji than a little flame, but I guess that ties into its concept even better. I love Chimchar, but its design isn't on the same level of great as Turtwig. 4 stars, meaning little Chimchar's final score comes out to a decent 3.875 stars overall. Monferno is probably the best of the 3 not great Sinnoh middle stage starters. We're rating them all, and it's actually pretty awesome in battle. Firefighting is a pretty awesome type combo offensively and has a surprising amount of resistances. Its move pool is fine even with just Mach Punch, Flame Wheel, and Brick Break, along with its around 80 or so in both attacks and speed, especially at level 14. It crushes the first and second gym single-handedly, and its uses in the next 3 vary. But Monferno really is a great mid-game sweeper and can hold its own until it evolves. 4 stars. Its availability will stay the standard starter 4.5 stars. But its concept does take a step up from Chimchar, even if it does lose the fart fire. It's now a pretty literal representation of the monkey-style kung fu, which is a really fun idea for a firefighting starter and definitely better than Kick Chicken. 4.5 stars. Though its design isn't amazing, it's probably the best of the 3 in its region, but that's not saying much since it's a pretty rough middle stage trio. I do like the now full long monkey tail and fire, as well as the tuft of white fur and blue and red accent on its face, leaning more into the baboon aspects, which really helps give it that aggressive fighting type look. I'm on the fence about this one. 3.5 stars feels too low, but 4 somehow feels too high. This is a really good example of when I do use the polls. They help me when I'm really indecisive, so I'll go with you guys and say 4 stars, which does give Monferno a very surprising 4.25 stars overall. Will Infernape end up the highest rated starter Pokemon so far? We're rating them all, and it is arguably the most dominant starter in its home region, other than maybe Swampert. With its 104 in both attacks, 108 speed, and not even bad defenses and HP for a sweeper. Its firefighting typing is really awesome offensively, and it helps crush the 6th and 7th gyms, as well as about half of the Elite 4. Especially poor Aaron. Infernape is the only reason why I beat my fighting only Nuzlocke of Diamond, not to mention if you want a fire type in Sinnoh, you're basically forced to use it. But why wouldn't you anyway? It easily gets 5 stars in battle prowess. Though its availability will of course be capped out at 4.5 stars, and starters are either available for the whole game or not at all, so they're given what's essentially a version exclusive penalty. Infernape being based on Sun Wukong is hardly new information for most of you, I'm sure, but it's still awesome and even goes deeper than that. Its Japanese name is strikingly similar to Goku, who is also inspired by said Monkey King, as well as taking pretty heavy inspiration from Hanuman, a monkey-like creature who's granted immunity to fire. So you take all of that on top of just the monkey-style kung fu idea, and that's obviously 5 stars and makes me rethink Blaziken's score. Whoops. Then its design is just so good. I'll straight up admit this might be my favorite starter Pokemon period, though it seems you guys are with me on this one as the polls were overwhelmingly 5 stars. And I think that that's totally fair. The blue and red accents on the white fur look really good and is common in Asian primates, along with the golden armor pieces and flaming hairstyle fit for a main character. Infernape just looks so awesome. 5 stars. So that does give Infernape a staggering 4.875 stars overall, making it the highest scoring starter and alone at the top for now. Piplup is admittedly very cute, but for some reason I've never really liked it much. We're rating them all, and in battle at least, it's really solid. It's well-rounded stat-wise, with special attack being its best, but with the 20 base power bubble being its only good move into the first gym, well, it will probably still solo, but it will get dicey against Cranidos. But overall, it's still a pretty good early game Pokemon. 3.5 stars. Thankfully, we don't have to say this much more after this one, but its availability will of course be 4.5 stars, just like every other starter, for being instantly available or not available at all. Its concept, though, is where it falls short of the others in its trio. Granted, it is at least a fun play on words, with Emperor Penguin, Piplup of course being the little chick and giving it royal inspirations. But otherwise, sadly, it's a pretty literal penguin chick. 3 stars, which by the way, ridiculous that we got Totodile instead of Piplup in Legends EA. I mean, Empoleon is based off of one of the most famous French names in history. But anyway, its design, as I said at the start, I've never been a huge fan of Piplup. However, there are a few points that even I will raise in its favor. First of which is that it is objectively adorable with the teeny little beak and flippers, but also the fact that it's the third option behind the other 2 incredible starters really hurts it in my eyes, and yours apparently. Most of you also prefer the other 2. Then the anime really did this guy some favors, giving it so much personality to the point that it is one of the fan favorites, but sadly that just doesn't come off in the games much at all. It's cute for sure, but I don't know, it just doesn't do anything to stand out. 3.5 stars, which will land Piplup the final score of 3.625 stars overall. Prinplup is definitely not a great middle evolution. We're rating them all, and at least in battle it is pretty solid. 81 special attack is nice for the mid game, game, it is decently bulky. Really, the only two moves it will want to use are Bubble Beam and Brine, which are good for sure, but Metal Claw is kind of lost on its lower attack stat, and Steel doesn't really do anything offensively in Gen 4 that Water can't do better. But sadly, it does have an awful matchup into the second gym and does fine into the next 3, but not great. Regardless, it's still a fairly solid mid-game Pokemon, 3.5 stars. Its availability will be the standard 4.5 stars, only one more time to say that in this generation thankfully, and its concept is once again sadly kind of bland. The whole line is a direct play on words with Emperor Penguin, making these Pokemon into royal looking penguins, which is fine, but not very exciting. 3 stars. And I'll go out on a limb and say that Prinplup is definitely a bottom half or so water starter, but to be fair, almost all of them are not great, other than Duat and Croconaw. But anyway, Prinplup's design isn't bad, it just kind of doesn't do much of anything. Sure, it's a convincingly adolescent penguin, and its patterns look like buttons and a tailcoat. It's not a bad design by any means, but it's just really mid. I'm sorry, I just don't have much to say positively or negatively about this thing. It's just kind of there. 2.5 stars. Giving Prinplup the final score of 3.375 stars, and hey, I threw together a starter bottom 5 for you. Empoleon may be the weakest link of the Sinnoh starters, but that isn't saying much since they're probably the best and most well-rounded trio. We're rating them all, and Empoleon completely saves its evolution line and fixes literally every issue they have. Its use in battle is the first example, where its prevos were just kind of run-of-the-mill decent water types at their point in the game. Empoleon is a beast who takes a huge step up, thanks mostly to its new steel typing, which gives it just an actually ridiculous amount of resistances on an already really bulky Pokemon. So on top of 111 special attack, 101 special defense, and 80s in HP and defense, you have yourself an absolute tank of a starter Pokemon. Then it also has a solid move pool of offensive options, coverage, setup, and priority. Its matchups into the gyms are admittedly not amazing, but it does make up for that by being incredible into the Sinnoh Elite Four and Champ, 5 stars. Alright, last time we had to say this until Gen 5. Its availability is going to be the same 4.5 stars as every other starter, since it's either available immediately or not at all. It also takes a huge step up in its concept. The whole line is basically a play on words for Emperor Penguin, and Empoleon both takes that very literally as well as adding more onto it, with aspects from both Poseidon and an actual Emperor. Really, this whole trio with what they're based on could have been a legendary trio and no one would have batted an eye. But sadly, Empoleon's just isn't quite as deep or interesting as the others. It seems like it's missing something. Still awesome though, 4.5 stars. Its design though, I really have mixed feelings about. Firstly, I do think that it absolutely fixes the issues in its line, which just seem to be lacking character or something to set them apart from the pack. Where Empoleon absolutely does do that, with the beak that extends into what doubles as both a crown and a trident fit for an undersea emperor, and the giant flippers that seem to be both kind of shield-like as well as having a sharp edge, all of this topped off with the dress coat pattern on its torso. But, as both the polls and I agree on, it is the worst in its trio. Though as I said at the start, I don't think that's really all that fair considering it's probably the best starter trio by quite a bit, and even if it isn't my favorite, I think Empoleon still deserves the 5 stars, which will land Empoleon 4.75 stars overall, tying it for the second highest starter score so far. The Staraptor Evolution Line may be the best Pokemon for a Sinnoh playthrough, but it does start from humble beginnings. We're rating them all, and even little Starly here is still one of the better regional birds in the early game. Sure, it may not have the broken guts ability like Tailo, but it does still have really respectable attack and speed, along with learning Wing Attack at level 9, which is ridiculously strong for that point in the game. A reminder here that we judge these Pokemon based on when you would use them, and Starly evolves super early, and in that time, it is a really solid early game Pokemon that's going to output more damage than most. 4 stars in battle prowess. As for availability, it's obviously catchable on the first route in Sinnoh, but not until after the second gym in Kalos. And remember, we're not counting Legends games since they're so different, nor are we counting Paldea, because I honestly have no idea how to handle the open world availability yet, so Starly's score will just barely average out to 5 stars. Oh, but Concept is gonna be this incredible line of Pokemon's demise. Starly is quite literally just a white-cheeked starling. That's it. Not much more to it. That's at most 2 stars just because of the small pass we give to normal types for being normal animals. Starly's design is also sadly not very impressive or interesting, but I do think that it has some positives, most notably the little cowlick or bedhead look, which really does a good job of adding a bit of like baby bird to its design. It's still obviously not amazing, but it's not bad. 2.5 stars, which does hatch little Starly 3.375 stars overall. Then Staravia is actually kind of a mid-game monster. We're rating them all, and considering Starly evolves into Staravia at level 14, its 75 attack and 80 speed are genuinely kind of broken at that point in the game, especially with its ability Intimidate Intimidate, which is one of the best abilities for a playthrough. Staravia is a beast. Its move pool is also pretty decent, even with just Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Double Team, and Return. Its lower defenses will start to be an issue around the time it's about to evolve, but still, that's 4 stars in Battle Prowess. Its availability will be 5 stars, just like Starly, since it's available really early in both regions it's in, and its concept is also sadly just as bland. It's a bird. Even if it takes characteristics from multiple birds, 2 stars. Its design, though, even if I don't really like it all that much, it is admittedly the perfect bridge between Starly and Staraptor. It maintains enough of that juvenile or adolescent look to it while also showing that it has gained some power with the larger talons and much more confident face. Also, even though it looks really stupid, the little hair flippy also bridges the gap really well, going from Starly's little cowlick into Staraptor's almost scythe-like pompadour. This is where design is really tough to judge. On one hand, it does a really good job at what it's going for, but on the other, it still looks pretty bland and dumb. 3 stars. So that will land Staravia the final score of 3.5 stars overall. Staraptor is arguably the best and most consistent Pokemon for a Sinnoh playthrough, but can it join the vaunted few perfect 5-star Pokemon? We're rating them all, and it is a staple of that same Sinnoh team that pretty much everyone used for every playthrough, and I get it, me too. Firstly, it has one of the best abilities in the game, Intimidate, then it has a very strong 120 attack, 100 speed, and decent HP. But what really sets it apart is its move pool, with one of the best normal moves in the game, Return, along with Close Combat, Brave Bird, and great TMs like U-Turn and Roost. Staraptor can smash its way through the majority of the game. Granted, this isn't just about Sinnoh, it's also available in Kalos, where it's still an absolute monster. Easy 5 stars. Its availability, just like the rest of its line, will also get 5 stars thanks to being available pretty much right away in Sinnoh and still very early in Kalos. But both Starly and Staravia only got a 2 in concept for being pretty much just literal birds. And sadly, Staraptor's isn't much better. It's still more or less just an actual bird, with the slight difference of being more so based off of birds of prey, which does show by how much more savage and courageous it is, along with becoming more independent, but still, 2.5 stars sadly. Its design, though, is really strong. I would argue it's one of the best regional birds for sure. It has a simple design, but simplicity isn't always a bad thing. The red tint to its eyes and hair, which almost looks like a blood-soaked scythe, show off how aggressive and dangerous it is, as well as adding a much-needed pop to the black and white color scheme. And for once, I think the flying animation in the 3D model is actually really good and shows off the power in its wings. This is about as cool as you can make a bird with it still being a bird. 5 stars, meaning that Staraptor's final score is a really solid 4.375 stars, landing at a spot on the Sinnoh top 5. Where and how did the Bidoof is God meme even start? We're rating them all, and oh, the comments on this one are gonna be fun. In battle, despite its meme ability, or maybe the reason for it, is that it's pretty awful. It has nice HP, but is otherwise slow, frail, and not very strong offensively. Sure, you can do the defense curl rollout shenanigans, which, to be fair, with its simple ability, defense curl giving +2 defense to then tank and stack rollouts, can be pretty nasty in the early game. But so can the other side of the double-edged sword that is simple. One growl or tail whip, and there you go, your beaver is ruined. Thankfully, though, you don't have to use it very long at all, and hey, it is at least the GOAT HM mule. 2 stars in Battle Prowess. Though it is available basically instantly in both Sinnoh and Kalos, so that's of course 5 stars in availability. And as for concept, I mean, this is literally the god of all Pokemon embodied into a plump little beaver. Obviously that's 5 stars. Except no, it isn't. This is literally just a beaver. Or mouse? Whatever. It is saved by the whole normal type being a normal animal clause and will get 2 stars. But its design, oh boy, this one is gonna get dicey. First, yes, it is admittedly pretty cute for being such a simple little creature. The tiny little eyes and paws with the big buck teeth. It's cute, for sure. But you guys all voting 5 stars is just ridiculous, and I normally don't jump ahead like this, but the difference between Bidoof's votes and Bibarel's shows how many of you guys are voting for the memes and not for the design. So I think that it's only fair to, instead of giving Bidoof a design score, we'll give it a meme ability score instead, and in that case, it's gonna get the first ever 6 out of 5 stars. Except no, we're not doing that, I'm sorry. But Bidoof is at least a really cute little guy. I would argue it's probably the cutest of the first route normal types, but it is not some amazing design. I'll give it 4 stars, which is probably a bit generous, and gives your fallen deity the final score of 3.25 stars. And, well, Bibarel is definitely a downgrade from Bidoof in most ways, but its use in battle is not one of them. It's actually kind of decent, almost entirely thanks to its simple ability, which doubles the stat boosting effects of moves like Amnesia and Curse, but also allows the opponent to decrease your stats at the same rate. Its move pool is also just sadly pretty bad in Gen 4. Sure, Yawn and Hyper Fang are nice, but not getting a physical water move until you get Waterfall is far from ideal. Oh, and shockingly, it's actually the same story in Gen 6. I could have sworn this guy got Aqua Jet, but I guess not, and without it, with these very mid stats, it's gonna fall off very quickly. 2.5 stars in Battle Prowess. Its availability is a 5, just like Bidoof, of course, but this is pretty much the most cut and dry concept there is. It's a beaver. It's based on a beaver, and all of its dex entries just describe a beaver. And I guess its very unique normal water typing is pretty cool, but still. Sometimes I really wish I didn't do the normal type clause on concept, but alas, 2 stars. Its design though is a very direct and very clear downgrade from Bidoof in every way. Where Bidoof may be simple, it also just is undeniably adorable, but Bibarel loses all of that. The eyes are just dumb instead of cute now. And then, I mean, I guess there's really no good way around this with an evolution, but the proportions are also just much less stereotypically cute, of course. Though most evolutions usually move towards either being cute or pretty or monstrous or even creepy, but Bibarel just kind of got bigger and lost all of its charm. 2 stars, which will give Bibarel the final score of 2.875 stars overall, quite a bit lower than Bidoof and is surely going to be in the bottom 5 for a while. Sinnoh really is giving us a speedrun to the worst Pokemon in the region, huh? I'm just kidding, maybe. We're rating them all, and at least in battle, that could be the case actually. Its stats are absolutely abysmal across the board. It has the 5th lowest base stat total out of like 1,000 Pokemon. Oh, but real fast, I do want to correct a mistake that I made in the Staraptor video. A lot of you pointed out that I just totally missed the Bozozoku or like Japanese biker punk aspect for Staraptor's concept. So I'll give it a half a star boost up to 3 stars. But anyway, its pure bug typing may be my favorite type, but it sure isn't doing it any favors, and neither is its move pool, which consists of just Growl and Bide. I mean, it's actually impressive how bad this Pokemon is. It'll get the first 0 stars in Battle Prowess that isn't tied to the purposeful fish. Its availability, however, is of course its saving grace. It's available right away in Sinnoh, and that's actually it, not including post-game encounters or Paldea's open world. But remember, we only judge them on the regions they're actually available in, so that's 5 stars. Though surprisingly, its concept is fairly clever. It takes a regular cricket, which is known for its musical chirping, and combines it with a xylophone, which is a pretty cute idea. 3 stars. And its design does an okay job of portraying that, with the fancy collar, the antenna that maybe look like little xylophone mallets, and the torso that kind of doubles as both a fancy shirt and or maybe a violin. But on the other hand, boy, this thing is not appealing at all. It definitely isn't cute. It looks more like a weird little bean, and surely it isn't cool or exciting either. In all honesty, it's a horrible looking Pokemon that gets the slight boost for doing a decent job at what it was going for. 1.5 stars, which will bring Kricketot into the tune of 2.375 stars overall, so maybe not the worst Sinnoh Pokemon, but surely in the bottom 5. Kricketot may have the best cry in all of Pokemon. We're rating them all, and I'll be honest, I had no idea Kricketot evolved at level 10 into Kricketot. That's insanely early, considering its 85 base attack along with decent HP and speed will make it an absolute powerhouse in the early game. But it, of course, gets heavily outclassed very quickly with those defenses. It would be pretty amazing into the second gym if it wasn't just relying on Leech Life and Fury Cutter, which are at most fine. Then sure, it gets the awesome X-Scissor at 26, but at this point it's gonna start to fall off and its matchups just keep getting worse. So sadly, that early game power just doesn't last long enough to give it a higher score. 2 stars. If its availability wasn't already a 5 from Kricketot, it would get a boost for that evolution level, so yeah, 5 stars. And its concept is similarly surprisingly good, like Kricketot. It's now more of a beetle than a cricket, but more notably now takes inspiration from both musical instruments and the conductor itself, which is a really cool idea for a noisy cricket-based line, and this comment has a great point. Between sound moves being heavily associated with the normal type and the human-like mustache, this line would be a great candidate for the first bug normal type Pokemon. But it's not. 3 stars. And its design is a step up from Kricketot, but let's be honest, it still isn't some awesome or all that memorable of a Pokemon if it wasn't for its cry. At least it isn't just some little bean of a bug anymore, and now it at least looks pretty capable and unique. The mustache along with the coattails and arms posing at least do a good job of portraying portraying the concept, it's not a horrible design by any means, but it's not good either. 2 stars, which will land Kricketot, 3 stars overall, and a spot in the bottom 5. Sinnoh really does have some amazing early art Pokemon that even rival Hoenn's. We're rating them all, and Shinx and its evolutions are for sure fan favorites, but I do think that they're a tad overrated in battle. Mostly just because physical attacking electric types were pretty bad in the early gens. But to be fair, Shinx really does peak early. Its 65 attack is actually pretty nuts in the early game, especially paired with Spark and its awesome ability Intimidate, which helps mitigate the risks of its low defense. Shinx is kind of an early game beast until it evolves level 15. Surprisingly, 4 stars in battle prowess. And shockingly, the only region out of the ones that we count that Shinx is available in is Sinnoh, where you can of course get it before the first gym, so that's 5 stars. Its concept is also surprisingly really cool. They take the actual animal, a lynx, and use the legends of it across different mythologies, specifically its supernatural eyesight and its ties to the constellation. Then turn that into a Pokemon that shines brightly with electricity when frightened, and once it evolves, it gains said supernatural eyesight. Sounds to me like the perfect formula for Pokemon concept and is really cool. 5 stars. Then Shinx also has a really good first stage design. Firstly, it's of course adorable, fluffy little pants kitty, but also the twinkling star shapes for its ears and tail really tie in well to the constellation idea, and the eyes are super unique and show off its potential for supernatural eyesight. I don't know if it's quite the best of the best in terms of design, but you guys seem to agree with me on this one that it's great, but I don't know, there's something about it. Maybe it's the nose and mouth, I don't know, but it's still really good. 4 stars, which will give Shinx a shining 4.5 stars overall, which is enough to get it into the Sinnoh top 5. Then there's Luxio, and while it is an awesome middle stage evolution, it kind of struggles comparatively. We're rating them all, and it still of course has the same incredible ability, and its 85 attack is amazing at level 15, but its defenses and speed will be outmatched by the time it finally evolves. But the main point is that it doesn't get a better electric move until never. I don't understand why they make all these great special electric moves just to tell physical attackers just to kick rocks. All jokes aside, it's still an awesome Pokemon for the early to mid game, but starts to fall off. 3.5 stars. It will have the same 5 stars availability as Shinx though, and its concept is also more or less the same. It's a lynx that plays really heavily on both the constellation aspects and the mythological aspects like supernatural vision, even though a few years ago in my top 10 dog Pokemon video, everyone was asking for the Luxray line for some reason. I guess people think they're dogs, but it will once again be 5 stars. I do really like the design though. It plays on the same trope as the vast majority of middle stage evolutions, which is the adolescent stage. But thankfully here it doesn't end up being dumb or weird like so many others. It leans more into the confident or angsty teen idea, which both just looks better visually and works much better for a Pokemon based on a predator. The half-grown in mane, similar to young adult male lions, really drives that home, and in general I think it's a really good looking design. It's the perfect bridge between the adorable little Shinx and the intimidating Luxray. But for some reason, how flat its face is just makes it look not quite as good as it could be. 4 stars. Still though, that gives Luxio the final score of 4.375 stars and another addition to the top 5. Oh, and you guys have been waiting for this one. Luxray was a lot of people's guess for the first full 5-star Pokemon in Sinnoh, so how will it stack up? We're rating them all, though its battle prowess is honestly probably its biggest question. Of course, we can't forget about its incredible ability Intimidate, which is part of the reason why everyone in Sinnoh had both this and Staraptor on their team. That cycle was just devastating, but its main downside is the fact that it is a physical attacking electric type. To be fair, 120 attack is awesome, and even its 95 special attack is really solid, and it's pretty average across the board otherwise. The issue is more so the fault of the moves. You of course want to use physical attacks, but its best physical water move is the same one that little Shinx was using before the first gym. And since it isn't a dark type, you don't get Stab on Crunch either, when that doesn't even get any better in the Gen 8 remakes. Thankfully, it does at least get Volt Switch utility, which to be fair is incredible, especially with its aforementioned ability. So overall, yes, Luxray is awesome in battle, but between its mid-speed defenses and physical electric move options, that's gonna keep it at 4 stars in battle prowess. Its availability will be the same 5 stars though, since Shinx is available right away and its evolution level is fine. And I know we went over its concept in depth with Shinx, but I do want to reiterate just how cool it is. The lynx is a real-world wild cat, but it does have a lot of deep ties to mythology. In some cultures, it's seen as an elusive keeper of secrets, and in others, it has supernatural eyesight, being able to see through objects and unravel hidden truths. But it also takes inspiration from the similarly named constellation, which is so faint that is said to only be seen with those with the eyes of a lynx. So you take that and turn it into the gleam-eyed Pokemon Luxray, an electric lynx with the ability to see through anything, and you have yourself a 5-star concept, which its design then does an amazing job of portraying. The deep black mane and fur that makes everyone think it's a dark type, play into the elusive secretive link idea really well, and the unique yellow and red eyes show off that supernatural vision. And both of those things combine to make a really intimidating and imposing looking Pokemon. I really like how the pattern and color scheme look, and the way that the black fur hasn't fully enveloped its body yet makes me wonder if we'll ever see a Mega Luxray in the future. But either way, this is easily a 5-star design to me, and it seems like most of you agree. So Luxray may not be a perfect 5-star Pokemon, but it does get 4.75 stars overall and a spot high up on the Sinnoh top 5, along with both of its pre-evolutions. Budew is a baby Pokemon done right? We're rating them all, and in battle, it's surprisingly decent. Obviously, its HP and defense are bad, so you have to be careful, but its special stats and speed are really good for the early game. I've swept the first gym in Sinnoh with just Stun Spore and Mega Drain Budew, but to be fair, this isn't just about Sinnoh, and since it's a friendship evolution, you don't even technically have to use it for that long. But overall, it's a surprisingly solid early game Pokemon. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. As for availability, you can get it pretty much right away in Sinnoh, Kalos, and Galar. Then through breeding Roselia, you can get it before the third gym in Oras, so that will average out to give Budew 5 stars in availability. Then both of Budew's evolutions really play on the duality of both roses and femininity, balancing both beauty and the whole femme fatale vibe. But Budew is pretty much just a little baby rosebud. It makes perfect sense for the line and for a grass poison type, but doesn't really do much on its own or to add to the line in terms of concept. 2 stars. It is a pretty cute little guy though. To be fair, I don't think there is a whole lot you can do in terms of design for a rosebud Pokemon to make it super interesting or eye-catching, but it's pretty good. It serves its purpose. It's cute, and it even has the little baby bib leaves to show it's a baby Pokemon. I like Budew, but I think 3 stars is probably fair. So sadly, that does plant little Budew the final score of 3.375 stars overall and the spot on the bottom 5 for now. Oh, and since we've already done Roselia, I figured I would just throw that video in here just for continuity and as a recap. So Roserade will come after that. Roselia is completely overshadowed by its evolution, but it is a respectable former standalone Pokemon. We're rating them all, and even in battle, it's pretty decent. It has good special attack and decent special defense, but its speed and physical frailty definitely make it risky to use. Grass and Poison is an okay typing. It's much better for Roselia in the later gens with the physical special split, making moves like Sludge Bomb and Venoshock special, and of course effectiveness against the Fairy type, but even back in Gen 3, Roselia had a good move pool. Leech Seed, Stun Spore, Magical Leaf, Giga Drain, Toxic. It was a pretty good option into Hoenn's abundant water types, especially with how crazy early you can get it across the regions. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. It's available before the third gym in Hoenn, then thanks to being able to catch its baby form Budew, you can get it before the first or second gym in Sinnoh, Kalos, and Galar, so that easily averages out to 5 stars. And Roselia is a pretty literal representation of roses and their duality. Roses are beautiful flowers, but hide sharp thorns, and Roselia has beautiful flowers and a head mounted with 3 sharp poisonous thorns. So that is a pretty direct and simple concept, but it's pretty cool, especially for a grass poison type. 3 stars. And I'll admit, before the addition of arguably my favorite grass type ever, Roserade in Gen 4, you could have convinced me Roselia just didn't exist. But since then, it has grown on me significantly. After giving it a fair shake and really looking, it's a really pretty and well done Pokemon. The roses look great. Even the leaf coming down the torso doubling as a dress with shoulder pads is done really well. So though it may be somewhat forgettable, it's quietly a really good design. 4 stars, which gives Roselia 3.875 stars overall. Roserade is arguably my favorite non-starter grass-type Pokemon of all time. We're rating them all, and it is an absolute special sweeper with 125 special attack and great special defense and speed. Its grass poison typing even gets much better post-Gen 6 with the addition of the Fairy type. Its move pool is also just really awesome. Even in Gen 4, by the time you get the stone to evolve it, it will have some amazing grass moves like Leech Seed, Giga Drain, and Synthesis, along with some great TMs like Sludge Bomb, Energy Ball, and Shadow Ball. It can output amazing damage and even has plenty of recovery, but its physical defense and HP become a slight liability when you consider it's not quite top tier speed. I'm not gonna lie, I was really on the fence about this one, but you guys helped me land on 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Now both Budew and Roselia got 5 stars in availability, but with Roserade we do have to factor in when you can get the shiny stone. Remember, with evolutions, it's not strictly you can't get this evolution until this point in the game, therefore it's 2 stars. It's more of if it's a super late evolution, it gets a deduction on its original score. And in that case, you can get the shiny stone before the third gym in Kalos and at the latest the 6th gym in the others, so really not any later than you're going to get your starter fully evolved in most cases, so I don't think that deserves a deduction. 5 stars. Then Roserade is pretty clearly based on a mix of roses and the idea of a masquerade, which even just with the roses themselves makes sense as the beautiful flowers hiding sharp thorns thing, but it goes a step further. It seems to be more closely inspired by a different type of flower which masquerades as a rose and is actually poisonous, which ties in really well with its poison type and the fact that Roserade attracts prey with its aroma and damage advances to then strike them down with lethal poisonous thorned whips. That is an incredible concept for the oversaturated grass and poison type. 5 stars. And its design, as I said at the start, is admittedly one of my favorite Pokemon, period, even though you guys still think I hate girly Pokemon. But Roserade's design is just fantastic. It takes the pretty but kind of forgettable Roselia and evolves it into this femme fatale Rose, masquerading as a hero or vigilante looking Pokemon. The white petals on top really add a nice touch of contrast, and I like how they turned the weird front cape of Roselia into an actual cape here, as well as the roses becoming bouquets. Not that I take the polls into too much consideration, but you guys do seem to share the same opinion here, so yeah, 5 stars. Which will give Roserade a stunning 4.875 stars overall and a spot high up on the top 5. Cranidos and Rampardos really embody a lot of what make fossil Pokemon so cool. We're rating them all, and in battle, Cranidos is very interesting. The fact that this thing doesn't have Rock Head, the ability that nullifies recoil damage, is as insane as its attack stat, which is 125, and is obviously ridiculous for the early game. Sure, its defenses are also obviously not great, but its speed isn't bad actually. Sure, it's once again not great, but it is about average for early game Pokemon. Though without said ability, its strongest move, Takedown, isn't as good, but at least Headbutt is still gonna do huge damage from this thing's attack stat. It being an earlier evolution for a fossil will also help it since it won't be too outclassed by the time it evolves. 4 stars in battle prowess. Yet surprisingly, the only regions where you can get the Skull Fossil before the post-game are Sinnoh and Alola, in which you can revive said fossil before the second gym in Sinnoh and on the second island as a version exclusive in Alola. So that will average it out to 4 stars in availability. Though it is pretty much directly based on the Pachycephalosaurus, those cool dinosaurs that ram things and look, well, just like Cranidos. But like the fossils before it, it will get a little boost in score just because the concept of reviving extinct dinosaur Pokemon is really cool as a whole. 3 stars. But I do think that its design is subtly really incredible. On its face, sure, it's just a little dinosaur that rams things with its head, but it has so much personality, with the eyes that, depending on the generation, look angry, dopey, or both. Dopey according to Alola's Pokedex, but still, the teeny little dino arms on the chunky little body, and they even gave it cheek fat to further sell the rambunctious toddler look. I think Cranidos is great. 4 stars, which will revive Cranidos up to 3.75 stars overall, and hey, just for fun, that would be in the fossil top 5. Rampardos is quite the enigma of a Pokemon, and that is mostly due to its stat spread. It has the highest attack stat out of every single non-legend or mega Pokemon out there, but its speed and defenses are a large glaring weakness. It actually has the same speed as little Cranidos, but where Cranidos could get away with it in the early game, Rampardos isn't afforded that luxury. So along with the rock type's abundant weaknesses and the Pokemon that it's facing continuing to get stronger and faster, it's gonna struggle. And I know I mentioned this with Cranidos, but the fact that it doesn't have the Rock Head ability is hilariously dumb. Though in Rampardos' defense, in Gen 4, it does get some insane TM coverage, a lot of it being special moves that it has no business learning, but also some incredible ones like Earthquake, Sandstorm, Avalanche, and quite a few setup and support moves. And then the Gen 8 remakes did this line a huge favor by letting them learn both Rock Polish and Swords Dance by level up, which helps it absolutely demolish the mid game considering how early it evolves, but it will start to get pretty badly outclassed in the late game. 4 stars. Its availability I think actually deserves a slight boost from Cranidos since its evolution level is so early for a fossil, and in Sinnoh you only need to gain 10 levels to get this monster fairly early into the game. 4.5 stars. And its concept also deserves a bit of a boost. It is of course still based on the Pachycephalosaurus, but it also plays a lot heavier into the unstoppable force versus immovable object paradox, which is just a really cool idea for a Pokemon duo. 4 stars. Its design though I actually like a bit less than Cranidos, but that's not to say that it's actually worse. They somehow managed to make this revived fossil dinosaur both imposing and really goofy looking. It feels like something Pegasus is gonna pull from Toon World, but in a good way. The color scheme is great, the spikes and red eyes really add to its menace. It actually held the title of my favorite fossil Pokemon for 2 whole generations until Kalos just smashed it out of the park. 4 stars. Landing the Headbutt Pokemon, the final score of 4.125 stars overall, and actually the highest non-mega fossil so far. It's impressive how forgettable of a Pokemon little Shieldon is considering its pretty unique evolution. We're rating them all, and even in battle, this little guy is surprisingly interesting. It is of course the counterpart to Cranidos' all-out offense, now going for all-out defense, where it of course excels. But its rock steel typing makes that a little weird. On one hand, it has 8 resistances, 2 of which being quad resistances and an immunity. But on the other, it has 3 very common weaknesses, 2 of which being quad weaknesses. I'll admit, I've never used the little guy, but I've never come across a Shieldon or Bastiodon that doesn't just get instantly one-shot, especially in Gen 4 where its sturdy ability is effectively useless. Though its attack stat is at least usable in the early game and it gets some interesting support moves, but nothing all that great sadly, and it isn't going to contribute much other than a nice pivot. 3 stars in battle prowess. Its availability will be the same as Cranidos. You can get it pretty early in both Sinnoh and Alola, but as of version exclusive in both, 4 stars. Its concept though I think is a tad bit deeper. It's once again based on a revived fossil dinosaur, this time the Protoceratops, but now it also takes pretty obvious inspiration from a shield as well, which I think just plays a bit better into the relationship that the evolutions have, 3.5 stars. But its design is sadly very bland. I do like the shield face with the little eye slot making it double as a helmet, that's really cool, but the rest of its design is very boring. I guess it's actually no more plain than Cranidos, they're both very simple designs. I think little Shieldon just loses out on the rule of cool a little bit. Still a decent design though, 3 stars. So that does bring Shieldon the final score of 3.375 stars overall. Then its evolution, Bastiodon, is such an interesting Pokemon that I just wish was better. We're rating them all, and in battle the story is very similar to Shieldon. Where it differs is that Shieldon's attack was at least usable in the early game, and Bastiodon's is only 10 points higher, which is obviously going to be a nuisance into the late game. Its main calling point is of course its insane defenses, but because of its rock and steel typing having 2 quad weaknesses, I've never seen this thing last more than 1 turn in battle. Sure, it had some amazing resistances too, so I could see it being decent in the hands of the player, but in Gen 4 its sturdy ability was useless and its move pool left a lot to be desired. Then in Gen 8, sturdy goes from totally useless to a really nice ability, but sadly its move pool doesn't really change much. It kind of fails to be a good defensive support mon, and even if it gets good TMs, it doesn't have the offenses to really matter. I know this thing is supposed to be a wall, and I get it, but it's not really a great one and is awful otherwise. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. Then Rampardos got a boost in availability for being available so early for its comparative strength, which Bastiodon obviously lacks, so it won't get the boost and will still stay Shieldon's 4 stars. Though I think its concept is actually really great. It is of course once again based on a revived fossil of the Ceratops style dinosaur, and is opposite Rampardos in the unstoppable force versus immovable object paradox, but it also takes heavy inspiration from both shields and actual castle walls, which is really cool. 4.5 stars. Design wise it is really interesting. I do like the armored legs and tail, but the main focus is of course the huge face that doubles as a shield and looks just like a castle wall, with the spikes for towers, the teeth for gates, and the markings for windows. But on the other hand, boy, this is a goofy looking weirdo of a Pokemon. The details themselves are great, but for some reason they come together very oddly and just don't look very good. This versus Rampardos is a fun case study on simple versus complex designs and shows that simple is not always worse. Bastiodon looks really interesting, but is a bit too busy. 3.5 stars, which will land Bastiodon the final score of 3.625 stars overall, and I think technically a spot on both the top and bottom 5 for fossils, but we'll get there. SINNOH probably has the worst bug-type Pokemon, but Burmy's Line here isn't doing it any favors either. We're rating them all, and in battle at least, this thing is obviously complete and utter trash. Its pure bug type is not good, and its stats are a lot worse. It's not fast or bulky, and its offenses are pitiful. In Diamond and Pearl, its only attacking move was Tackle. The only thing preventing Burmy from getting like a 0 in battle prowess is the fact that it does get Bug Bite in both Platinum and the Gen 8 remakes. Oh, and its other 2 forms aren't actually any different unlike their evolution, so yeah, half a star in battle prowess. Though as is the case with most bug types, its availability is its saving grace. I swear bug is my favorite type, but it was just so bad for so long. Anyway, Burmy is actually only available in Sinnoh and Kalos, but you can get it super early in both. Even if the honey trees are annoying, unless it's to the point of ridiculousness like Munchlax, it isn't going to get a penalty. 5 stars. Though it is more interesting than your run-of-the-mill early route bug. It's still more or less just a bug, a bagworm to be specific, but the way that it's implemented in game is really cool. Just like actual bagworms, Burmy gathers materials from its surroundings to make a protective cloak. In game, depending on where it last battled, it will be either made of leaves, dirt, or fiberglass. God, the poor thing has gotta be so itchy. But that is surprisingly cool. 3.5 stars. Its different forms do at least differ in design, obviously, but none of them are all that remarkable. You know it's rough when even you guys vote something low. None of them are especially bad looking designs, but neither are they good looking really in the slightest. The Trash Cloak one is the most interesting, though I wish it looked more like said fiberglass and not as much of just a weird pink bag or something. They're all fine other than the no cloak one. They're not bad, but not good. 2.5 stars, which will build Little Burmy the final score of 2.875 stars and a spot on the bottom 5. And its evolutions, Wormadam and its different cloaks are actually fairly unique. We're rating them all, and in battle, each of its forms are surprisingly different Pokemon. I'm sorry, this one is kind of a lot. Its plant cloak form is a bug grass type, which is a lot of fun offensively, shout out Leavanny, but is obviously awful defensively, which isn't a good thing for Wormadam since it's a defensive Pokemon. But it does have surprisingly good special defense and decent defense and special attack. Its move pool though leaves a lot to be desired, and it's really TM dependent to end up being okay. Other than in Gen 8 where they give it Quiver Dance, but still, it's okay. 2.5 stars. Then its Sandy Cloak is Bug Ground type, which is not bad, but still not fantastic, and its stats are similar but shift to physical defense and attack. But its move pool pool is actually exactly the same in Gen 4 and doesn't even include a single ground type move for the physical ground type Sandy Cloak. Sure, it gets some decent ground TMs, but still. 2 stars. Then ironically, the Trash Cloak has by far the best typing. Bug Steel is incredible with 9 resistances and only 1 weakness. Its stats are the happy middle ground between both, having good defenses and okay attacks. But that actually works out much better since at least in Gen 8, this whole line is heavily reliant on Quiver Dance, and with it, along with its pretty decent coverage moves, the Trash form is surprisingly decent. Though in Gen 4, without it, it's obviously worse. 3 stars. Holy crap, okay, that was a lot, I know, but its availability is gonna stay just the same as Burmy at 5 stars. I know it's a gender exclusive, but just catch a different one. Then its concept is actually really good, at least for what is essentially still just a bug. But it is at least an interesting one. The whole line closely follows the bagworm life cycle. Burmy gathers materials to make a different protective cloak depending on its environment. Then the females, which evolve into Wormadam, never develop wings and remain in its cocoon for the rest of its life. So yeah, pretty cool for a little bug Pokemon. 3.5 stars. And in design, they once again differ. Plant Cloak now looks like a little bush bug with long leaves and pretty little flowers. The Sand Cloak is now covered in different assortments of sand and rock, channeling its Regirock arms. And the Trash Cloak is eternally locked in the itchy prison of fiberglass and ends up looking pretty in pink. Beauty is pain, I guess, as I definitely think this is the best looking of the bunch. But that's not saying much because they're all definitely not good. 2 stars for Plant and Sandy Cloaks and 2.5 for Trash Cloak, which will leave the Wormadams with the final scores of 3.25 for the Plant Cloak, 3.125 for the Sandy Cloak, and 3.5 for the Trash Cloak, who is the only one to escape the bottom 5. Oh, but we're not done yet. Mothim is apparently a part of the Burmy evolution line. I won't lie, I totally forgot about it until I saw this comment on the polls. We're rating them all, and in battle, it's very obviously the best of the bunch. Sure, its bug flying typing isn't amazing, but that's nothing new for the Burmy evolutions. Its stats are surprisingly decent though. 94 in both attacks is not bad at all, even though its defenses and speed are. In Gen 4, this thing was... why? Why would you use it? Sure, its move pool is actually fairly decent, along with getting some good TMs, but not enough to raise it above those stats. Until in Gen 8, where it gets arguably the most broken move in Pokemon history, Quiver Dance, which boosts its speed and both special stats. That alone has to be worth something and brings Mothim to a shaky 3 stars in Battle Prowess. Its availability will once again be 5 stars, regardless of being gender locked, just catch a new one. And its concept is both the same and opposite to that of Wormadam. The whole Burmy line is surprisingly interesting and is based on the bagworm, going from larval Burmy, who gathers materials to make a cloak, then Wormadam, who is the female that never develops wings and is stuck in its cocoon, and Mothim, who is the male which reaches full maturity and grows wings. It also takes some inspiration from other moths, but same, 3.5 stars. But its design is honestly just incredibly forgettable. It doesn't necessarily look bad. I think its little face and antenna things look pretty cool, but this thing does absolutely nothing to stand out from the other moth or butterfly Pokemon. Yet they still decided to make more after this. Similarly to the Burmies, it's not a bad design by any means, but it is extremely unremarkable. 2.5 stars, which does emerge Little Mothim to the final score of 3.5 stars overall. They really missed an opportunity with Combee. Vespiquen is awesome, but why didn't it also have a male evolution like a drone or soldier bee? Well, we're rating them all, and I don't know why I'm surprised at how horrible Combee is. Most early route bugs are, but holy crap, 30s in attack and HP and 40s in defense, who cares what its speed is at that point? Its bug flying typing is also not helping with so many weaknesses, but oh, it gets worse. In Diamond and Pearl, its only attacking move is Gust, but hey, in Platinum they at least give it Bug Bite to use its 30 attack with. Then all the way in Gen 8, they give it Struggle Bug, which is nice, but that's it. Sure, this is where you could pose the argument, oh, if you have a male, you technically have to judge it all the way through the end of the game since it won't evolve, but no one's using male Combee. And otherwise, thankfully, you only have to get it to level 21, but regardless, it's still awful. 1 star in Battle Prowess. But you can at least get Combee before the 2nd gym in Sinnoh, Kalos, and Galar, then still before the 5th gym in Unova, so that will average it out to 4.5 stars in availability. Combee has a really simple yet super creative idea behind it. It's a honeycomb with the bee larva wedged inside of it, and then it flies around like it's the actual bee. Even Ken Sugimori himself said that it sounds gross, but it is attention grabbing. Thankfully, it didn't end up gross, and still, the idea of combining a little bee with the honeycomb itself is so adorable, unique, and creative. 4 stars. Its design is also really adorable. I really like the simplicity of the tiny, cute little faces and antenna and wings, and as was said before, the idea of this Pokemon is kind of gross, so the fact that they made it so charming and adorable is really impressive. I think you guys voted this one a little low. Combee has a great design, 4 stars, which will gather Combee the final score of 3.375 stars overall. But then its evolution, Vespiquen, is one of the most underappreciated Pokemon ever. We're rating them all, and it is so awesome. When it evolves from Combee at level 21, it takes a huge step up. Its stats are all solid, with 100s in defense and 80s in attack, but one of the coolest things about this Pokemon is its 3 signature moves. It has the Defend, Heal, and Attack orders. Defend raises both defenses by 1 stage, Heal heals up 50% of your HP, and Attack is a 90 base power bug move with a high crit ratio. Throw on Toxic or Aerial Ace and it's kind of a monster in Gen 4. And then in Gen 8 it loses Heal order for some reason, but it gains Air Slash, Roost, and Bug Buzz, so it's still awesome. But sadly the combination of its speed and its pretty bad bug flying typing will hold it back, 4 stars. Then sadly I think its availability does have to take a hit from Combee's 4.5, but only really in Sinnoh. Sure, the gender rate doesn't change in the other regions, but only in Sinnoh do you have to deal with both the Honey Tree garbage and the low gender chance. So I'll give a whole star penalty to its Sinnoh score, but that still actually averages out to 4.5 stars. But then Vespiquen's concept is so good, evolving from the little honeycomb bee, Combee, into the queen bee, Vespiquen, which carries its whole hive, as well as being both a good portion wasp queen and wasp nest, on top of having actual human royal aspects too. The whole idea for Vespiquen is so cohesive, it makes so much sense while also being super unique and interesting, 5 stars. And its design is genuinely incredible. It changes so much from sweet little Combee into the genuinely terrifying yet elegant Vespiquen. The visible sharp mandibles showing power, the crown jewel and ball gown showing its royalty, but also the gown not doubles but triples as that, a beehive, and a wasp nest all at once. Vespiquen is actually one of, if not the best bug Pokemon designs out there, easily 5 stars, which will anoint Vespiquen the final score of 4.625 stars overall and a spot on the top 5. Alright, just because Pachirisu is a world champ doesn't mean it's any good. We're rating them all, I mean, come on, look at this thing's stats. Sure, its 90s in speed and special defense are nice, but otherwise it's pretty awful. In Gen 4, you get Spark, Charm, Discharge, and some good TMs later in the game to sling with your 45 attack, and it doesn't even get Thunder Wave. In Gen 6 and 8, it finally does get Nuzzle, Thunder Wave, and Volt Switch, which are really nice, and I may not be a competitive player, but what makes it so good there was its egg move Follow Me, which I don't count, and even if I did, is essentially useless in a playthrough, 2 stars in battle prowess. Though it is available before the 2nd gym in Sinnoh and the 4th in Kalos, so that will average out to 4.5 stars. But its concept is of course nothing new. It's one of many different Pika clones, just this time instead of an electric mouse, it's an electric squirrel. I really wish they stuck with the different type Pika clones, that would have been much more interesting. 2.5 stars. Can you say squirrel, buddy?
Or
Squirrel. Good job. Hey Ellie, what color is that squirrel?
green.
Green.
Yeah.
No, that's blue, Ellie girl.
Oh.
But I do think that even if it is a bit boring, Pachirisu is pretty cute. The fur standing up due to static electricity on the big fluffy tail is a nice touch, and I just really like the color scheme honestly, along with the adorable little paws and squirrel teeth, but I really wish they would have either done the different type thing or at least given these little guys an evolution like Raichu, 3.5 stars, which will generate little Pachirisu the final score of 3.125 stars overall. Oh, and a spot on the bottom 5, that's not gonna go over well. Everyone uses more or less the same team in Sinnoh, but I've always been more Team Gastro than Team Buizel, so I don't have much experience with the little guy. We're rating them all, and it's pretty good in the early game. It's very fast and decently strong as a mixed attacker, though it is pretty frail. Pure Water is a great typing though, and its move pool isn't anything amazing, but it's not bad by any means. Quick Attack and Aqua Jet make perfect sense stylistically, but not much is outspeeding Buizel pre-level 26, other than the cat that's faster than a jet plane. Buizel is pretty good, for sure, 3.5 stars. But its availability is sadly a lot worse than I thought. Yes, you can get it super early in Sinnoh, but not until after the 4th gym in Unova and after the 6th gym in Kalos, so that will bring its average down to 3.5 stars. And its concept really shouldn't be much of a surprise. It's a weasel or river otter type creature with a natural built-in floaty. But I do like the tails style propeller tails, 3.5 stars. I do like its design though, it's a pretty cute little guy. The aforementioned tails are cool and unique, the blue fins and yellow beach tube help differentiate it from being a normal type, and it looks like a fast and streamlined aquatic hunter. Even if I'm not its biggest fan, it's a solid design, 4 stars, which will inflate little Buizel to 3.625 stars overall. But Floatzel for some reason feels like a downgrade from Buizel. We're rating them all, and I don't mean in battle. Floatzel is a fast, mixed attacking glass cannon, though I suppose it does have pretty decent HP, and that kind of patches up its defenses. Its move pool is is really good though. Aqua Jet, Surf, Crunch, and then specifically either Ice Fang or Ice Beam is the reason why I think so many people use Floatzel. It's one of the very few things in Sinnoh that can reliably outspeed and one-shot Cynthia's Garchomp. Oh, I can't wait for that video. I have a huge surprise for you guys. But yeah, Floatzel is awesome. It's fast, hits decently hard, has nice coverage, it's solid, 4 stars. But its availability will stay Buizel surprisingly low, 3.5 stars, as will its concept since it doesn't really change much at all. It's an otter weasel creature mixed with an inflatable life raft and has 2 tails that it uses as propeller. Pretty cool, 3.5 stars. Yet, as I said at the start, I do think that Floatzel is a bit of a downgrade in design from Buizel, who was a cute little hunter who looked like it was gonna zip through the water hunting fish. But Floatzel, I think, kind of fails to do the same. It looks bulky, bottom heavy, and kind of unable to move its arms very far. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad design by any means. Floatzel is still really cool and still has most of the same positives from Buizel, but I do think that it loses most of its charm, 3.5 stars, which will once again average out Floatzel to 3.625 stars overall. Cherubi is definitely a Pokemon, at least its evolutions are unique. We're running a mile, and honestly, this little thing isn't as bad as I was expecting. Yes, it is very slow, and its defenses are okay at best, but 65 special attack is decent in the early game. It doesn't get Magical Leaf until a tad later, but I mean, giving just about anything Leech Seed makes it instantly better, so I guess they saw that on Cherubi, and in Gen 8, they said, no, you have to wait until you evolve to even be remotely usable. So it's not as bad as I thought, but it's still pretty bad. 2 stars of battle prowess. In Sinnoh, you can of course find it super early on Honey Tree, then it's actually not found again pre-post game until Galar, where it is also found pretty much immediately, so it'll still get 5 stars in availability. But Cherubi and its evolutions actually seem like they would be pretty interesting, but no, not really. Cherubi is pretty much just a literal cherry, which do grow multiple fruiting heads. The only thing that's kind of interesting about it is that it basically absorbs the little one's energy to evolve, but still, 2 stars. I do think that it's actually pretty cute though. There isn't a whole lot you could do with little cherry Pokemon, I suppose, and they sure didn't. Its little face and legs are cute, and I do actually think its 3D model is really good, especially the bit where the little one bounces off the big one. But I do agree with you guys this time. That's a 3-star design, which means Cherubi was kind of saved by availability and gets 3 stars overall, as well as a spot on the bottom 5. But can its evolution grow past that? Cherrim is an enigma of a Pokemon. They put so much effort into making it mid. We're rating them all, and the main thing with this whole Pokemon, but especially in battle, is its unique ability, Flower Gift. Under harsh sunlight, not only does Cherrim transform into its sunny form, but it also boosts its own and its allies' attack and special defense by 50%, which I feel like could have been a pretty broken ability if it wasn't on a Pokemon with 60 attack and 78 special defense. Its speed and special attack are decent, so why are we trying to make it a physical attacker? I mean, even in Gen 4, this thing obviously isn't going to do much other than Leech Seed and launch one-term solar beams in the sun. Then in Gen 8, it gets this super unique move called Flower Shield that's just a glorified Harden. Like I said, why do so many cool things with it, all for it to just be okay? 2.5 stars in the battle prowess. Availability will keep quick, it's the same 5 stars as Cherubi, and its concept is where you would think that it's really cool, but no, not really. It's based on, forgive me here, but a photonastic flower, which sounds fancy, but that just means it reacts to sunlight and is very common. Sure, it takes visual inspiration from 2 pretty symbolic flowers, and the different forms having 2 different corresponding personalities is at least fitting. 3 stars. But its design is very weird. It goes from the fuchsia flower looking overcast form, which is supposed to portray extreme sadness or sleepiness, but just ends up looking like a hanging flower and barely even looks like a Pokemon. Over to the sunny form, which looks overwhelmingly happy and like someone that I do not want to see before I have coffee. But this form's design is much better. Still not amazing. It's kind of busy. Maybe it's the placements of the petals and fruit that throw me off, but I feel like a happy little cherry blossom fairy cherub creature could have been an amazing looking Pokemon, and it's just kind of cute instead. Pretty disappointing. I'd give 1 star to the overcast form and 3 to the sunny, so 2 stars in design. So that does bloom Cherrim to the final score of 3.125 stars overall and a spot on the bottom 5. Sinnoh gave us shockingly few water types, but Shellos and Gastrodon are at least pretty great. We're rating them all, and Shellos is kind of difficult to figure out in battle. Right when you catch it, it's pretty awesome. Storm Drain is an amazing ability that grants it an immunity and a way to boost its stats. And its base HP and special stats are great at that point, and having both Water Pulse and Mud Bomb makes this thing hit like a truck this early. But in Gen 8, they took away Mud Bomb for some reason in place of Recover, which is also fine, but either way, it is going to start to fall off and struggle by the time it evolves at level 30. 3.5 stars. As for availability, you can get it before the second gym in both Sinnoh and Galar, but sadly it's locked all the way on the last island in Alola, so that will bring its average down to 4 stars. Yet, as much as I love these guys, they are pretty much just actual sea slugs. The only thing keeping them from 1 star is the whole multiple forms for different climates thing, which is kind of cool as a precursor to regional forms, 2 stars. But while they are simple, they're also really cute. They're very basic sea slug creatures in appearance, really nothing too drastic or interesting about them other than the big round eyes and happy little smile, which just somehow managed to give it the perfect smiling little goober energy and is just enough to make it a lovable little character. The pink one is better though, 4 stars. So that does bring little Shellos the final score of 3.375 stars overall. Gastrodon is my go-to Sinnoh water type and is a staple on the Sinnoh 6. But how will it do as we rate them all? Well, in battle, it's deceptively amazing. Its stats are good, but not incredible. It has really good HP and respectable attacks and special defense, but its defense and speed leave a lot to be desired. But one of the things that sets it apart is its water ground typing, which is just incredible anyway, so then you pair it with Gastrodon's amazing Storm Drain ability that now gives it 2 immunities and only 1 weakness. Its move pool is also great. Surf, Earthquake, Ice Beam, and Body Slam or Recover. I mean, it has other options, but you don't need much else. Its typing ability and move pool rise it above its pretty good stats, 4.5 stars. Its evolution level isn't anything crazy, so its availability will stay the same as Shellos' 4 stars, though sadly its concept really doesn't get much better. It's still pretty much just a literal sea slug, but the whole different forms for different climates thing is cool, and it does at least add a little something, with its horns being a reference to the Japanese name for sea slug, sea cow, or cattle. 2.5 stars. But its design, I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Shellos. On one hand, I do like how the darker parts on the upper half of its body have now grown to almost look like harder armor topped with horns, but the eyes really kind of deviate away from feeling like a Pokemon. It looks much more alien, especially compared to cute little Shellos, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. At the very least, it adds to the unique and interesting feel of this Pokemon, and once again, the pink one is far superior, 4 stars, so that will slide Gastrodon into the final score of 3.75 stars overall. Aipom is surprisingly good in a playthrough. We're rating them all, and I'll be honest, I had no idea it had 70 attack and 85 speed. I always thought it was more of a gimmick Pokemon with Baton Pass, but those stats are actually really good, considering you can find it as early as right after the second gym in Johto. Granted, in true Gen 2 it is much worse since it doesn't evolve and it's going to get severely outclassed late game, but in Gen 4 onward you only have to use it until level 32, and in that case it's pretty solid. Its moveset is pretty awful, but at least in Johto, Headbutt is free and it gets plenty of really good TM options like U-Turn, Shadow Claw, Brick Break, Dig, and Thunder Wave. It would probably get a 4 in Gen 4, but a 2 in Gen 2, so it'll get 3 stars in Battle Prowess. And in case you didn't pick up on it, it's actually only available pre-Elite 4 in Johto and Sinnoh, but in both of those regions it's available before the second gym, so that'll be 5 stars. Aipom is then obviously based on an assortment of monkeys, but with an exaggerated prehensile tail, making it a huge hand, which is pretty funny, but not all that interesting, 2.5 stars. Despite the simple concept, however, I really like its design. The goofy or even mischievous smile, the unique purple fur, even though like typical toddler bedhead, I think it does a really good job of showing off a silly little monkey. It's just a goofy little guy, I like it, 3.5 stars, which ends up giving Aipom the final score of 3.5 stars overall. Sinnoh saved so many Johto Pokemon with some great evolutions, but some not as much as others. We're rating them all, and Ambipom is at least pretty fun in battle, mostly due to its ability Technician, which boosts its weaker moves by 50%. Though it surprisingly doesn't learn Fake Out, but still, paired with what I think is its signature move at the time, Double Hit in Gen 4 and Dual Chop in Gen 8, paired with its 100 attack and 115 speed, and this little weird monkey can output some pretty scary damage. But it is very frail and won't last very long, 3.5 stars. Aipom got 5 stars availability since you can get it before the second gym in both regions it's available in before the post game, and evolving at level 32 isn't late enough to deserve a penalty, so 5 stars. Then where Aipom was essentially just a monkey with an exaggerated prehensile tail with a hand, Ambipom is a monkey with 2 exaggerated prehensile tails with hands. I mean, I guess it's not worse, 2.5 stars. But its design is so much worse. Oh my god, what did they do to cute little Aipom? What is that?
Monkey.
A monkey?
Yeah.
What color is it?
Purple.
Good job, buddy. What's on his tail?
Yellow.
Yellow. Is it a hand? Is it kind of a big hand?
They can't.
Okay, cute might be a stretch, but Ambipom's face is somehow so much worse and so weird and creepy. Not to mention the Miltank udders or like inflated medical glove hands. They're so weird and so gross, yet they somehow made it worse by giving them pink tips? I mean, why? Come on. And its hair even looks stupid. This is one of the very few Gen 4 misses with evolutions, and a really bad one at that. 1 star. But even with that, Ambipom manages to pull out 3 stars overall, still in the bottom 5. though. Drifloon is one of the more famous, oh my god, that's creepy kind of Pokemon. Lording them all, and well, to start in battle, it's pretty solid. Though correct me if I'm wrong here, high defense and bad HP is better than high HP and bad defense? I don't know, but its speed and special attack are pretty great, and Ghost Flying is an interesting type combination with a whopping 3 immunities, but also 5 weaknesses. In Gen 4 though, its move pool is pretty awful. The only moves worth note it gets are Gust and Payback. But it does get a huge upgrade in Gen 8 by getting both Hex and Shadow Ball by level 20, which is just nuts for that early in the game. But I do think how bad it is in the early gens kind of outweighs how good it can be later on, so 3 stars. Its availability is also pretty well known for being a specific day encounter in original Sinnoh, but it is still available super early there, as well as in Kalos, Alola, and Galar. However, you can't get it until after the 6th gym in Unova, so that will bring its average down to 4.5 stars. Its concept though is by far the most well-known part of this Pokemon. It's based on a balloon that tries to, I actually don't know if I can say this on here, it spirits away kids. Though its success at doing so does seem to vary. It attempts to, but fails in Sinnoh, then succeeds from Unova through Kalos, and becomes fatphobic in Alola apparently, and then fails again in Galar, and seems to succeed in Paldea. I feel like I can't give this 5 stars for obvious and creepy reasons, but it is undeniably a really creative concept for a ghost balloon Pokemon. Reluctantly 5 stars. And its design at face value is a pretty simple little balloon creature, but I do think that it is surprisingly well done. Sure, the little cloud hair is a bit random, but the little heart hands posing as balloon weights for unsuspecting children to grab onto, and the X of tape over its mouth I think has a bit of double meaning. Both it patches up a puncture explaining why it's a ghost of a balloon, but also a bit of a creepier idea is that it plays into the kidnapping theme. Either way, shockingly good, albeit simple design. 4.5 stars, which will grab Drifloon the final score of 4.25 stars overall, letting the top 5 slip out of its grasp. Drifblim really tones down the creepy from Drifloon for some reason, but we're hitting them all, and it is actually pretty awesome in battle. It has the whole Wailord archetype of crazy high HP and awful defenses, but it is at least decently fast and can hit decently hard. As I said with Drifloon, its Ghost Flying typing is a bit of a double-edged sword, and its move pool was again kind of weird in Gen 4. It seems to want to be more of a support Pokemon with Stockpile, Ominous Wind, and Baton Pass, but it does at least get Shadow Ball and actually a pretty great host of TMs. Then in Gen 8, it doesn't change too much on that front other than adding both Phantom Force and Strength Sap, which are amazing to be fair, and its Unburden ability can also come in really clutch in a tough spot. It's not amazing by any means, but it is really good. 4 stars. Its availability will stay the same 4.5 stars as Drifloon since it's available super early everywhere it's in, other than Unova, but its concept is where it does sadly get a bit less interesting. It of course still has the same basis of being a ghostly balloon, this time a hot air balloon, but what made Drifloon so famously interesting was how actually horrifying it was intentionally attempting to be. But only in Gen 7 and 8 does Drifblim even really allude to actually spiriting people away, and even then it seems more like that person just happened to grab on and go for a ride. And in the other generations, it's more like they just got picked up and can end up anywhere, not nowhere. Big difference, which is, well, better, but less interesting for a Pokemon. 4 stars. And its design I actually do like a lot better, but at the same time, I think it's a bit worse, if that makes sense. Drifloon had a clear purpose with its little balloon string feet, but Drifblim is just a ghostly hot air balloon. Like I said, I think it looks much cooler, and it does still keep the patched over puncture idea explaining its ghost type, but overall it seems to be lacking as much purpose or direction. 4 stars. But that still does ascend Drifblim to a respectable 4.125 stars overall. It really helps in my head to pretend that Baneri and Lopunny are totally separate. Baneri is so cute, and let's just not talk about Lopunny yet. We're hitting them all, and Baneri can shockingly be pretty good in battle. 66 attack and 85 speed are great for the early game, and its defenses are decent enough to not be a liability. Granted, with it being a friendship evolution, you technically don't have to use it much at all before it evolves, but if you do, in Gen 4 it gets Frustration by level up, and that will be really powerful at first. But sadly, Dexit takes that away in Gen 8, and its move pool is pretty bad otherwise, so that will keep its battle powers from being any higher than 3.5 stars. And you can get Baneri before the second gym in Sinnoh and Alola, but before the third gym in Unova as a version exclusive, so that will just barely bring its average availability score down to 4.5 stars. Its concept is fairly cool for what is essentially just a bunny rabbit. The main thing, of course, being the coiled up ears that it uses for punches and such, which is more interesting than I thought, but still not all that great. 2.5 stars. It is at least successfully very cute. I don't know how, but I do wish they would have demonstrated the more powerful coiled up ear thing a bit better. It looks more like it's just kind of curling it up to be shy or cute, and the big fluff ball skirt thing is a bit odd. Baneri's design is strange to me. When I look at the Pokemon as a whole, it's really cute, I like it, but when you look at the actual details, they're kind of weird and don't really seem to fit too well. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I hope some of you at least know what I mean. 3.5 stars, which will give Baneri the final score of 3.5 stars overall. Oh god, we're at the Lopunny Rate 'em All episode. Why did they have to give you guys this, like, purposeful fuel? And well, to start it off, in battle, Lopunny is pretty decent, but it has 76 attack. That's only 10 points higher than Baneri's. But okay, yeah, sure, obviously it gets some extra speed and much thicker defensively, which will help it take more hits and last longer, but still. Its main upside in battle is the fact that it's a friendship evolution, so you can get this strong of a Pokemon before the 3rd gym most of the time, and in Gens 4 through 7, it should also have Return, which would help it dish out huge damage that early in the game. But then in Gen 8, they stripped that away and left it with a pretty mid move pool otherwise. It does get some pretty useful TMs though, so with that along with its early game domination will be enough for 4 stars in battle prowess, even though it will fall off a bit later on. And since it's a friendship evolution that you can get at basically any point, its availability will get a small boost from 4.5 up to 5 stars. Oh, and these last 2 categories is where it's gonna get weird. I mean, Lopunny is clearly and very directly based on a bunny, and not just the rabbit kind. The kind that I don't think I can say on here, but I'll just say old Hugh had a whole herd of them. As much as I want to penalize its concept score for that direct of furry bait, it is at least more interesting and unique than just being a rabbit. 3 stars. And oh god, here we go. Lopunny's design is, sadly, a very successful, deliberate attempt at making a Rule 34 furry bait Pokemon. There is absolutely no way you can convince me this wasn't absolutely the goal of this Pokemon. Between the strong legs with knee-high either socks or boots, the cuffs, yes, those ones, the long fluffy ears portraying that same women's 80 hairstyle, and I mean, come on, they even gave it the bunny dip in the Gen 5 sprites. There's no way that was an accident. Like, this is literally a bunny. There's no way around it, and now I have to explain to my wife why I'm Googling bunnies. But with all that being said, as much as I think it's super weird that they designed it that way, you can't deny that they did a really good job at it. It portrays that concept perfectly, but it's still obviously not among the best of the best design-wise. 4.5 stars. So that will give Lopunny the final score of 4.125 stars, and thankfully not in the top 5. And at least Mega Lopunny kind of turns down the temperature on what Lopunny was going for. We're rating them all, and Mega Lopunny is kind of a monster actually. 130s in attack and speed and 90s in defense, so it can dish out some damage and take plenty of hits. I do like how they added on the fighting type both stylistically and in battle, though surprisingly it does get very few fighting type moves. But to be fair, throw Return and Charm or something on there, and that's pretty much all you need for Mega Lopunny to be really good. 4.5 stars. Its availability is super weird, and part of the reason why I've always said take these Mega videos with a grain of salt, because the only game that it and its Mega Stone are available in is Oras. But the weird part is that Baneri is only available there after you get the national dex, but even weirder is that that isn't actually post-game in these games. And the last fold that makes it weird is the fact that I haven't counted that for any Pokemon before this, because it's just super convoluted and doesn't make much sense. But it is kind of the only thing we can measure here, and it's late, but not crazy late for a Mega. 2.5 stars. And its concept is thankfully much less of the Hefner kind of bunny, and more so just back to being a cartoon bunny that is also kind of an aerobic or athletic fighter. Far less weird, but not any more or less interesting. 3 stars. Its design really does bring down that tone from Lopunny, with one glaring exception. They just had to give it torn pantyhose, which just proves me right that the game freaks over there did Lopunny like this on purpose. But otherwise, I do think that its design is actually pretty good. It just went full into the 80s aerobic outfit idea with the aforementioned pantyhose, the hair tied up now instead of flowing, and the weird arm sleeve things that they did back then. Man, the 80s were a weird time that I'm glad I barely missed. The hairbow bunny ears are actually pretty cute too. Mega Lopunny looks decent for what it's meant to be, and thankfully isn't as weird. 4 stars, which will land Mega Lopunny the final score of 3.5 stars overall. What is Johto's obsession with making mid-Pokemon that don't evolve and aren't even usable in Johto? We're rating them all, and Misdreavus' stats are actually kind of decent. 85 in special stats and speed is really good for the early game and until it evolves in the regions it's available. Its move pool is pretty good in Gen 4 with Confuse Ray, Psybeam, and Shadow Ball. Then in Gen 7 it does get Hex early, which is nice, and of course it does have some solid TM options. Not to mention its 2 immunities thanks to Levitate, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised with Misdreavus. 3.5 stars. Its availability is ridiculous, just like Murkrow's. Oh, and I actually did do the math wrong on Murkrow's video. It's supposed to be 3 stars, not 3.5, so that's been fixed on the docs. And Misdreavus has pretty much the exact same availability, with the exception of being available before the 6th gym in the Johto remakes, which ends up averaging out to the same 3 stars. Misdreavus is then pretty obviously, well, a ghost, but it is based off quite a few different types of spirits in folklore, and more specifically a banshee, a spirit known for screaming and wailing, which is also just literally a Misdreavus dex entry. So while it's not all that creative, it's still an awesome concept for the second ever ghost ghost Pokemon, 4 stars. Its design is simple yet really well done. It's a pretty stereotypical floating head or even bedsheet looking ghost, but with the flair of the flowing hair that looks like wisps, the jewelry, the big eyes to give it just enough cute to be a convincing first stage Pokemon, but sadly another one of our loved ones destroyed by 3D. Either way though, 4 stars, which ends up giving Misdreavus the final score of 3.625 stars overall. Mismagius is one of the many Sinnoh evolutions that completely saved a previous Pokemon. We're running them all, and it's undeniably pretty darn good in battle. 105 in speed and both special stats isn't amazing, but it is very good. Then with its ghost typing paired with Levitate, it has 3 immunities, and like most ghost types, it has great support and utility moves like Confuse Ray, Will-O-Wisp, and Thunder Wave. Then even in Gen 4, it has great offensive options with plenty of coverage, which of course gets even better in the newer games. So even though its stats aren't game-breaking, they're plenty good enough paired with its usefulness otherwise to get 5 stars for battle prowess. Availability isn't quite as simple as copying over Misdreavus's, since it isn't even in Gen 2 of course, and I actually got it wrong by including a post-game encounter in the Ultra games, but you can get Misdreavus before the 2nd gym in Sinnoh as a version exclusive, before the 6th in the Johto remakes, and super early in Alola, which would average out to 4 stars, but the Duskstone to evolve into Mismagius is at best mid-game and at worst post-game in those games, so that will bring it down to 3.5 stars. Misdreavus was more or less your stereotypical bedsheet ghost with inspirations from a Banshee, a type of spirit known for its screaming and wailing, along with a few other spirits, which was really cool for sure. But then Mismagius adds on to it and I think really brings it all together with the whole witch or wizard idea and the purple coloring from a witch-like yokai, 5 stars. And its design does a really good job at showing that with the big witch's hat as well as keeping the jewels and wispy parts from Misdreavus. I think it's a very good design from the color scheme to the details. I like it quite a bit. But the super long neck and body thing really throws me off. It's a good design, but it isn't incredible or top tier, 4 stars. But that will still actually give Mismagius 4.375 stars overall and a spot on the top 5 for now. They did Murkrow so dirty. We're rating them all, and Murkrow is just not good enough to stand on its own. Its stat spread is very similar to Yanma actually, and has the same story. Sure, it's fast and hits pretty hard, and I would say that it sucks to use in the generations where it doesn't evolve, but it isn't even usable until post-game in said regions. So its battle prowess should be helped by that, since you only have to use it until it evolves. Or it would be if that wasn't also super late in most games. But if you were to use it, it's garbage in Gen 2, kind of decent in Gen 4 actually, and at least in Gen 7 gets some really solid TM options. This is a really tough one to rate honestly, but I think 2.5 stars is fair. And as I pretty heavily hinted at there, its availability is ridiculous. It isn't available in Johto at all. You have to get it in Kanto in the Johto games. In Sinnoh, it's actually available before the 2nd gym, but as a version exclusive. Then not until after the 6th gym in Kalos, and even worse, it's not until right after the last trial in Alola, but then the first trial in Ultra Alola. So I can't believe it, but that actually averages out to 3.5 stars. Its concept is actually pretty fantastic. You take a crow, a bird typically ascribed with dark folklore, and slap a whole bunch of witch inspiration on top, and you have yourself a great concept for a dark and flying type, 4 stars. Then its design just absolutely delivers on that. The witch hat, the beak that could be taken as a hooked nose, the broomstick tail, so well done. I don't even really like Murkrow at all, but this is an incredible design that paints its concept perfectly. But it does feel like it's just missing something keeping it from being among the best. I don't know what, but that's 4.5 stars. So that all boils down to a stunningly high 3.625 stars for Murkrow. Honchkrow is so awesome and single-handedly dragged Murkrow out from obscurity. Wearing a Malin is a lot of fun to use in battle, mostly due to its super luck ability, which raises crit chance, coupled with moves like Night Slash and Air Cutter make it feel like a guaranteed critical hit. Its move pool is also just full of great utility and setup options like Sucker Punch, Nasty Plot, Thunder Wave, and obviously plenty of great offensive options as well. But this is still a Murkrow evolution, and therefore is shockingly frail defensively and sadly not really fast enough to overcome that. Its HP and attacks are still really great though, so it still gets 4.5 stars in battle prowess. And once again, we can't just copy and paste Murkrow's availability since Honchkrow isn't available in Gen 2, and I messed up Murkrow's by including a post-game encounter, so that actually does help Honchkrow quite a bit, but we have to take the Duskstone into consideration. You can get Murkrow super early in Sinnoh and Alola, but as a version exclusive in Sinnoh, then fairly late game in Kalos. So that would average it out to 4 stars, but as we went over with Mismagius, the Duskstone being late or even post-game in those games will knock it down to 3.5 stars. And Murkrow already had a great concept of being a crow, which is typically considered a darker, creepy bird in folklore, and loads of witch-like inspiration, which Honchkrow does seem to move away from a bit. Now it's much more clearly based on a mob boss or head honcho crow, but as we'll get into with design, it doesn't completely abandon the witch theme, and therefore could also be seen as a coven leader to all the little Murkrow witches, which is a really great concept for a dark flying type crow Pokemon, 5 stars. And its design honestly does an amazing job at portraying having both the mob boss theme and the witch or wizard theme. Its tail is still reminiscent of a witch's broom, and the hat could really go both ways as either a mobster's fedora or a big witch's hat. The fluffy white plumage could either be seen as a big wizard's beard, or in combination with its darker feathers around it, could even be part of a typical mobster's suit, which is all just brought together and made even better looking with the dark red accents and the crescent moon eye pattern. This is subtly a really incredible design. 5 stars, which will give Honchkrow an amazing 4.5 stars overall and a spot on the Sinnoh top 5. This little cat and its evolution are absurdly confusing as Pokemon. We're reading them all, and let me explain. Firstly, in battle with its whopping 310 base stat total, you'd think, oh, this is at least a usable early game Pokemon. Except you'd be wrong, because not only does it not evolve until the outrageous level 38, it also just isn't even obtainable much at all, but we'll get into that in a minute. In Gen 4, you get Fake Out, Charm, and that's about it, other than the typical list of TMs that normal types have no business learning. But hey, in Gen 8 it adds Aerial Ace. I just don't understand what the goal was here. If this was an early game Pokemon, it would be pretty decent, but it's not either of those things. 1 star in battle prowess. And as for its aforementioned availability, I mean, just look at this. The only mainline games where it's available at all other than Mirage spots is Pearl and Shining Pearl, where it isn't even available until after the 5th gym at the earliest. But as many of you have complained about, we don't count how many games it is or isn't in against it, so that's still 2.5 stars in availability. And as for its concept, it's a pretty cat with a cat toy tail, 2 stars. But its design I actually don't really dislike. The cat toy spiral is at least something to visually set it apart from just being a cat, and the stuck-up look is at least fitting. Still though, not a very cool or cute or interesting design at the end of the day. 2.5 stars. So that does give little Glameow an even 2 stars overall, which is the worst Sinnoh score so far, and frees Bidoof from the bottom 5. And its evolution is just as confusing. Perugly is a completely misunderstood Pokemon. We're reading them all, and that's partly due to how strong everyone thinks it is. And to be fair, when you fight that one early on in Sinnoh, it is, but the key word there is early on. In reality, Glameow doesn't evolve into Perugly until level 38, and at that point, sure, its 112 speed is still befuddlingly good, and its 82 attack is decent, but it's just really bad otherwise. To be fair, yeah, I guess Thick Fat is a nice ability, and its move pool is pretty good with Fake Out, Charm, Body Slam, and some decent coverage in Gen 4, and adding both Play Rough and Sucker Punch in Gen 8 is really nice for sure, but not quite enough to bring it out of the shadows cast by its poor stats. 3 stars. And its availability, as we went over with Glameow, is ridiculous. You can only get it in Pearl and Shining Pearl after the 5th gym. The only thing saving it from a late evolution penalty is the fact that you only have to raise Glameow maybe 10 levels to evolve, so it'll stay 2.5 stars. However, its concept is at least a bit more interesting than just a basic cat. Surprisingly, I don't see any reason as to why it went from glamorous to ugly other than time being a cruel mistress, I suppose, but the way that it uses its tail to bind its waist almost like a corset is actually pretty funny. 2.5 stars. And its design, though it is not really appealing at all, that is kind of the point here. Now, usually I don't go along with that logic, like just because a Pokemon is supposed to be weak or unavailable doesn't make it any less weak or unavailable, and its scores should reflect, but for design, that's a bit of a gray area. I think as long as it's both purposefully and successfully ugly, as well as still maintaining that line of it's a Pokemon, it has to be at least somewhat endearing idea that would indicate a good design. And Perugly does check those boxes. The frayed whiskers and look of an overfed mean cat of a mean stepmother or something do portray that idea well. It's not some amazing design, but I don't think that it's quite fair to just write it off as ugly. 3.5 stars, which does mean that Perugly's final score is 2.875 stars overall, and it lands in the bottom 5. Baby Pokemon always seem like such an interesting idea, but they're very rarely done well. We're reading them all, and hey, speaking of babies, my wife and I are expecting our 3rd later this year, so drop your boy name suggestions. But anyway, Chingling isn't as bad as I thought. 65 special attack is pretty decent, and its speed and defenses aren't too bad. Pure Psychic with Levitate isn't the best typing and ability, but once again, not bad. And its move pool in Gen 4 is basically just Confusion, nothing fancy at all, and in Gen 8 it at least gets Yawn, which is an upgrade, but once again, not bad, just not good. Chingling is perfectly fine for an early game Pokemon with a quick evolution, but not very good. 2.5 stars. And you can get Chingling surprisingly early in both Sinnoh and Kalos, and about mid-game in the Hoenn remake, so that does average out to 4 stars in availability. I do like its concept though. Chimecho was based on wind chimes found at Shinto shrines, colored like the dresses of the shrine maidens. So what would the baby form be? Well, a bell, of course, also based off of the ones found at said Shinto shrines. 3.5 stars. Its design is then I think a bit more interesting than its evolution, but doesn't end up looking as good. For once, I actually want to highlight the 3D sprites of Pokemon, as I think it's much better, surprisingly. The ball of the bell visibly rapidly bouncing and jingling around inside is a really nice touch, and the tassel-like things also doubling as maybe pigtails to show it's a baby Pokemon, but as I hinted at, it doesn't end up looking that good, even if it is interesting. Chimecho may be simple, but it's pretty and slick, and Chingling is kind of the opposite. 3 stars. So that will bring up Chingling the final score of 3.25 stars overall. Is Chimecho actually good? We're rating them all, and I promise that isn't just rage bait. I had no idea this thing had 95 special attack and is actually pretty bulky. Oh, it's because it was just worse until it got buffed until Gen 7. That makes more sense. It does get a pretty good amount of offensive options though, and quite a bit of support. Its moveset is obviously much worse back in Gen 3, but I feel like you guys are probably pretty used to that sentence by now. Even pre-buffs, I'm pleasantly surprised. 3 stars in battle prowess. And as for availability, you can't get it until after the 6th gym in Hoenn, but before the 3rd in X and Y, and thanks to Chingling before the 2nd in Sinnoh, so that will average out to a surprising 4 stars. With Chimecho being the Wind Chime Pokemon, it shouldn't be a surprise what it's based on, but it does go a little bit deeper. It seems to draw more inspiration from specific chimes at Shinto shrines used to repel spirits. 3.5 stars. Its design is then super simple, yet really charming and pretty adorable. I like the touch of using the colors from the actual shrine maidens, but other than that, it's fine, I suppose. It's pretty good, but that's about it. 3.5 stars, which will land Chimecho, you guessed it, 3.5 stars overall. So yeah, it's mid, but that might be exceeding expectation. I don't understand how Stunky and Skuntank are kind of evil team counterparts to Purugly because they are just so much better in every way. We're rating them all, and in battle, little Stunky is surprisingly good, and its typing is a big reason for that. Poison Dark is a great defensive typing with only one weakness, which does help patch up Stunky's poor defenses and lets its pretty solid speed and attack shine. Sadly, in Gen 4, its move pool is pretty bad at first. It doesn't get anything of note until level 20, where it at least gets Toxic, then later learns Slash and Night Slash. But in Gen 8, it's pretty awesome. Acid Spray has great utility, then with Bite, Venoshock, and Sucker Punch, Stunky is a pretty solid early game Pokemon that's just held back by its later evolution. 3.5 stars. And it is available right after the 2nd gym in Sinnoh and Kalos, then even before the 1st in Galar, though it is a version exclusive in Sinnoh, so it will average out to 4.5 stars. And Stunky may appear to just be a skunk at first glance, but it does have a pretty hilarious angle to it as well. It and its evolution especially are also really heavily inspired by, well, farts and butts. Skuntank's cry is literal farts. Which, to be fair, is a very direct and easy line to draw from skunks and their odors, but still, pretty funny. 3 stars. And its design, once again, at first glance, yeah, that's a purple skunk, but it does have some pretty clear cat features as well, maybe to really play on the whole this and Glameow were designed specifically for the evil teen duo. One is a pretty cat, the other is a fart cat skunk with an actual butt for a face. The latter of which just being way more interesting and funny, but still nothing too remarkable. 3.5 stars, which will give Stunky the final score of 3.65 stars overall. In its evolution, Skuntank is a surprisingly cool and interesting Pokemon for what it is. We're rating them all, and admittedly you would think that a Pokemon with tank in its name would have better defenses, but to be fair, its HP and attack and speed are all pretty good, and its Poison Dark typing is amazing with only one weakness. It learning Flamethrower by level up is hilarious stylistically, but honestly its special attack is usable, and it gives Skuntank an answer to Steel types which would otherwise wall it. So you pair that with Toxic, Night Slash, and some decent coverage moves, especially in Gen 8 when you add offense against fairies, and Skuntank is surprisingly good. 4 stars. For its failability, it evolving from Stunky at level 34 puts it like right at the cusp of getting a late evolution penalty since you can find Stunky so early, but it's not quite there, so it'll stay 4.5 stars. And its concept actually does take a pretty big step up from Stunky, who is basically a little cat skunk slash fart joke. Skuntank adds on to the flatulence and gas joke by adding a pretty obvious inspiration from tanks by being able to open up its tail and fire out projectiles and flamethrowers produced by said gases. It also takes some design inspiration from the Bozuzoku biker gangs, and honestly all of this combined makes for a really interesting take on a skunk Pokemon. 4.5 stars. Its design though does seem to tone down the whole butt face joke and turns it into more of a cat face instead, I guess to show it's the other side of the duo with Purugly, but even if it may not do as good of a job portraying that part of its concept, I think it does do a much better job at just, well, looking cooler. Skuntank looks like it should be a Pokemon that's used by the evil teams. It looks like a mean and nasty skunk with its tail giving it the Bozuzoku pompadour and everything. Skuntank is surprisingly cool, and for sure one of the best shinies in Sinnoh. 4 stars. So that does actually land Skuntank a whopping 4.25 stars overall, but not quite a spot on the top 5. People always overhate on Gens 1 and 5 for their object Pokemon, but ignore the fact that they're in pretty much every generation. Forwarding them all, and unlike its evolution, Bronzor is sadly just so bad. Its typing and abilities are both incredible, and so are its defenses, but its offensive stats are basically useless, and you'd think that it would at least be decent at being a supportive wall, but because of the way that level up moves work in the wild, I can never manage to find one that hasn't already forgotten Confuse Ray, and without it, its move pool is pretty much pointless. Like, yes, Bronzor is going to take hits, but that isn't worth much of anything if it isn't also supporting or dealing damage, neither of which Bronzor does very well. And the fact that it doesn't evolve until level 33 makes it even worse, 2 stars. Though it is available way earlier than it seems, you can find it before the 3rd gym in Sinnoh and even earlier in Galar, so that actually just barely averages out to 5 stars. It seems to be pretty directly based off an old Japanese myth of a temple melting down those antique carved bronze mirrors to turn into a bell, but that took a very dark and spiritual turn, 4 stars. But its design never really read that way to me. Granted, that's probably just a cultural difference. I'm sure people who grew up around these Asian cultures probably do recognize this as one of those bronze mirrors, but to me, I always thought this was more of an ancient mystical coin or something. But either way, it's a pretty successful object Pokemon design. The mysterious pattern on its back and the cute little face do manage to give it some character and maybe even make it kinda cute, 3 stars. So that will give Bronzor a decent 3.5 stars overall. But when it evolves, Bronzong is a defensive Pokemon done right. Orbiting them all, and Bronzong can be awesome. Firstly, its Steel Psychic typing is incredible defensively, and really either of its abilities make it even better, even if Levitate is definitely superior, especially in a land of no fire types Sinnoh, and its stats are distributed in a way that of course helps its defensive role, but it is far from useless otherwise. Its attack stats are decent, and with moves like Confuse Ray, Extrasensory, Heavy Slam, Gyro Ball, Payback, and a lot of good TM options, Bronzong may not ever wow you, but it is reliably good, 4 stars. Its evolution level isn't anything too crazy, so its availability will stay Bronzor surprisingly high, 5 stars, but its concept does take a step up. As I said with Bronzor, these two are based on the Japanese myth of a temple melting down local women's bronze mirrors to turn into a bell, but one of them gets possessed more or less, and they end up rolling it into a swamp. But Bronzong also draws inspiration from a Mesoamerican rain god, which is a perfect parallel for this bell that was used in Japan to pray for good harvests, 5 stars. And its design is one of those that may not look amazing or imposing or anything too fancy, but it does portray its concept very well. Its face and patterns look very similar to said Aztec deity and Mesoamerican culture in general, and I think that the teeth and large red eyes give it that bit of mystical or possessed feel that I think so many object Pokemon are missing. Bronzong's design may be a bit odd, but I think that it is done very well, 4 stars. So Bronzong does surprisingly rise to 4.5 stars overall and lands a spot on the Sinnoh top 5. Oh no, don't take me back to the Johto region. Like it didn't have enough baby Pokemon already, you had to just add more in Gen 4. Orbiting them all, and Bonsly is actually really good in battle. Okay, yes, it has 10 speed, but I mean 80 attack and 95 defense is actually pretty amazing in the early game, and its special defense isn't bad at all for a rock type. I know I don't normally reference Gen 9, but I used one in a Johto only run of Scarlet, and it unironically crushed the abundant bug, flying, and normal types until it evolved, which is only like level 15 to 17 depending on the region. But even in Gen 4, its move pool is fine. Mind your matchups and remember we judge them on when they would be used, and that's 4 stars in battle prowess. And its availability is a lot. You can get it before the 3rd gym as a version exclusive in Sinnoh, before the 1st in Alola, and before the 4th in Galar. But you can technically get it by breeding a Sudowoodo that's holding a rock incense in Johto and Kalos, which you can get around the 3rd gym in Kalos, but you can't even get the Sudowoodo until right before the last gym there, and it's post-game in Johto, and since that's not technically its home region, we don't count post-game, so as confusing as that is, that will bring its average down to 3.5 stars. And if you remember, Sudowoodo got 5 stars in concept for being what's honestly one of the more creative ideas for a rock type. It's based on fossilized or petrified wood, which mimics what it used to be, wood or a tree. Maybe 5 stars was a bit too high for Sudowoodo, but I do think that Bonsly, who takes all of that and adds on the fact that it's a baby bonsai plant in a flower pot that cries all the time, is enough to push it back up to 5 stars. And I promise I'm just as shocked as you guys are that Bonsly is doing this well, and I don't think that that's gonna stop here with design. I think it is undeniably better than its evolution. The main reason being the bonsai flower pot's doubling as a baby's diaper for this crying baby fake plant. And otherwise, it's just genuinely really cute, which is weirdly something you can't say about most baby Pokemon. 4 stars. So I can't believe it, but that gives Bonsly a shockingly high 4.125 stars overall. Sudowoodo is somehow super iconic, yet totally forgettable at the same time. We're rating them all, and its stats are at least pretty solid with 100 attack and 115 defense. Even its special defense isn't as bad as most rock types. I'll admit, I don't think I've ever actually used it, but even back in Gen 2, with low kick, rock slide, and either dig or earthquake, it was respectable. Then it actually becomes pretty awesome in the later later generations with moves like Hammer Arm, Stone Edge, Wood Hammer, Sucker Punch, and even Head Smash with its Rock Head ability nullifying the recoil, and even some awesome TM coverage to boot. I am kind of flying blind here, but Sudowoodo seems kind of awesome. I actually really want to use it now, but I think its speed and special defense will keep it from being too high, 3.5 stars. Its availability is all over the place. You can just catch it before the 4th gym in Johto, after the 5th gym as a version exclusive in Sinnoh, then not until right before the 8th gym in Kalos, but on Route 1 in Alola and on the 2nd island in Ultra Alola. Then finally after the 3rd gym in Galar, so that all ends up at 3.5 stars. Sudowoodo's concept is definitely its strongest point. I think it's one of the better ideas from Gen 2. It's based on petrified or fossilized wood, and its name literally just means fake wood, which plays right into every childhood first encounter with this thing. I know we all sent out our Quilava or Pidgeotto and we're just so confused. A mimic rock disguised as a tree. It's a simple but really solid concept. 5 stars. Its design, however, I think fell a little too far from the tree. I think it looks more like one of those stick insects with Ditto's face slapped on it than a tree, but I know that's an overreaction. I'm not saying it's a bad design by any means. It does portray the concept well, and normally I'm a proponent of simplicity in design, but I feel like Sudowoodo is just too plain and boring. 3.5 stars. And oh no, that means it's another 3.875 star Johto Pokemon. How do I keep doing this? Who knew these Sinnoh babies were actually really good this whole time? We're rating them all, and Mime Jr. is shockingly strong. 70 special attack, 90 special defense, and 60 speed is really good for an unassuming baby Pokemon. And of course, its Psychic Fairy typing is incredible and made even better by its ability Filter, which weakens super effective moves. Its move pool could be better, but just Confusion coming off of that special attack is decent, and it would be really nice if it at least got a Fairy type move in the later generations, but regardless, you only have to use it into the mid-teens until it evolves into Ash's dad, and in that time, it's pretty solid. 3.5 stars. And it's also shockingly available. You can get it before the 3rd gym in Sinnoh and Kalos, but as a version exclusive in Sinnoh, that you can get it pretty much right away in Alola, and it is technically also available through breeding a Galarian Mr. Mime found super late into Galar, so that will sadly tank its availability down to 3.5 stars, which has a very similar story to Bonsly, and it's also similarly much more interesting than its evolution. Mr. Mime is more or less a creepy pantomime clown creature with a side job as a stepdad, but Mime Jr. takes it a step further. It of course keeps the clown and mime aspects, but now it also has the dunce cap for a court jester, as well as the fairy type alluding to typical small magical creatures in folklore like gnomes and, well, fairies. 4.5 stars. And its design is definitely better than its evolution. You guys know I love my Gen 1 Pokemon, but Mr. Mime is just horrible to look at, where Mime Jr. is actually kind of cute, but in like a creepy little doll with empty soulless eyes staring back at you kind of way. Sorry if you can't unsee that now, but I do think that it is a really good baby Pokemon design with the teeny little legs and the dunce cap that could maybe even double as like old school toddler sleeping caps to portray baby. Still very weird though. 3 stars. So that will give Mime Jr. the final score of 3.625 stars overall, and I guess on a baby's top 5 if we're doing one. Mr. Mime is just abhorrent, but it is shockingly good in battle. We're rating them all, and look at these stats: 100 special attack, 120 special defense, and 90 speed. Not to mention just being a Gen 1 psychic type, which is broken in and of itself, but it just keeps getting better throughout the generations. It actually gained 20 special defense in Gen 2, then it gets the incredible filter ability in Gen 4, and finally it gets the best type in the game, Fairy, in Gen 6. It can set up screens, outspeed and hit like a truck. It gets all sorts of coverage TMs. Am I crazy for giving this thing 5 stars in battle prowess? It's actually available shockingly early in every game that it's in. It ends up averaging out to 4.5 stars. Then it's obviously based on a pantomime mixed with a clown, with the whole being trapped in invisible boxes thing, which I hate to admit is actually a pretty great idea for a psychic type Pokemon whose whole thing is to set up screens. 4 stars. Its design is probably going to be controversial here. According to the community polls, you guys clearly think this is a 3-star design, and I guess it does portray the concept really well actually, with the almost dunce cap style ears, the jester-like shoes, and the clown makeup. But god, I can't be the only one who just can't stand this thing, can I? I think it's one of the worst looking Pokemon of all time. Before the poll, I was 100% gonna give it 1 star. But I hear your point, and I'll settle on 2 stars, bringing Ash's dad to the final score of 3.875 stars. So many of these baby Pokemon were just so unnecessary. We're rating them all, and Happiny is definitely one of them. And okay, yes, for battle prowess, both Chansey and Blissey's videos were very controversial since they got 2 and 2.5 stars respectively in battle prowess, which a lot of you thought was too low. But to be fair, I did do a poll way back in the Gen 1 days, and the opinion was pretty split. This whole line acts as more or less an impenetrable shield against special attacks, but is almost entirely useless otherwise. I could see Blissey being higher because of its usable special attack, but Happiny really doesn't get any of that benefit. It has 5 attack and 15 special attack. Sure, it'll soak up some early game water guns, but other than Charm, that's about all it's doing. 1.5 stars in Battle Prowess. And like most baby Pokemon, its availability is super convoluted. The only way to get Happiny in Sinnoh is by catching a Chansey, then after acquiring Surf, getting a Luck Incense, and breeding for one. And otherwise, the only other game that counts in our system where you can catch it is Alola, and you can catch it on the first island there. And I know this sounds crazy. I've never seen so many that doesn't count games, but we don't count post-game, Mirage Spots, DLC, Legends Arceus, or Paldea since the open world kind of breaks the system, which has all been normal throughout the series, but seeing it all at once is a bit crazy, and it will average out to 4.5 stars. And Chansey actually got 5 stars in concept, fulfilling that cliche but kind of necessary RPG healer trope, as well as the whole it's an egg that gives out healing eggs thing. And I don't see any reason for Happiny to go any lower. It has all of those same ideas, just as a baby now, 5 stars. And I know you guys are convinced that I hate cute pink Pokemon, but just like Chansey, I think Happiny has a great design. Firstly, it's adorable. Look at that happy little face hugging its egg, come on. But also, more practically, I think they honestly nailed the baby Chansey look. The bottom half kind of doubles as a diaper and an egg that it's hatching from. The little top ponytail thing looks like what my wife and I call a sproutlet when we put our daughter's hair up since she doesn't have enough hair for a real ponytail yet. Now don't get me wrong, I don't think this is some best of the best design, but it is very good. 4 stars. So that will average out to give Happiny a very nice 3.75 stars overall and a spot on the baby's top 5. How the heck am I supposed to handle Chansey as we rate them all? Well, I did a poll to help out since it really depends on what you value. It's one of the best stall mons ever, but that's literally all it does, and it's otherwise useless. So sure, it can be really good, but this comment here made a really good point. Stalling is great in competitive and in Nuzlocke, but in a normal playthrough, it's pretty pointless. So with that in mind, but not forgetting the potential for toxic stalls, it'll get 2 stars. And it's actually way more available than I thought, mid-game in Kanto and Alola, than actually really early on in Sinnoh and Let's Go. So thanks to our new system here, it'll average out to 4 stars. Chansey is based on, well, an egg, I suppose. No, but for real, it's obviously supposed to be the typical RPG healer, with its happy demeanor, replenishing eggs, and its general nurturing and healing nature. Every RPG needs a healer, it's a cliche concept for a reason, because it's really good. 5 stars. Its design then actually kinda nails it. You don't need to know anything about Chansey or its use in game to know that it's supposed to be a super thick healer. I love the egg giving eggs thing, that's super unique, and its little face and smile is so cute. 5 stars. Whoever complained that my bottom 5 was full of all the pink Pokemon, here you go. Chansey's final score is 4 stars, closer to the top 5 than the bottom.
Pokemon like Blissey really kind of break the system here as we rate them all. And Blissey, I mean, is an instant win button on any special attacker. It will not lose. But it's also pretty much entirely useless against any physical attacker. It will get taken out very easily. It is invaluable in competitive or Nuzlocke playstyles, but in a normal playthrough, there's just no need for it. Sure, it absolutely can guarantee some wins for you, but most of the time it's riding the bench. I think 2.5 stars is fair. And as we went over in the Chansey video, it's also way more available than you'd think. 4 stars. And Chansey also got 5 stars in concept for being the pretty funny idea of an egg who gives out eggs that heal people, which is a fun spin on the stereotypical healer niche in RPGs. Every RPG needs one, but this one is super unique. 5 stars. But Blissey's design I don't think is quite as good. I think adding the angelic looking frilly skirt and shoulder things was a bit much. And I think that Chansey's axolotl ears looked a lot better than Blissey's curls. I don't know, don't get me wrong, Blissey is still good for most of the same reasons as Chansey, but I think that they tried to do a little bit too much with it. 3.5 stars, which lands Blissey the final score of 3.75 stars overall.
I'll be totally honest, Chatot is a completely forgettable Pokemon even with its gimmick. But rating them all in, well, honestly, it is much better than I realized, but still pretty bad. Sure, 90s in speed and special attack is nice, but not nice enough to overcome those defenses. And its only move in Gen 4 really even worth mentioning is its signature move Chatter, which, you know, being banned for people slinging slurs aside, it's a pretty solid move. A 60 base power flying move that also causes confusion is nice. And it does get a bit of an upgrade in Gen 8, with Chatter getting a bit stronger and adding Hyper Voice as well, but even with that, it's pretty mid at best. 2.5 stars. And you can actually get it through an in-game trade super early in Sinnoh and a tad later in Kalos, and that's actually it. So it manages to get 4.5 stars in availability. Though for concept, it seems more interesting than it actually is. Clearly, it's based on a parrot, and its whole thing is mimicry for both speech and some musical inspiration, but that's already something that parrots actually do. There's nothing that really sets it apart as a Pokemon conceptually. 2 stars. But its design, I do think, rises above the boring concept, at least a little bit. it. The musical note head and metronome tail are pretty cool and unique, but for some reason it doesn't seem to fit. It looks almost patched together. But the color scheme is nice to look at, still though, not all that cool or interesting of a design. 2.5 stars. So that does mean that Chatot final score is 2.875 stars overall, and it lands in the bottom 5. Spiritomb is still to this day one of the more unique Pokemon out there. We're rating them all, and that's partly due to its Ghost Dark typing, which for about 6 years it was one of the only Pokemon without a single weakness. Sure, it isn't the best typing offensively, but with its 3 immunities, 108 in defenses, and 92 in attacks, Spiritomb was a force back in the day and was never easy to deal with. Even back in Gen 4, it could get really scary really fast with its honestly insane move pool. Confuse Ray, Shadow Sneak, Hypnosis, and Dream Eater while setting up with Nasty Plot and Ominous Wind. Oh, and a handful of great TM options. Then in Gen 8, its move pool is of course even better. I think this is one of those situations where its stats alone aren't quite worth 5 stars in battle prowess, but paired with its insane typing and move pool, it is. 5 stars. Oh, but its availability is the reason why most of us have never even attempted to use it in a playthrough. The only region you can get it in before the post-game is Sinnoh, and in Sinnoh it is famously obnoxious to get. As I'm sure you're aware, you have to talk to 32 people in the underground before finding it on Route 209, which doesn't sound bad, but oh my god, it is. It's bad. So sure, technically it's available before the 3rd gym, but this is one of those very rare instances where its difficulty does deserve a whole star penalty. 3.5 stars. And the main reason it's one of the most unique Pokemon lies in its concept. It's based on, well, a lot of things actually. A spirit bound in one place in Norwegian folklore, a Buddhist tradition, prayer beads, the will o' the wisps, then so many things related to the number 108, including real-world inspirations like the 108 Stars of Destiny. It's a sacred number in some religions, its defenses are 108, its Sinnoh Dex number is 108, and in those entries it says it was formed by 108 spirits, it weighs 108 kilograms, and many other in-game references. This is only a brief overview, but it clearly deserves 5 stars. Its design is also incredibly unique. However, I do think this is a good example of why we have concept and design as separate categories. Because while thematically Spiritomb is very unique and interesting and deep, its design doesn't do a great job at showing that, nor does it actually look all that cool. Sure, once you read into it, you can tell that the floating souls around it could also be like prayer beads locking it into place, but the face is just a generic ghost face, and so is the spiraling ghostly energy. It's not a bad design by any means, but I do think that it could have been a lot better, and it kind of drops the ball a bit. 3.5 stars. So that will grant Spiritomb the final score of 4.25 stars overall, but traps it below the bottom 5. The Gible to Garchomp evolution line is the undisputed best pseudo-legend for a playthrough. We're rating them all, and what sets Gible especially apart from the other pseudos is not only how early you can get it, but how good it actually is that early on. Most pseudos are either just unattainable early on, or actually kind of bad even if they are. But Gible's stats are really solid, 70 attack and okay enough HP, defenses, and speed for it to not be an issue at all. Dragon Ground is also just an incredible typing. Sure, it has a 4 times weakness, but you're not battling many ice types, if any at all, early on anyway. And in Gen 4, Dragon Rage in the early game is just broken, and honestly all you really need to get Gible through to the insanely early evolution level 24. And sure, it does lose that in Gen 8, but it gains Dragon Breath and Bulldoze, which may not be as powerful, but it is much more flexible. It may not be quite dominant in the early game, but it is very good. 4 stars. As for availability, I already hinted at that being a strong suit for this line, so I want to correct some mistakes first. You guys pointed out that I missed something on both Mime Jr. and Happini's availability. Mime Jr.'s was a huge miss that now fixed actually boosts its score up a whole star, and Happini's didn't end up changing the average anyway, but I appreciate it nonetheless, and it's fixed. And okay, yeah, so Gible is famously available super early in Platinum, but the same can't be said for Diamond and Pearl, where it's actually locked behind Strength, and you can get it before the 5th gym in Kalos and on Ula Ula in Alola. So that will average out its score to 3.5 stars, which is still pretty good for a pseudo. But this whole line's concept is great. Garchomp, of course, is eventually a jet plane land shark dragon, which is incredibly cool on its own. But even little baby Gible, it of course has some of those same traits, but I do like how it arguably has more of a piranha in it than shark at this point. Either way, it's pretty hard to make a not cool dragon, and this line is even cooler than most. 5 stars. And design-wise, Gible is easily one of, if not the best looking first stage pseudo legends. It's somehow super adorable with the stumpy little arms on what's essentially just a chunky mouth for a body, while also managing to be the perfect little baby miniature Garchomp. Honestly, this is peak first stage dragon design, managing to both be really cool and really cute. 5 stars. So that actually gives Gible 4.375 stars overall, which wait, is that the first pseudo legend to make it into a region's top 5 and actually the highest pseudo score yet? And like most middle stage evolutions, Gabite is a bit unremarkable, so can it follow up Gibble's awesome scores? While writing them all, and at least in battle, it should. Its main selling point is the fact that it evolves from Gibble at level 24, and at that point in the game, its 90 attack and 82 speed is going to be quite a bit better than most of the Pokemon you're facing, and its HP and defenses are plenty good enough. Dragon Ground is also an amazing typing, with its main weakness being super rare in the mid-game and Fairy not even existing until Gen 6. Sandveil is also kind of broken paired with Sandstorm that I learned by level up, and in Gen 4 I run it with just Dragon Claw, Dig, Aerial Ace, and Shadow Claw, and it is an absolute monster for a while before starting to fall off a little bit before it evolves, but not by too much. It's still amazing, which even that is less of an issue in Gen 8 with Bulldoze and Dual Chop to keep it relevant. 4.5 stars in Battle Prowess. And its failability I think actually deserves a bit of a boost from Gibble's already respectable 3.5 stars considering how early its evolution is. 24 is ridiculously early for a pseudo-legend of this strength, 4 stars. And Gabite of course follows the same concept path as the rest of its line, being a kaiju dragon land shark jet plane monster, which is amazing in and of itself, but I do really like the additional little tidbit of it hoarding treasure like so many dragons in folklore, 5 stars. But its design, sadly, I do think is a bit of a downgrade, not nearly as cute as Gibble and not nearly as menacing as Garchomp. And sure, that's kind of the point of middle stage evolutions, but it just kind of seems like a smaller Garchomp. I feel like it's lacking any of its own personality or unique characteristics, a problem that a lot of middle stages have, but made worse by the fact that some of them very clearly rise above. But with that aside, it's still a really good design and still a really cool hammerhead dragon that looks powerful and a bit menacing in its own right, 4 stars, which funnily enough gives it the same 4.375 star rating as Gibble, even if they got there in a different way. And holy cow, I can't believe we're already here. Garchomp is clearly and easily the best pseudo-legendary Pokemon for a playthrough, but can it be our first perfect 5-star Pokemon in Sinnoh?
We're rating them all, and with the 600 base stat total, Sinnoh's pseudo-legendary is an absolute beast of a fighter. 130 attack means he can rip powerful earthquakes, dragon claws, scale shots, and he gets access to a ton of coverage moves, like Rock Slide, Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and even Iron Head to deal with those pesky fairy types. Garchomp also has an incredible 102 speed stat to outspeed all the 100 base speed Pokemon, and those defenses are nothing to sneeze at either. 108 HP, 95 defense, even 85 special defense are all really solid, meaning that he can tank an attack or two if needed. Sandveil and Rough Skin are both great utility abilities, and a Dragon Ground typing means that he's able to easily come in on a range of resistances, and even an electric type immunity. Only thing that can make him a bit better is a ground immunity, but even with that slight imperfection, we're giving BP an obvious 5 stars.
But availability has been the biggest weakness of these pseudo-legends by a long shot. And while Gibble and Garchomp are available much earlier than the other pseudos, this isn't just based on Sinnoh, and it isn't compared to other pseudos. So it started at Gibble's 3.5 stars and then got a slight boost up to 4 stars due to Gabite's early evolution level. And yes, Garchomp evolves earlier than most other pseudos, but it's still level 48, and that's pretty late game pushing E4 most of the time. So I think it has to stay the still respectable 4 stars.
But Garchomp's concept is undeniably cool. A shark that swims through the sand, a dragon shark that lives on land, a land shark, and specifically one of the cooler sharks, I might add, a hammerhead land shark.
And even past that, it famously and kind of confusingly flies around like a jet plane, which may seem random, but has been a central part of the concept for this whole line. Coming to its fruition with Garchomp being inspired by P40 Warhawks, otherwise known as desert sharks. So I mean, come on, the dragon kaiju land shark jet plane, 5 stars. And Garchomp is easily one of the most popular Pokemon of all time, and I think that that's totally valid. Its design has so much going on, yet it somehow seamlessly and cohesively flows together into this terrifying land shark dragon.
Garchomp's design is incredible. He's a perfect ace for Cynthia. Fearsome, powerful, and I love the sleek blue, red, and yellow color scheme. The only thing that would be better is a combination of green and red, but design is still 5 stars,
which soars Garchomp up to the final score of 4.75 stars overall, which not only gives it a spot on the Sinnoh top 5, but also the best pseudo score by a long shot.
Not too bad for the second best Dragon Ground type Pokemon.
Mega Garchomp is an example of a Mega Evolution that wasn't really necessary. We're running them all, and in battle, this thing is obviously just insanely broken, and I know the competitive crowd will probably say that regular Garchomp is actually better because it's a bit faster. But in a playthrough, that really doesn't make that much of a difference, but its 170 attack and buffed up defenses absolutely do. Its ability also changes to Sand Force instead of Sand Veil, which once again, they'll probably say is worse, but once again, for a playthrough, I disagree. Garchomp probably isn't taking many hits boost anyway, so I'd rather have the much bigger bonus damage than a bonus evasion. But otherwise, it's obviously going to keep the great move pool and great typing, so once again, obviously keeping the 5 stars. And as for availability, remember to take these mega rankings with a grain of salt since it's super convoluted and compared to each other anyway. Garchomp's Mega Stone is locked behind the post game, which is of course late for a mega, so it will knock its availability score down to 3 stars. And as per most megas, its dex entries are pretty insane. Its excess energy melted its arms and wings, transforming them into giant scythes, which it carves up its opponents with. This of course Bulbapedia links to the Grim Reaper, but I really don't see it at all other than the scythe. I see more of like a horror movie vertical mouth monster inspirations, but either way, it's still the land shark kaiju jet plane monster that is Garchomp, so it stays 5 stars. And its design is definitely interesting. It still has the main drawing points of Garchomp, once again, cool, menacing land shark dragon, but I don't think that it's a hot take to say that it's a bit much now. As is the case with a lot of megas, it looks a bit ridiculous and overdone. You know, I am a fan of his new red beard though.
The Crimson Chin!
And the protruding teeth or spikes in its torso I do think are cool, along with the new shoulder pad looking shoulders. It almost looks like a suit or like a pirate or something now instead, which is cool, but the scythes really throw off the entire vibe and purpose of this Pokemon for me, and that seems to be a popular opinion. Still, it's really cool, but definitely worse. 4 stars, which funnily enough actually gives it 4.25 stars overall, the lowest score in its line, and missing out on the Mega's top 5. Munchlax and Sinnoh might actually be the rarest Pokemon of all time. Rating them all, and with it being a friendship evolution, judging it on when it would be used is really hard since that would differ drastically depending on your effort. But to be fair, in the early game, 135 HP, 85 in attack and special defense are all honestly outrageous as long as you mind your physical matchups. So pretend you're ever actually going to catch one in Gen 4 and its move pool is pretty awful actually, just being stuck with Tackle and Amnesia until it evolves. But in Gen 7, where you would probably actually use it, it's better. Getting Chip Away, Screech, and Body Slam earlier is definitely an improvement, but still not great. 3.5 stars. And availability has hilariously been by far the most controversial category in this series, and the Munchlax really stretches our rule set to its limits. The system is pretty simple. Anything before the second gym is 5 stars, then it tapers down from there, with a few exceptions that can bring it up or down, and oh boy does Munchlax make the word exception feel inadequate. In Sinnoh, Munchlax is only possible to be found on 4 specific but randomly chosen honey trees that you have to wait 6 hours to even try. And if you manage to find one of the 4 out of 21 options that were correct, it's still a 1% encounter. That takes 6 hours to retry. So somebody who's better than me at math, please tell me what that percentage is. I just know that the running joke is that you're more likely to find a shiny in one of those trees than a Munchlax. And we have only done a penalty due to difficulty finding it, I think 2 or 3 times, but this is by far the most extreme example. Feebas got a 1.5-star penalty in Hoenn, so I think that Munchlax gets a 2-star penalty in Sinnoh, but it's still available before the second gym there, as well as in Kalos and Alola, then after the third in Galar and BDSP. So even with a huge penalty, it still gets 4 stars, and here we go. And Snorlax got a 4 in concept for being a living roadblock based off of a hibernating bear, but mostly because it was pretty directly modeled after someone at Game Freak as a joke, which is hilarious. But Munchlax being the baby form of that is kind of less interesting, mostly because it loses that last part of the concept, and is otherwise just a hungry bear. I won't drop it too far, 3 stars. But I do actually really like its design a lot. It's a fairly convincing baby Snorlax, and it's pretty cute. I like the touch of the fur looking like some pajamas that are too big, and the chest patch looking like a baby's bib, and the face even may be a mask since Munchlax is a food thief and all. It's a really good baby Pokemon design, 4 stars. So that will give Munchlax the final score of 3.625 stars overall, and just short of the baby's top 5. Will Snorlax make it into our top 5, or even get the next perfect score? We're rating them all, and this thing is obviously a massive wall, literally and figuratively. It's 160 HP and 110 special defense, plus rest shenanigans make this thing at the very least annoying to take out, but its attack is honestly slept on. 110 is really good, especially back in True Gen 1 with Hyper Beam being physical and not requiring a cooldown if it gets the KO. But even with modern mechanics, Snorlax is awesome. Both of its abilities are really useful, and its move pool just gets better and better with absolutely insane coverage throughout the generations. Easy 5 stars. Its availability ranges from Route 1 in Alola to around Gym 4 in most other gens, and Munchlax's garbage encounter method along with the Gen 3 Feebas is the exception to the it's not how hard it is rule and will get a dock, but even with that, it'll still average out to 4.5 stars. Snorlax's concept, however, is pretty much just literally a perpetually eating and hibernating bear, which seems boring at first, until you find out that its appearance and behavior of constantly eating and sleeping were directly inspired by this Game Freak planner. And I'm sorry, but that's hilarious. 4 stars. But its design then does the absolute most with that concept. It's a very simple simple design, but that's not a bad thing. It portrays the concept perfectly as just a mountain of gluttonous sleepy bear. It's also clearly powerful and dangerous, while remaining adorable and a nap-worthy spot. That's an easy 5 stars, and that means Snorlax gets 4.625 stars overall, landing in the top 5.
It's crazy to think that Riolu kind of feels forgotten about considering the massive popularity of its evolution. Orbiting them all, and even though it's completely bypassed in some games, it can hold its own in battle. 70 attack and 60 speed are really good for the early game, but I don't know about you guys, I always just run around in circles to evolve friendship evolutions as quickly as I can. But if you don't, it's pretty good with counter, quick attack, and force palm, 3 stars. But its availability varies drastically between the generations. In Sinnoh, you can't get it until after the 5th gym, but in Unova and Kalos, it's basically a Route 1 Pokemon, and in Galar, you can get it after the 3rd gym. So that just barely averages out to 4.5 stars in availability. Then Riolu and especially Lucario seem to be inspired by Anubis, the Egyptian god of the underworld, whose main thing is weighing the hearts of these souls. Which seems to be a pretty easy line to draw to this line's aura sensing and powers, especially when you take into account the bone moves of Lucario, which is a tie to Anubis' bone staff. A little baby hero martial artist with aura powers inspired by an Egyptian god? 5 stars. And I do really like Riolu's design. For a long time it was among my favorites, even if it's nowhere near as loved or famous as Lucario. But to be fair, if its main thing was to be like the baby or younger version of Lucario, it does that very well. It absolutely looks like a brave little hero with its mask who may be really cute, but is also determined and capable. I thought I was just showing favoritism here, but it seems like you guys are with me on this one. 4.5 stars. So that will give Riolu a really solid 4.25 star final score and a spot to top the baby's top 5. Lucario is definitely a co-owner of the I was so loved and now I'm hated for it club, but does it have a chance to be our 3rd ever perfect 5-star Pokemon? We're rating them all, and it's genuinely incredible in battle. Its stats are really solid across the board, great attacks and speed, and decent enough defensively, especially paired with its incredible defensive typing of fighting and steel. This may be a hot take, but I love mixed attackers, especially when they come with a move as incredible as Aura Sphere, but even in Gen 4 with Swords Dance, Close Combat, Dragon Pulse, E-Speed, and pretty much any TM you could ask for, it's actually kind of broken. And its move pool in the newer gens is outrageous how stacked it is, not to mention how insanely early you get a Pokemon this strong into most games. So with that part especially, it gets an easy 5 stars in battle prowess. And Riolu got a really nice 4.5 stars in availability, but it has been the standard here so far that friendship evolutions get a half a star boost since you can get their final stage pretty much immediately, and that of course remains true here. And one is even handed to you for free early on in Kalos, 5 stars. And Lucario, as we talked about with Riolu, is then fairly directly based on Anubis, the Egyptian god of the underworld who weighs the hearts of the souls, which inspires Lucario's aura powers and is even further evidenced by the bone moves referencing Anubis' bone staff. The aura things could also be seen as a chi or chakra style martial arts, which would also explain its fighting type, and there's even more stuff explaining the mask pattern. This is for sure a 5-star concept. Then its design, as referenced at the start, is easily one of the most popular Pokemon of all time, and has been one of my favorites since I was a lot younger. Even if it has dropped a bit recently, regardless, it's still just an awesome design. Lucario undeniably has the most main character aura out of any Pokemon. It looks like a brave and steadfast hero or even vigilante. Even if the spikes seem a bit random, they do add to the rule of cool here, and annoying internet jokes aside, this is clearly a 5-star design, which means that Lucario has done it, a perfect 5-star Pokemon. It's the 3rd ever perfect 5-star Pokemon, not including Megas, and I really didn't think there would be one in Sinnoh, and so it of course makes some changes to the top 5. Mega Lucario might be one of the best Megas out there. We're rating Malin in battle. I mean, Lucario already got 5 stars, so then you boost its attacks up to 140 and raise its speed and defense, and oh god, you gave it adaptability to make its fight against steel moves even stronger, not to mention how good of a typing that is on its own with an immunity and 8 resistances. And I mean, what more could you even ask for with its move pool? Aura Sphere, Close Combat, Dragon Pulse, E-Speed, Power Up Punch, Swords Dance, Aura Sphere, Calm Mind, and that's just the level up moves. It also gets plenty of amazing TMs. This is very obviously 5 stars in battle prowess. And as for availability, once again, Lucario already got 5 stars, but even compared to other Megas, this is literally the first one that you get, and it's handed to you as a gift. If it could be higher, it would. 5 stars. And the bro is definitely aura farming with these dex entries. It's bathed in explosive energy. It has no mercy whatsoever. Its aura expanded, governed only by its combat instincts. But for real, becoming a being of war and destruction when you're already based on the Egyptian god of the underworld is once again 5 stars. And its design is one of the more subtle transformations
additions for a Mega, but I think that's a very good thing, as Lucario's design was already incredible, but I think it actually fixes its two small nitpicky issues, the weird fur shorts and the random spikes. Now its design flows much more cohesively, and the additional red coloration, the extended black patterns, and the fluffier tail I think are all genuinely great additions. At first, I really wasn't a huge fan of Mega Lucario, but the more that I pay attention and look at the details, I think this is overall an upgrade. 5 stars, which maybe unsurprisingly does give Mega Lucario a perfect 5 stars overall, the third Mega to do so. Oh look, it's everyone's first, oh my god, is that a shiny Pokemon? Warning them all, and I have no idea how this thing's name is supposed to be said. I'll just go with Hippopotas, Hippopotas. Hippopotas? Anyway, it's pretty solid in battle with around 70s in attack and defense, though its speed and special defense will hold it back a bit. But its Sandstorm ability is awesome, though correct me if I'm wrong, but unlike rock types who get a special defense boost, Sandstorm doesn't actually do anything directly for ground types other than the residual chip damage that it's immune to, which seems strange, but is still a nice ability. Its main issue in Gen 4 is its major lack of any decent ground move, but that is thankfully rectified in Gen 8, and early Yawn and Crunch are really good to have. It's pretty good, but not amazing. 3 stars. And I could have sworn that this was a later game Pokemon, but no, you can actually get it as early as the 2nd gym in Kalos and at the latest before the 4th gym in Galar. And Sinnoh's is just barely different between the versions, so that does average out to a very surprising 4.5 stars. Its concept, while simple, is pretty charming. It's basically a real-life hippo, but opposite. It's active during the day and stays dry and warm in the sand instead of active at night and staying cool in the water. I do like the extra bit of them venting the sand from their back and nostrils. 3 stars. And I'll admit I'm a sucker for the camo, brings me back to wearing our desert camis back in the day, but otherwise it's once again simple but pretty charming. Its huge nose and mouth with the little eyes sticking out on top is cute and definitely helps it fit as a first stage Pokemon. I don't talk about gender differences much since it's usually very insignificant, but this one is actually pretty cool. Hippopotas is perfectly fine, but nothing amazing. 3 stars. So that does give Hippopotas 3.375 stars overall, which is crazy that it's not farther outside the bottom 5. Hippowdon is a perfect example as to why the 3D models are entirely inferior to the 2D sprites. Lording them all, and before we get to that, Hippowdon is actually kind of a monster in battle. It's really bulky with 108 HP, 118 defense, good attack, and not bad special defense. As I mentioned with Hippopotas, I wish Sandstorm did more for ground types like it did for rock types, but still, it's a nice ability. And in Gen 4, having Yawn, Crunch, Earthquake, and the Elemental Fangs is pretty incredible. Then in Gen 8, it adds some even more amazing moves like Iron Head, Heavy Slam, and Body Press. I don't think that it's quite 5 stars in battle prowess, but it is very good and very versatile. 4.5 stars. It will also keep the 4.5 star availability from Hippopotas since its evolution level isn't anything crazy, and its concept also really doesn't change a whole lot. I really like the whole inverse hippo idea and the spewing sand from its vents thing, but Bulbapedia has it linked to, oh my god, why are so many words that I can't pronounce in this video? Bahamut, but I think that is really a stretch. 3 stars. And its design actually seems kind of disconnected from Hippopotas, mainly the head and face, which move away from the unique cartoony look, into a literal hippo, other than, you know, the vents spewing sand, which brings us to what I really want to talk about here, the absolute massacre that was this thing's 3D model. I'm sorry, this thing went from an insanely unique sprite partially submerged in and spouting sand from its body to a hippo. This is a hippo with holes on its back. The decision to remove any sort of dynamic poses to just make every Pokemon stand and stare menacingly, along with the blatant desaturation of these Pokemon, ruined so many of them. It's honestly such a shame. But okay, rant over, that doesn't actually affect Hippowdon's score. It's a very cool and unique hippo, but it's far from being an amazing design. 3.5 stars, which does give Hippowdon 3.875 stars overall. Skorupi and Drapion really kind of stick out like sore thumbs in the Sinnoh decks. Warning them all, and I don't even know if that makes sense, but they just don't seem to fit the region. They seem very unique and different. But anyway, Skorupi is sadly not very good in battle. Its stats just aren't good enough for when you would find it in the mid game most of the time, and sure, its 90 defense is really nice, but not really when paired with its bug poison typing and its common weaknesses. Its move pool is okay at best in Gen 4, but is actually kind of great in Gen 8. A buffed up Bug Bite, Knockoff, Night Slash, Cross Poison, and even Fell Stinger and Toxic Spikes for the shenanigans, which is all really nice to use once it evolves. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. And as hinted at before, it is a mid-game Pokemon, and pretty much every region it's available in at the earliest before the 4th gym in Sinnoh and at the latest before the 7th in Unova, so we'll average out to 3.5 stars in availability. And well, as much as Bug is by far my favorite type, Skorupi is pretty much just a Scorpion, and hey, that is a very cool bug. I'm glad we got a Scorpion Pokemon, but even its dex entries just describe a regular Scorpion, 2 stars. But regardless of how simple the idea is for a Pokemon, that doesn't mean it can't look good, and Skorupi absolutely does. It really is impressive how they managed to make an animal as creepy crawly as a Scorpion actually kind of cute as a Pokemon, while maintaining that look of very clear danger. It's funny how people, including me, dislike Drapion for the arms coming out of its head thing, but Skorupi's are too. The difference being, here it looks natural and honestly not even really noticeable. It looks like a Scorpion with its arms raised ready to strike. Great bug design, 4 stars. Which means little Skorupi gets an even 3 stars overall, and no, it's in the bottom 5. Drapion is one of those Pokemon that so many people love, but I just don't get it. Orbiting them all, and to be fair, for its battle prowess, I absolutely do. Firstly, Poison Dark is an amazing typing with only 1 weakness, made even better by Drapion's 110 defense and really solid attack and speed. Both of its abilities are also really great for opposite reasons, and then even back in Gen 4, its move pool is pretty insane. The Elemental Fang's Acupressure shenanigans, Toxic Spike, Crunch, Poison Fang, and plenty of fantastic TM options. Then in Gen 8, it's very similar, but definitely better, 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Now normally a level 40 evolution would constitute a penalty in availability, but considering the absolute earliest you can catch a Skorupi is level 20, but usually it's going to be more likely in the early 30s, its evolution really isn't that bad to get, even if Skorupi is weak and hard to train. It'll stay 3.5 stars. Okay, and I'll admit, for the first time in this series, I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be or what its concept really is, outside of being a Scorpion creature. I guess an Ogre Scorpion, which I suppose helps make sense of its dark typing, along with its dex entries talking about how ferocious it is, even being called the Sand Demon in Shield. So it's more interesting than Skorupi for sure, but I'm still kind of lost and can't see anything past super strong, super angry Scorpion, 2.5 stars. But unlike Skorupi, who I think looks incredible, cute, and dangerous, Drapion is a full-blown monstrosity, which sure was the point here, but holy cow, this design is incredibly messy. The Scorpion tail is of course cool, but then it gets these accordion arms coming out of its face, which is at the end of a bendy straw neck sitting on top of a worm body that, along with its legs, reminds me of the bomb Master Chief so kindly returned to the Covenant.
To give the Covenant back their bomb.
Even the mandibles or teeth looking things coming from its mouth, at least with Skorupi, it looked like they were actually used for eating, not facing the wrong way like Drapion's. I'm genuinely befuddled, dumbfounded, and flabbergasted that you guys voted this abomination 5 stars. I would have given this thing a 2, but contrary to popular belief, I do listen to my viewers a little bit, and I'll bump it up to 3 stars. But either way, that still gives Drapion the final score of 3.375 stars overall. After seeing some of the comments in the Lopunny and Lucario videos, some of you really need a Krogunk in your life. Already Amalin, we must be back in Hoenn because Krogunk is yet another slow, frail mixed attacker. Okay, it's not that slow, but still. I'm really not a fan of its poison fighting typing. Sure, it has a surprising amount of resistances and even an immunity with dry skin, but the weaknesses that it does have are very common. Its move pool is really not very good in Gen 4. The only stab moves it gets are Poison Sting and Revenge, which does get a little better in Gen 8, having Venoshock then much earlier Sucker Punch and Poison Jab. It's just sadly not strong enough to avoid being heavily outclassed by the time it finally evolves. 2.5 stars. And you can't get it until after the 3rd or 4th gym depending on the version of Sinnoh, but shockingly you can before the 2nd in Kalos and the 3rd in Galar. But as a version exclusive, so that will bring its average down to 4 stars. And Krogunk is based on the Poison Dart Frog with inspiration from historical Japanese martial arts, so nothing too amazing, but it is pretty cool, 3 stars. But its design is so goofy. I do think the Sarashi, I hope I'm saying that right, is a cool detail to show its fighting type, especially with the gender difference, even if it is very slight, and the different colored poison finger is a nice touch. But the dopey eyes and creepy smile really don't do anything for me. It has nice elements to it, but as a whole, it's not bad, but it's okay at best. 3 stars. Landing Krogunk with the final score of 3.125 stars overall, which is somehow still in the Sinnoh bottom 5. I'm surprised Toxicroak has never gotten any new forms or anything. It is such a cool Pokemon. Orbiting Amalin, I just wish it was a bit better. Its stats are all decent, 106 attack and good enough speed and HP and even special attack, but it is a bit frail. And its typing is also kind of a double-edged sword. It has plenty of resistances and even an immunity immunity with the right ability, but it also has very common weaknesses. Its move pool in Gen 4 wasn't anything too crazy. Sucker Punch and Poison Jab are nice, but holy crap, this thing gets some amazing TMs. It was really fun to use in my fighting only run of Diamond, and this part doesn't affect the ranking, but so many other fighting types just are better options. 4 stars. But its evolution level does warrant us looking at a possible penalty. Drapion avoided one because of how late you get Cherubi anyway. Its evolution level didn't really matter, but sadly the same can't be said for Croagunk, who is surprisingly available early in most regions. So yeah, having to grind your weak Croagunk like anywhere from 15 to 30 levels or so is going to constitute half a star penalty. 3.5 stars. However, I do think that Toxicroak's concept does become more interesting. It is similarly based on the Poison Dart Frog with some Japanese martial arts notes, but now it adds to that with the poison pumping Knuckle Claws, which seems to be inspired by the Hairy Frog, which breaks its own bones through its skin to use as a weapon. Yes, really. Which is super metal, but an awesome idea for a poison fighting frog Pokemon. 4 stars. And I also think that it is an absolute upgrade in design. Thankfully, it turns the dopey eyes into mischievous ones, and that red throat vocal sac thing along with the spikes on its hands and head make it look so much more dangerous. This is a very cool looking frog Pokemon that shows what it's going for very well. 4 stars. So that will land Toxicroak a pretty respectable 3.875 stars overall. Nobody would remember Carnivine exists if it wasn't for the anime. Forwarding them all, and with that being said, I do think that it had a lot of missed potential in battle. Its stats are very reminiscent of Hoenn. It's yet another slow, frail-ish mixed attacker, and I just don't get it. It doesn't even have Chlorophyll like some of the other slow grass types. It has Levitate for some reason. Its attack stats are nice, but it's probably not lasting longer than a turn or two anyway. Oh, and it also doesn't even get Leech Seed, the one move that instantly makes any grass type better. Especially in Gen 4, this thing's move pool was horrible. This may seem low considering its base stat total, but 2.5 stars. And it would have at least been better if it was earlier in the game with those stats, but no, the earliest you can get it is before the 4th or 5th gym in Sinnoh, and the only other region it's available in before the post game is Kalos, where it's found even later. So it will get an average 3.5 stars in availability. And then it's pretty clearly a Venus Flytrap Pokemon that binds itself to trees and marshes awaiting prey, which to be fair is a cool plant for a grass type, but this is just more or less a not as aggressive or interesting version of Victreebel, who at least turned the ambushing trap plant into a hunter plant for some flair. 3 stars. Not that we're directly comparing it to the best Gen 1 grass type Victreebel, but once again, it's worse in every way. It's not all bad though, it's a great background filler Pokemon. No, but for real, its goofy eyes and big dumb smile are actually pretty charming, and it got a very rare 3D upgrade. It's fine, I suppose. 2.5 stars. So that will grab Carnivine the final score of 2.875 stars overall and attach it to a very full spot on the bottom 5. Sinnoh's dex may have less filler than most, but not none. Forwarding them all, and Little Finneon here isn't too bad, surprisingly. I'll be the first to admit I've never even considered using one of these, but it is decently fast and has okay stats otherwise. It also has 2 fantastic abilities, and its move pool is fine. There's really nothing worth talking about there, honestly, other than a surprisingly late evolution level. It's an adequate water type, 2.5 stars. And it is locked behind the good rod in Sinnoh and Alola, and that's actually it, not including postgame or Paldea, so it manages to squeak out 4.5 stars in availability. And as for its concept, well, it's definitely a fish. You can't deny this is absolutely a filler Pokemon, but it is fairly interesting, all things considered. Taking aspects from a few different kinds of fish with the butterfly wingtail and the bioluminescence, but nothing really that sets it apart from just being a real animal. 2 stars. However, a simple concept does not equal a bad design. Like, yes, this is just a fish, but it is successfully a very pretty fish.
What's there, buddy?
It's
Fishy.
yeah,
What colors are on the fishy?
sky
Sky blue.
and ginger.
What about pink? Is that pink? Or is that
No.
purple?
No, ginger.
What's that? I don't know what that is, but
Yeah, the sky blue and magenta on the dark blue color scheme is really visually appealing, and the butterfly wingtails are pretty unique and give the whole fish a nice look to it. I may be higher on it than most, but 3.5 stars, which does swim Finneon into a 3.125 star final score and the Sinnoh bottom 5, and holy crap, we need to make some room here. Lumineon was such a common choice for being the most forgettable Pokemon that now it's so remembered for being forgotten that it's not forgotten anymore. Running them all, and sadly it's just not very good in battle. Now yes, I know, super fast swift swim, tailwind setter, and all that jazz, but that is highly unnecessary for a playthrough and isn't doing much otherwise. Sure, its stats aren't horrible, but they're definitely not good either other than its speed. Its move pool is decent in Gen 4, as is most water types with just Surf and Ice Beam, and hey, in Gen 4 you can get the vaunted tailwind way after Lumineon has been far outclassed. 2 stars in battle prowess, and depending on your luck, it could be quite the grind to evolve Little Finneon at level 30 31, but not bad enough or regular enough to warrant a penalty from Finneon's 4.5 stars. And it's definitely a fish. Sure, it takes parts from a few different fish, but this absolutely falls in the category of filler Pokemon. And I do agree with this comment that that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying filler Pokemon shouldn't exist. They for sure help with world building, but that doesn't mean they should get a high concept score. 2 stars.
Little.
Is it little?
Yeah.
You think it's a fish?
Yeah.
Yeah. What color's the fish?
Fine.
Orange?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, if you say so.
And this may be a hot take, but I think Finneon's design is better. It was cute, interesting, and the tail was unique enough to give it character. Where Lumineon takes those butterfly wings to make them fins, which sure, I guess, but they kind of look a bit ridiculous now, not to mention its, chill eyes and... Finneon did the pretty fish idea so much better. 2 stars. So that does sink Lumineon down to 2.625 stars overall, finally clearing out a chunk from the bottom 5. Mantike is another one of the why did they decide to make a baby Pokemon for this kind of Pokemon. Lording them all, and to be fair, its stats are much better than most baby Pokemon. 120 special defense is insane, and its other stats are decent enough. Water Flying is a great typing that, especially with Water Absorb, gives it 2 immunities, and its move pool is surprisingly decent, but like most other water types, all you really need is Surf and Ice Beam. But in Gen 8, adding Air Slash is really nice, and I bet you're thinking, wow, this all sounds really amazing for such an early game baby Pokemon, until you hear that this is not early game at all. 2 stars in Battle Prowess. It's actually really dumb how late game of a Pokemon this baby form is. You can't get it until right before the 8th gym in Sinnoh, the 7th in Unova, the 4th in Kalos, and the 7th in Galar. The only region where you can get it really early is Alola, so that barely brings its average up to 3 stars. But its concept, I mean, this is literally just a baby manta ray, 1 star. But its design is definitely better than that. It may not be amazing or anything, but it is fairly cute. It's generally friend-shaped, the big eyes, the smile, and the smiley pattern on its back. It is for sure a cute baby Pokemon, but also definitely unremarkable. 3 stars, which sadly does give Mantike the final score of 2.25 stars overall and finally frees the 3s from the bottom 5. Hey, pretend this is a catchy intro about Mantine. We're rating them all, and it's actually kind of good in battle. Water Flying is famously a good typing, then 140 special defense and otherwise respectable speed, bulk, and special attack. It gets the typical mid-Gen 2 move pool, but in later games it's actually kind of awesome, with plenty of strong attacks, some support, and recovery, not to mention all of the awesome TMs that it can get. Sure, it's not gonna hit too hard, but with all of that in mind, plus both of its really useful abilities, I think that it's at least 3.5 stars in Battle Prowess, but I could honestly see a 4. But its availability is all over the place. It's generally available around the mid to late game in most regions, but in the regions where you have to evolve it from a Mantike by having a whole different Pokemon in your party, I'm gonna give that a half a star penalty. So after all of the math, it ends up averaging out to 2.5 stars. And Mantine is quite literally just a manta ray, maybe with some loose inspiration from old school fighter planes, with Remoraid being the mounted weapons, but I think that's a stretch. 2 stars. But I do like its design, I always have for whatever reason. It's pretty much just an actual cartoon ray. It's not very exciting or interesting, it really doesn't stand out at all, but it's fine. 2.5 stars, which lands Mantine the final score of 2.625 stars, and are we in Hoenn yet? When I first saw Snover as a kid, I was so excited to have a grass ice type Pokemon. Learning them all, and that excitement swiftly came to an end the first time I tried to actually use it. At first glance, it's like, oh, its stats really aren't too bad, they're decent across the board. And okay, yeah, sure, for an early to mid game Pokemon, but we all know how Game Freak treats ice types like some late game prize, but boy, its amount of weaknesses for sure make it feel like anything but that. But hey, Snow Warning is at least a nice ability, and its move pool, it isn't bad, but it isn't great. Sadly, the little guy is just awful by the time you get it in most regions. 2 stars in Battle Prowess. And the only reason it wasn't lower is because it is actually available very early game in Galar, but otherwise locked to a very late game in every other region. So its availability gets absolutely bailed out to 3 stars. And I think Snover and Abomasnow are actually really cool. Little Snover appears to be like a little baby fur tree yeti creature, or even, apologies here, but a Juyo snow monster, which is a simple yet perfect idea for a grass and ice type Pokemon. 5 stars. And its design is also actually kind of fantastic. It's definitely cute enough to be a first stage Pokemon you see like wandering or hiding in a snowy forest using its almost mountaintop-esque hat thing as camouflage, but also definitely looks strong enough to handle itself with the big club-like arms and spikes coming out of its back. I don't think it's quite a top tier Pokemon design, but I do think that it is fantastic. 4.5 stars, which will land Snover a respectable 3.625 stars overall. I really wish Abomasnow was better, it's such a unique Pokemon. We're rating them all, and obviously its main downside is its grass and ice typing. What happens when you combine two of the worst defensive typings? It gets 7 weaknesses, including a quad weakness, made even worse by the fact that it's neither fast enough or bulky enough to mitigate those issues. Honestly, even its 90s in attacks aren't that great. It does have a great ability though, and honestly a really nice move pool, but it just sadly isn't enough. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. And its level 40 evolution would be an issue if Galar wasn't the only region where it was found early. In the others, you'll barely have to grind Snover at all, so it'll stay 3 stars. But as I went over with Snover, turning a snow-covered tree or Juhyo snow monster into an actual monster in the snow, a Yeti or abominable snowman, is about as good as it gets for a grass ice type Pokemon. 5 stars. But I think that I actually like Snover's design more. Round little friend-shaped tree that looks cute, capable, and mysterious. But Abomasnow still looks great, to be fair. A 7-foot tall, 300-pound snowy tree monster with those massive tree trunk arms and maybe even a snowy owl face. Owls are extremely efficient predators, and I would not want to meet an Abomasnow in the woods. 4 stars, which will give Abomasnow a very decent 3.875 stars overall. Abomasnow is definitely a surprising Pokemon to get a Mega. But we're rating them all, and like most Megas, it's pretty monstrous in battle with its whopping 132 attack stats and 105 for defense. However, while its defenses are better for sure, it still has the glaring weakness of, well, its abundant glaring weaknesses due to its grass and ice typing. Snow Warning is amazing for accurate blizzards and chip damage, and its move pool, while it is pretty great, I really don't see why they took away Giga Drain for Gen 6 and made Leech Seed an egg move, both of which would have vastly improved this Pokemon. And honestly, just its stats plus Blizzard alone are amazing, but its typing definitely holds it back. 4 stars in battle practice. And its availability is honestly better than I was expecting. You don't get Snover or Abomasnow until right before the 6th gym in Kalos, but you can get its Mega Stone very shortly after, so that'll bring its availability up to 3.5 stars. And I explained why Snover and Abomasnow's concepts were 5 stars, and in short, turning a snow tree monster legend into a snowy tree Yeti monster is perfect for a grass and ice type Pokemon, and its Mega just becomes even more abominable and monstrous, so it'll stay 5 stars. But it has been one of my least favorite Mega designs for the last 12 years, though honestly doing this series has made me more appreciative of the details and purpose behind designs, which in turn completely flipped my opinion on Mega Abomasnow. I love this whole line, but the Mega really does exactly what a Mega should. It ramps up every single aspect of what makes Abomasnow a monstrous Pokemon. The club or tree trunk style arms get bigger and more mace-like, the frilly leaves or hair, whatever, gets more frayed and angry looking, and even the ice spikes, which I thought were always kind of random, answer what has always been growing on Snover and Abomasnow's back this whole time. Maybe it's not the best of the best, but it is a very good design. 4.5 stars. So that will bring Mega Abomasnow a very nice 4.25 stars overall. It may be a hot take, but Sneasel is so much cooler than its regional form, it did not need one. We're rating them all, and in battle, its dark and ice typing is so cool, but pretty bad. It has so many weaknesses. Then you look at Sneasel's glass cannon stats, and you see that you better hope you outspeed in one shot, otherwise you're toast. Ice and dark both being special before the split really hurt its ability to do much of anything in Gen 2. Then even in the newer generations, it doesn't get any good offensive options. It is super reliant on late game TMs, when you'll probably have it evolved anyway. So Sneasel itself's battle prowess is way worse than I realized, 2 stars at best, and it's pretty famously unavailable. It's post-game in Gold and Silver, then it's in the typical ice area around the 7th gym in Crystal, Sinnoh, Kalos, and even later in Alola, but it's kind of saved by being mid-game in Galar. So that ends up 2 stars, which I think is the worst non-legendary availability so far. Sneasel is pretty directly based on this yokai. Kamaitachi maybe? I don't know, it's a weasel demon with knife hands that's more active in the cold weather. I mean, that's about as clear as it gets, but it's still an insanely cool idea for a Pokemon. 5 stars. Its design I've always felt is underrated. It has a nice mix of black cat, weasel, and just mischievous little guy energy. I love the pretty rare asymmetry with the pretty bold and contrasting feathers that come out of nowhere, which, you know, make no sense at all, but they sure look cool. Sneasel is awesome. 4 stars. Which steals Sneasel the final score of 3.25 stars, and Johto really is just the land of mid, huh? Sneasel had the worst non-legendary availability out of any Pokemon yet, but Weavile's is somehow worse. We're rating them all, and while Sneasel Sneasel was also really awful in battle due to its horrible typing, glass cannon stats, and horrible move pool, all while being a late game Pokemon. And Weavile, of course, still has the typing and still has the glass cannon stats, but now it is fast and strong enough to outspeed and one-shot a lot of the time, and its special defense is decent. Its move pool in Gen 4 is still horrible outside of Night Slash. It doesn't even get a physical ice move outside of Avalanche, and that's barely fixed in the Gen 8 remakes with just Ice Shard. Sure, it gets good TMs otherwise to take advantage of its attack and speed, but there's so much wasted potential here. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. And yeah, Sneasel's aforementioned availability was historically awful for being post-game in its own region and pretty late everywhere else other than Galar. Now, we don't count Johto against Weavile since it isn't technically its home region, but everything else remains true. But you also need to remember the Razor Claw, which is after the 8th gym in Sinnoh and post-game in Kalos. So that will bring those scores and therefore its average down to a historically low 1.5 star availability. Though thankfully both Sneasel and Weavile are saved by their concepts. They are very clearly based on this cold weather weasel demon yokai with knife or sickle hands. I don't care if it's directly a copy and paste, that's an amazing idea for a Dark Ice type Pokemon. 5 stars. Now this one might be a hot take, but I think its design is notably worse than Sneasel's, who just looks so unique and the asymmetry is so underrated. But Weavile doesn't really do anything outside of giving Sneasel a new hairdo and collar. Not to mention that said new hairdo looks all sorts of goofy. The barber really butchered our boy here. But all jokes aside, I'm not saying it's bad. It's still a really cool looking Pokemon. It just didn't really change much upon evolution, and what it did change was worse. 3 stars. Yet Weavile somehow manages to hold on to a 3.25 star final score. Magnemite is one of the Pokemon people point at when they're hating on Gen 1, so let's see how it does as we rate them all. Its 95 special attack is crazy strong for an unevolved Pokemon, along with having this insanely defensive typing and good utility with T-Wave. It can easily carry your team early on, though its awful HP and speed will start to be a bigger issue before it evolves at level 30, so 3.5 stars for battle prowess. When it's available varies pretty greatly between games. It's mid-game in Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, pretty early in Johto and Oras, then very early in Unova and Alola, so its average availability will come out to a 3.5. Magnemite's concept may seem bland at first glance, but being a mysterious floating mechanical being that can be found right by the Moo Moo Milk Farm in Johto just screams UFO concept, which is eventually all but confirmed with its evolution Magnezone. 4 stars. As for its design, I have to be honest, it is a super basic and pretty bland design. It's a little metal ball with screws and magnets attached. It pains me to do this because I love the little guy, but it gets 2 stars. So Magnemite's final score is 3.25 stars. Magneton is wildly underrated, especially in battle. 120 special attack is amazing for an electric type, then couple that with its 95 defense and its super defensive steel typing. Then with utility from T-Wave and being able to hit like an absolute truck with Thunderbolt and Flash Cannon, it's by far my most used electric type across all the generations. But with that being said, its low HP, okay speed, and quad weakness start to hold it back a little in the late game, so it'll get 4 stars for battle prowess. Its availability will stay the same at Magnemite's 3.5, and then its concept, as we went over with Magnemite, is loosely based on a UFO and or a strange sentient mechanical being, which is really awesome, 4 stars. Its design I might actually be alone on. I love it. I know that it's just 3 Magnemites, I get that, but somehow that's never how it's come off. I just see it as this unique mechanical and magnetic anomaly, and I don't know, I've just always liked it a lot, arguably more than Magnezone. But yeah, I can't give it more than 3 stars. At the end of the day, it's just 3 Magnemites. So its final score is 3.625 stars. The whole Magnezone line is the epitome of all reliable. I've used them so much more than any other Pokemon across the generations, save maybe Gyarados. We're rating them all, and that is mostly due to how awesome they are in battle. Its stats are great, it has incredible special attack and great defenses, and sure, it's slow, but it has one of the best type combos period with 9 resistances, 2 quad weaknesses, and an immunity. Just avoid ground types and start blasting. Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, Flash Cannon, Volt Switch, and maybe even Magnet Rise for fun, and yeah, that's 5 stars in battle prowess. Magnemite was in far too many games to mention, but its availability was 4 stars, though with Magnezone we do have to look at its weird evolution requirement. However, in Sinnoh, Unova, Oras, and Alola, by the time you have Magneton, you'll be in the area you need to be to evolve it anyway, and in Galar you can get a Thunderstone whenever, so I think that it should actually get a slight boost in availability for getting a basically free and immediate upgrade. 4.5 stars. And this whole line really is based on electromagnetism, and even more clearly in Magnezone, a UFO, which is one of the cooler ideas for an object Pokemon for sure, and wait, Nobunaga? From the best Pokemon side game ever? 4 stars. And though I may personally like Magneton's design better, that's probably probably 100% the fault of nostalgia, because Magnezone is really awesome. Fully embracing the UFO side of things now with the antenna and even the magnets pointed down more like turret or tractor beams. Also, you have to give it props that it at least isn't just literally more Magnemites this time. 4 stars. So that will bring together Magnezone 4.375 stars overall, just short of the Sinnoh top 5. Lickitung. Oh god, just why? We're rating them all, and Lickitung is actually just garbage in battle. Its stats across the board are underwhelming, with awful speed, poor attack, and mild bulk. So what are you even gonna do with this thing? It has a surprisingly limited move pool with nothing great to mention other than knockoff. And okay, yes, it has some really good TM options, but even with Earthquake, T-Bolt, and Ice Beam, Lickitung isn't actually gonna do anything. 1 star in battle prowess. And it's not even that available either. You can't get it in Kanto at all actually, other than an in-game trade with a Slowbro, which you won't even realistically have at that point in the game. Then it's locked behind 7 badges in Johto, actually only 3 in Sinnoh, and then not until Victory Road in Kalos and Alola, basically. So that'll average it out to 2 stars. And why is such a bad Pokemon such a late game encounter? Its concept is shockingly cool actually. It seems to be based on chameleons or other reptiles with projectile tongues, but drawing its main inspiration from the yokai Akaname, which is disgusting, but if you read it, it's actually really interesting and a unique concept for a Pokemon. 5 stars. However, its design is arguably one of the most off-putting Pokemon of all time. Yes, it fulfills the concept well, and that's the only reason it isn't getting a 1 here. 2 stars, giving Lickitung the final score of 2.5 stars, and I can't believe it isn't in the bottom 5. I know it's part of this late Kanto Dex grouping, but why did Lickitung of all Pokemon get a new evolution? Rating them all, and even worse is the fact that they actually made it kinda good. Licky is really bulky with 110 HP and 95 for defenses, and even its attacks are at least respectable. Its level up moves are pretty much barren outside of the rollout shenanigans, but it's normal type Pokemon, and all of them for some reason get an absurd amount of TM coverage, for reasons I'm sure. It's annoyingly decent, but still not that fantastic. 3.5 stars. Lickitung had a horrible 2 stars in availability, being super late game everywhere but Sinnoh. But since it wasn't in Gen 1, and I was wrong about it not being post-game in Alola, its new average is actually still 2 stars. But these little weirdos do have a shockingly interesting concept, taking inspiration from lungless salamanders, French gluttons, and this yokai Akaname, otherwise known as a scum licker. Disgusting, but very unique and interesting. 5 stars. But its design is somehow worse than Lickitung, who was already super off-putting, but at least kind of believably reptilian monster-like. But Licky is just a super weird blob that's tail and legs even get smaller, making it look more blob-like and less reptilian. Sure, it has the bib pattern and pompadour hairstyle now, but more gimmicks do not save this monstrosity of a design. 1 star. So that does serve up Licky 2.875 stars overall, and a spot at the now 6th top spot in the bottom 5. Rhyhorn and its evolutions are still to this day the only ground rock type Pokemon in that order. We're rating them all, and Rhyhorn actually has identical stats to Geodude, other than, well, twice its HP. Its moveset isn't all that diverse, but it doesn't really need to be. Rock Blast and EQ in the early generations, Bulldoze, Drill Run, and Stone Edge in the later ones, it's really solid. But it does have the 2 really unfortunate quad weaknesses and a really late evolution, so you'll have to deal with Rhyhorn for quite a while, and for that reason specifically, it'll get a lower score than Geodude in battle prowess, 3 stars. We actually came up with a new system for availability that will be used from now on, and we'll go back and do a massive update video at the end of the generation for the availability scores. But yeah, so Rhyhorn's is all over the place, but it averages out to 3.5 stars. Rhyhorn's concept, however, is very simple. It's a rhino mixed with a Ceratops type of dino, but now you make its armor actual rock. That's pretty cool, and it makes perfect sense. 3.5 stars. Oh boy, another mid across the board rating. You guys are gonna tell me I'm boring. But don't worry, I think its design is actually incredible. So good that I actually think it's the best in its line. The way the rock armor overlaps, the Ceratops style faceplate, Rhyhorn is such an awesome and underrated Pokemon. 4.5 stars, which gives Rhyhorn the final score of 3.625 stars. Rhydon is the first and the original Pokemon, and it's up next as we rate them all. It's surprisingly amazing in battle. Sure, it has the 2 quad weaknesses and garbage speed and special defense, but similarly to Golem, if you just aren't dumb about what you send it in on, Rhydon can be an absolute tank. 105 HP, 130 attack, 120 defense, an absolute physical monster with Earthquake, Stone Edge, Mega Horn, and actually some really nice coverage with the Elemental Fangs and Punches. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. As for its availability, it starts at Rhyhorn's 3.5, but having to wait 20 or so levels to evolve Rhyhorn is gonna drop it down to 3 stars. Rhydon's concept is super simple. It's a rhino, dino, drill, kaiju. It doesn't have to be super intricate to be awesome. Kaiju Pokemon are cool. 4 stars. As for its design, design, I personally prefer Rhyhorn, but you can't deny how iconic and amazing Rhydon's design is. It's the original Pokemon. So many others clearly draw inspiration from it, and I mean, come on, it's awesome. 5 stars. Which means Rhydon just misses the top 5 with 4.125 stars. Rhyperior is one of the more controversial Gen 1 Sinnoh evolutions. We're rating them all, and this seems crazy to look at, but it barely changes at all upon evolution. It gets exactly plus 10 in every stat, which, like, yeah, that's not a bad thing, of course, but it's not really even all that noticeable either. Rhydon was a shockingly underrated Pokemon. Obviously, you have to avoid those 2 quad weaknesses with its poor special defense, but if you do that, it is a monster of a physical tank. With an incredible move pool full of powerful attacks, coverage, and some much-needed setup moves, and, well, Rhyperior is basically the same Pokemon, just slightly stronger. And its new Solid Rock ability really helps. As long as you mind your matchups and use it correctly, it is an absolute monster. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Availability is another weird one though. Rhyhorn got 3.5 stars, which then took a half a star penalty for Rhydon's evolution. And so to make a very long and complicated story short, after removing the games before Rhyperior existed and factoring in when you can get the required protector item and the trade evolution penalty, Rhyperior's new availability is 2.5 stars. And Rhyhorn got 4 stars in concept, really for being the original Kaiju Pokemon, laying the groundwork for so many of the coolest Pokemon, as well as some Rhino and Drill aspects, and Rhyperior adds on to that by evolving while holding a protector and, well, to get, well, a bunch of protective construction stuff, as well as some tank aspects. 4.5 stars. But its design is definitely my least favorite in its line, and I think that's actually a pretty common opinion. I understand what they were going for here with the orange armor plating. It doubles as both the safety vest and helmet to go with its drill and wrecking ball tail for the construction idea, as well as being, well, armor to go along with its cannon arms to play into the tank idea. It shows the concept very well, but it just ends up looking super goofy and awkward. I know you guys vote 5 stars on everything, but this one's pretty funny. I know it's not a bad design, but it's definitely a big downgrade. 3.5 stars, which will build Rhyperior the final score of 3.75 stars overall. Tangela was my guess at the start of all this for being the worst overall Kanto Pokemon. We're rating them all, so let's see. And well, I'll admit I wasn't expecting over 100 in defense and special attack, which in Gen 1 doubles the special defense too. Wow. Okay, how about its move pool? Well, it gets the status powders, which is nice, but doesn't actually get Giga Drain or Leech Seed by level up in most games, and its other attacks are pretty mid. Granted, it does have Chlorophyll, so some Solar Beam strats are definitely there, but we do have to mention the games where you can't evolve it into Tangrowth, and it's really just not gonna do well in the late game. I'll admit I've never actually used one, but to me it seems like 3 stars. I could see 3.5. Its availability is pretty straightforward. It's a mid-game encounter in Kanto and Sinnoh, and then a late-game encounter in Johto. So thanks to our new system, 2.5. Okay, there's no way its concept is good, right? You're kidding. It's based on a swamp monster made of tangled vines, a tangleweed plant, and Medusa. Its beta name was just Medusa. I can't believe it either, but that's a 5-star concept. Okay, but its design is one of the least interesting of Gen 1. I suppose it does an okay job portraying the concept. It looks more like a swamp goofy guy than a swamp monster, and it totally abandons the Medusa thing other than noodle hair. So yeah, it's a pretty awful design in my opinion, but it does get the point across, I suppose. 2 stars. So Tangela's final score is much higher than I thought at 3.125. I really could just steal this intro straight from the Licky Licky video, like really, Tangela of all Pokemon gets an evolution? Rating them all, and once again, they even decided to make it pretty good. Its special defense is weirdly low, and of course it's slow, but otherwise it's kind of an awesome bulky mixed attacker. Pure Grass isn't the best typing by any means, but its move pool is decent in Gen 4. Kind of a typical grass Pokemon set with a few great TMs, but in Gen 8, getting an upgraded knockoff and Giga Drain by level up is really nice. Oh, and it even gets Chlorophyll to patch up its low speed. 4 stars in battle prowess. Availability is a bit weird though, since Tangela isn't in all that many regions, especially post Gen 4 once Tangrowth is introduced. But it is available before the 5th gem in Platinum and the Johto remakes, then before the 7th in Unova, and that's actually it, not including DLC or post-game. So that will bring its average down to 3 stars. Though it and Tangela's concept is really cool. It seems to be a mix of the ideas between a swamp monster, green men, and Medusa. Tangela's beta name was even Medusa. Awesome idea for a grass-type vine monster. 5 stars. But it's designed, I mean, you took one of the worst looking Kanto Pokemon and just made it bigger and somehow even less mysterious. I really can't think of any redeeming qualities here. Why does this Pokemon even exist? 1 star. So that does give Tangrowth a probably generous 3.25 stars overall. Elekid is a perfect example of a baby Pokemon done right. We're rating them all, and it's definitely usable in battle, with 95 speed and 60-ish in both attacks, but a sad 37 in defense. As long as you mind your matchups, it can be pretty good. It has a pretty awesome move pool actually, with Low Kick, Shockwave, Electro Ball, and some support with Thunder Wave and Light Screen. Its late evolution level holds it back though
for sure, having to stick with those stats until level 30 is pretty painful. 2.5 stars. It's so funny to me that so many of these baby Pokemon just aren't available in Johto at all, other than that one random odds egg and crystal, which I haven't counted yet so far, but since that's the only way you can get it before the post game, I think I'll just ignore Johto as a whole for its availability this time. And other than that, it's actually only available in Unova as a super early version exclusive and in the mid game in Alola, so that does give it a nice 4 stars. Electabuzz got 5 stars in concept for being based off of Oni, which are ogre-like creatures with some electrical powers, and more specifically the Japanese god of lightning, Raijin. And Elekid is just a baby Raijin that spins its arms to generate electricity and charge up, another easy 5 stars. And its design I think is just amazing. Electabuzz is arguably my favorite electric type, and Elekid just takes most of those good things from it and shrinks it down into a baby and gives it a hilarious power plug head. This is another one of those like Phanpy that I absolutely love, but I don't think are quite in that upper echelon. 4.5 stars. So that generates Elekid a shocking 4 stars overall.
Electabuzz is actually my favorite Gen 1 electric type. Let's see how it does as we rate them all. It's almost identical to Raichu stat-wise, and they obviously learn similar moves like T-Wave, T-Bolt, and Volt Switch, so we can more or less just copy and paste for battle prowess here. But I do think that Electabuzz does get some better coverage moves, so we'll get 4 stars for battle prowess. Now it is a version exclusive in the 2D games, but not available until after the 5th gym in Kanto. Technically you can get Elekid before the 2nd gym in Unova, but it doesn't evolve until level 30, and that's just about the level of the 4th gym, and then around the 6th trial in Alola, which averages out to 3 stars. It's then based pretty clearly on the Japanese Oni, a horned ogre that wears tiger skin and has lightning powers. This is literally just Raijin, and that's incredibly cool. 5 stars. And as I said at the start, it's my favorite Gen 1 electric type, but apparently you guys think it looks amazing too, riding the line between 4 and 5 stars. So I'm totally fine with giving it 4.5 stars for design. And as we're nearing the end of Gen 1, I do want to say that I am going to be taking a week or 2 break in between generations, but during that time I am going to be streaming some like nostalgia runs of Gen 2 just as a nice refresher course before we get there, giving Electabuzz the final score 4.125 stars. I'm seeing a common trend with these Gen 1 Sinnoh evolutions. We're rating them all, and have you ever noticed how weirdly similar a lot of their stat spreads are to their pre-evolutions? Like Rhyperior just gets a flat plus 10 to every stat. Then Electivire's bottom 3 stats all stay exactly the same, but add some defense and a lot of physical attack. Fun fact, it actually has the highest physical attack for a non-Legend or Paradox electric type. But as we went over with Luxray, that's not really a very good thing. However, the difference here is that Electivire actually gets Thunder Punch along with Fire Punch, Earthquake, Brick Break, and that's just for Gen 4. Not to mention its 95 special attack and speed are still more than enough to run it as a mixed sweeper that comes with the typical utility of most electric types. Usually, they struggle to get 5 stars for some reason, but I think Electivire does get there for sure. 5 stars in battle prowess. In Sinnoh, you can't get Electabuzz until right before the 8th gym, but in Unova, you can get Elekid basically right away, but as version exclusive, and in Alola, you can find them around early mid-game. But the Electrizer actually isn't as much of an issue as I thought it would be, but we do have to factor in the trade evolution penalty, so that does bring it down to a sad 2.5 stars in availability. Also, how weird is it that most of these cool new evolutions aren't even attainable in Diamond, Pearl, or the remakes? Anyway, its concept is incredibly cool, as was Electabuzz's. They're both pretty directly based off of Raijin, an Oni god of lightning, which, yeah, that's definitely exactly what these two are. Then you throw on some cryptid aspects as well as typical electricity motifs, and that's easily 5 stars. But for design, I will fully admit that I am biased against it, as Electabuzz is arguably my favorite electric type, so I'm going to pass the torch on this one.
Alright, I'm gonna talk design. How's it going? Electivire is my favorite electric Pokemon. Just look at it. You know how some Pokemon look downgraded when they evolve? I'm looking at you, Buizel. Well, this isn't one of those Pokemon. They took the Oni inspiration from Electabuzz and heightened it in a great way. And all the motifs of electricity going on with it, come on. It still has its Tesla coils on its head. It has the electrical socket on the back, kind of like a callback to Elekid's plug-shaped head. And the yellow, fuzzy, spiky hair not only screams electricity, but again, it's a nice homage to the Namahage, the type of Oni that this design is most likely based off of. Chef's kiss. And don't forget about its 2 tails that look like stripped wire. You know, the type that you would put together to hot wire a car. Kinda cool, right? It's even more cooler when you remember that Electivire has the ability Motor Drive.
Alright, fair enough, I'm convinced. No, but for real, regardless of Electabuzz being my favorite, Electivire is awesome, and most of you clearly are on his side here. 5 stars. Which, oh no, that gives Electivire 4.375 stars overall, just shorted from the top 5.
Is Magby the best baby Pokemon? We're rating them all, and in battle, it might just be. Its stats are actually really respectable. Of course, it has the bad baby Pokemon defenses, but with enough speed and offensive stats to kind of get around that. You do still have to use it until level 30, which sucks, but you do get it fairly early, and it can put in honestly honestly quite a bit of work in the meantime. Its move pool isn't anything special, pretty typical fire type attacks with a few support moves, so I think 3 stars is fair. It's also just more available than most babies. You can technically catch and breed a Magmar before the 4th gym in Johto, but then not until after the 6th in Platinum, but then you can just straight up catch it super early in both Unova and Alola, so that averages out to 4 stars in availability. Magmar also got 5 stars in concept for being a mashup of ducks, mythical salamanders of fire, and quite a few mythological and historical references. And Magby is just a baby Magmar. It has the same story, 5 stars. But where Magmar got 4 stars in design, I don't think Magby's is quite as good. Granted, I'm glad they retconned the booby forehead, but otherwise it's just kind of a weird looking little bird dino with a choker. It's pretty meh, if we're being honest, but it's not bad and it works as a baby Magmar, 3 stars. So that gives Magby the final score of 3.75 stars overall.
Magmar is up next as we rate them all, and it's actually a lot faster than I remembered. Its stats are actually really solid other than defense and HP. Its move pool is basically the same as Ninetales, with key moves like Flamethrower and Confuse Ray, along with some really nice TM coverage. But it's just a bit more offensive and squishier, so it'll get the same 4 stars in Battle Prowess. As for availability, it is a version exclusive in the early gens, but available post-Surf in Gen 1, then actually before the 4th gym in Johto, not until after the 7th gym in Leaf Green, and after the 6th in Plat, then around the 4th in Unova, and before the 3rd trial in Alola, so that averages out to 3 stars. Magmar seems to be based on a booby or a duck, with some inspiration from this Japanese legend of a bird-like fire-breathing creature, and that's really cool, 5 stars. Then its design I wasn't actually too high on. A fire duck is really cool, and I like it as a whole, but I've just never been a huge fan of it personally. I was leaning in the 3 to 4 star range, but this is where it gets interesting. On one platform, the votes are leaning towards about 4.5 stars, and on the other, 3 stars is the heavy favorite. So I think with that, I'll settle on 4 stars for design, which gives Magmar the solid final score of 4 stars. Should I do Crystal or Heart Gold for our first stream in between generations?
Wow, if I had a nickel for every time a Kanto Pokemon got a Sinnoh evolution with cannon arms, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. We're rating them all, and Magmortar is definitely an odd one. 125 special attack is amazing, but why did they give it 95 physical attack? It would have been much better to have that in either defense or HP. Though I guess, to be fair, it does actually get some really good physical options, but clearly this is much better as a special attacker. Flame Body is a decent ability, but Magmortar just feels like it needs something more. It has good stats, good moves, a good ability, but just not amazing at anything. 4 stars in Battle Prowess. Which actually reminds me, I'm going to buff up Weavile's Battle Prowess and design each by half a star because I was just a bit too harsh there, for being honest. But anyway, Magmortar's availability is kind of complicated. You can find Magmar before the 6th gym in Sinnoh as basically a version exclusive, then right away in Unova as an actual version exclusive, and really early on the 2nd island in Alola. Thankfully, the Magmarizer really isn't that much of an issue, surprisingly, but the trade evolution penalty still stands. So those penalties kind of hammered its score down to 3 stars. Though like Magmar, its concept is awesome. It's based on the Karura, as well as a mythical fire booby duck iguana. Oh, and it has cannon arms, which is just objectively awesome. 5 stars. However, I cannot figure out how I feel about this thing's design. Like at first glance, looking at the whole picture, it's like, oh cool, this thing's awesome. But as soon as you take a closer look at the actual details, it's super goofy. At least it loses the forehead, but now its face looks somehow worse, and otherwise the weird fire egg looking body with the oddly plain legs coming out, and of course, cannon arms. It's a very weird and messy design. This comment has a point. Does it actually look good, or is it just a cool pose? 3.5 stars. Which will bring Magmortar to a pretty respectable 3.875 stars overall.
Is Togepi the cutest Pokemon of all time? We're rating them all, and in battle, similarly to the other baby Pokemon, it's obviously not good. But it is definitely better. It has enough bulk to make up for its lack of speed in the early game, and its 40 special attack is okay. Granted, with it being a friendship evolution, you basically shouldn't ever send it into battle, especially in Gen 2 and 4, where its moveset is more or less just Charm, Metronome, and later on Yawn. But in Gen 8, you get the wonderful combo of Ancient Power and Serene Grace, which is actually really awesome and a lot of fun. But even with that, we have to be honest here, I think it's 2 stars at most. Thankfully, its availability is more straightforward than the other babies. You can obviously get it before the 1st gym in Johto, then the 2nd in Sinnoh, and the 3rd in Galar, which averages out to 5 stars. Then Togepi is pretty obviously based on a hatchling emerging from an egg, but with the twist that it's also the egg. Even its evolutions, which are more similar to birds, they're also still super egg, and I think that's really creative and pretty fun. Then you top that off with Togepi getting inspiration from a mythological goblin of luck, and you've got yourself a 5-star concept. As for its design, as I said at the start, it might be the cutest Pokemon of all time. It's gotta be up there. Even if it isn't number 1, it's clearly in the running. Its adorable little face popping up from the red, white, and blue egg, the cute little arms and legs. I'm normally not a huge fan of the cute Pokemon. I'm boring and like my Pokemon to be cool and edgy, but Togepi is still easily a 5-star design, which gives Togepi the final score of 4.25 stars, tying for the number 1 spot on our Johto top 5 so far. Is it Togetic? Togetic? Either way, we're rating them all, and in battle it's actually pretty decent. Its 80s in defense and special attack along with 105 special defense are really solid, considering you could technically have this thing by like the second gym. I actually used it on my last stream playthrough, and well, in Gen 4 its moveset is pretty bad. All I really ever used was Extra Sensory to crush Team Rocket. Other than that, it was pretty good, until towards the end of the game where it really just got outclassed and got replaced. It does get the Fairy typing post Gen 6, along with of course Serene Grace, Ancient Power, but it also has a very diverse TM pool to really make use of the bonus chance for burns and paras and special defense drops, etc. So I think it comes out to about 3.5 stars in battle prowess. Togepi's availability was a 5, and Togetic being a friendship evolution is gonna stay the same at 5 stars. Togetic's concept is also the same as Togepi's, the hatchling evolving into a bird-like creature while also just kind of actually being the egg, which is fantastic, 5 stars. Its design, however, I think is easily the worst in its line, but that's honestly not saying much because they're all awesome. This thing never looked like a final evolution to me. It definitely fits better as an awkward in-between middle stage with its stubby body and long neck. It's still really cute, but not nearly as cute as Togepi, and still looks cool, but not nearly as cool as Togekiss. So it's not great or amazing in any category, but it is really good, 3.5 stars, which gives Togetic the final score of 4.25 stars, the same as Togepi actually, and another tie for first place.
Togekiss is absolutely incredible and one of the most common perfect 5-star predictions. We're rating them all, and to start it off, in battle I absolutely see the argument. It's also not really a hot take to say that it was definitely worse in Gen 4 before it got the Fairy type. Not to say that it was bad by any means though. 120 in special attack along with 115 and 95 in defenses and respectable speed and HP. Just based on stats alone, it's fantastic. But then you throw on its Serene Grace ability to increase the chance of secondary effects like Flinch on Air Slash and Omni Boost from Ancient Power and plenty of other fantastic offensive options. Not to mention the support moves it gets as Togepi like Yawn, Encore, Charm, and Wish. Then in the newer games, they even made it a lot stronger by giving it arguably the first or second best type in the game, Fairy. I could see it being a close argument in Gen 4, but it's definitely good enough to get there afterwards. 5 stars in battle prowess. Togepi and Togekiss got 5 stars in availability for being really early in the games that they are in, and even a friendship evolution to boot. So with Togekiss, we really just have to look at the Shiny Stone requirement. It's post-game in the Johto remakes, but since that's not technically its home region, we don't count that, and in Gen 4, you get it around the 6th gym, which is a normal time to get a final evolution anyway. Shoot, even your rival hasn't fully evolved his yet. And then in Galar and the remakes, it's a similar story, so I don't see any reason to penalize its score. It'll stay 5 stars. Then both of its pre-evolutions also got a 5 in concept for being based on a baby bird hatching from an egg, but also being the egg, which is super creative, especially considering it's the original baby Pokemon used to show off that concept. They also took some inspiration from typical RPG loot or luck goblins, which then upon evolution kind of shifts over to the angelic or even fairy vibes instead. Really, this whole line is super unique and interesting, 5 stars. But its design is definitely the biggest question mark for me here. Togepi got 5 stars, but then Togetic dropped it down to 3.5 stars. However, I do think that Togekiss kind of brings it back home to fit even better with Togepi. Honestly, I think the line looks a lot better without Togetic. Togekiss is kind of the perfect Togepi evolution. It keeps the egg body and head without the random long neck, and the wings definitely look angelic. The red and blue on the hair or crown is also just a really nice touch visually to give it more pop and ties it to the egg patterns. I was honestly leaning more 4 or 4.5 stars, but unsurprisingly, you guys absolutely love this one, so I'll lean on that and go with 5 stars, which gives Togekiss a perfect 5-star overall rating, making Sinnoh the only region so far with more than one of those, not including Megas.
Johto's Pokedex really was mid at best. We're rating them all, and Yanma is a great example of that. Don't get me wrong, I love Yanma, but it was just not strong enough to be a single stage Pokemon. Sure, 95 speed is great, and 75 and 65 for its attacks are pretty good when you first get it, but in Gen 2, before it can evolve, it's gonna be just obsolete halfway through the game. And honestly, even after that, when you only have to use it until level 33, it's still just bad. Its move pool is awful, even in Gen 6, so as much as I hate to do it, that's 2 stars in battle prowess at best. Should probably be lower. As for availability, its encounter rate may be awful, but regardless, you can get it before the 3rd gym in Johto, before the 5th in Platinum, and before the 3rd in Kalos. So that averages out to 4 stars. Ugh, Yanma's concept, it's literally just the dragonfly, guys. It pains me to do it, but that's a 1-star concept. However, I have always loved its design. It's simple, it doesn't do anything special other than being a big anime-style dragonfly, and maybe this is just because Bug is my favorite type, but it just looks so good. I'm so glad it finally got the evolution it deserved, 3.5 stars, which gives Yanma 2.625 stars overall, just missing out on the bottom 5. Yanma was such a random Pokemon to get a new evolution, but boy did they absolutely nail it. Wording them all, and Yanmega is surprisingly awesome in battle. 116 special attack and 95 speed are great, and honestly even its defense and HP are decent. It's much better than I thought. Sadly, its typing is really bad, but both of its abilities are amazing for their own reasons. However, in Gen 4, its move pool is actually kind of awful until very late game when it gets Air Slash and Bug Buzz, so otherwise it would rely heavily on the actually very good TMs that it gets to be usable. Thankfully, they fixed that in Gen 8 and make its main 2 moves accessible through the move reminder, so Yanmega is really awesome, but it could absolutely be a lot better. 4 stars in battle prowess. Then Yanma is available before the 4th or 5th gym, depending on the Sinnoh game, then before the 3rd in Kalos, and that's actually it, not including the ones before Yanmega existed. So that averages out to a nice 4 stars. But Yanma got a 1-star concept for being just a literal dragonfly, but thankfully Yanmega does improve upon that. When it learns ancient power, it evolves back into a giant 6-foot-tall, 113-pound prehistoric dragonfly, while also taking inspiration from Japanese Oni or Ogre dragonflies. Bulbapedia even mentions military helicopters, but outside of the colors, that's definitely a stretch. Regardless, this is a huge improvement conceptually. 3.5 stars. But I absolutely love Yanmega's design. This is among the handful of reasons as to why Bug is my favorite type. Like, is this a simple design? Sure. It's more or less just a big ancient dragonfly, but it just looks so awesome. Giving it the almost reptilian or dinosaur-like dorsal spikes, then the thicker and more capable legs, fangs, and tail. The compound eyes give it a look of menace, absolutely incredible, and I really don't think you could have made a cooler looking dragonfly. 5 stars. So that does fly Yanmega up to a 4.125 star rating. Will Eevee be able to break into the top 5, or at least score higher than Pikachu? We're rating them all, and Eevee is decent in battle if you remember we're judging it based on when you'd realistically be using it, and in that case its balanced spread of stats aren't bad at all. And adaptability boosted quick attacks and swifts are really solid. 3.5 stars in battle prowess. Then it's actually available earlier and earlier as the generations go on, so it'll average out to 4.5 stars for availability. Eevee's concept is obviously incredible. From having traits of cats and dogs, it was specifically supposed to resemble children's memories of pets, on top of the whole basis of Eevee being its unstable DNA, causing it to evolve into a number of Pokemon for a number of reasons. 5 stars. Its design then I think does an amazing job of portraying the first part of that. It's incredibly adorable, arguably the cutest Pokemon of them all, with the fluffy mane and tail, the semblance of dog and cat features, but it doesn't really do anything with the whole unstable DNA idea. It just looks like a cute fluffy pet. I was on the fence here, and in the polls, 5 stars does win over 4 in a close victory, so I'll end up going with 4.5 stars, meaning its final score is 4.375, not quite in the top 5, but beating Pikachu's score by quite a bit. What's your favorite evolution? Leafeon is one of the most well done evolutions overall. Wording them all, and in battle, it may not be the best of the bunch, but it is still really good. Its stat distribution is balanced very well for a physical attacker. 110 attack, amazing 130 defense, and 95 speed is more than enough to outspeed most of the things you tend it in against. Its pure grass typing isn't the best, but it's not bad. Its main issue by far is its move pool. Razor Leaf and Synthesis are incredible for the early game, but not getting Leaf Blade until level 71 in Gen 4 is actually ridiculous. Thankfully in Gen 8, they moved it up to level 50, gave it Swords Dance and Leech Seed by level up, and plenty of amazing TM options. I think this is arguably 5 stars in Gen 8, but definitely not before then, so I'll go with 4.5 stars in battle prowess. But its availability is just stupid. Sure, the Mossy Rock is found before the second gym in Sinnoh, but Eevee is locked behind the postgame, which since this is Leafeon's home region, that counts. Then it's postgame and doesn't count in Johto and Unova, and then in Kalos you can get Eevee super early, but the Mossy Rock is super late and will earn a big penalty. And oh my god, in Alola and Galar you can actually get and evolve Eevee super early, so that will bail out its availability at 3.5 stars. So far, Eevee and its evolutions have all gotten 5-star concepts just because the whole idea of a cuddly little fox, cat, dog creature whose DNA is unstable and mutates when exposed to different elements is amazing, and the grass type evolution becomes what I think is the embodiment of the saying, I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. It's peaceful yet capable of protecting its friends. 5 stars. But as for design, Leafeon is easily my favorite evolution. This comment explains my thoughts really well. I just think that it perfectly portrays a grass type Eevee, finding the balance between simplicity and detail. The frayed leaf, tail, and ears look absolutely amazing, the color scheme stays loyal to Eevee in a way that most other evolutions don't, and the brown or even muddy paws along with the grassy tufts of fur on the chest and legs give it just enough to make it not too plain. Easily 5 stars in design. So that does give Leafeon 4.5 stars overall, planting it in the Sinnoh top 5 and a nice placement among the evolutions. Glaceon got done so dirty compared to the other evolutions. We're rating them all, and at first glance, its stat spread looks amazing. Its really nice defenses and amazing special attack would make for a fantastic, slower, bulky special attacker, if it wasn't for its pure ice typing, which is probably the worst pure type defensively. Its move pool, similarly to Leafeon, is awful outside of early Icy Wind until you get Ice Beam, but unlike Leafeon, they really don't fix that in the later gens other than in Gen 8 where you can get broken moves and raids early. Its stats alone makes me feel like it needs a higher score, but its moves and weaknesses are just so bad, so I think that it has to be 3.5 stars in Battle Prowess, even though that feels harsh because it easily should have been better. But its availability is even worse than Leafeon's. We don't count the other regions where it's post-game other than in Sinnoh, since it is its home region, but it's actually the same in Kalos and Galar for being locked to either really late game or really early game respectively, but in Alola, where you can get Leafeon super early, Glaceon is locked until Mount Lanakila, or basically Victory Road, so that will tank its availability down to 2.5 stars. Its concept though, as I've explained with the other evolutions, is incredible. The cuddly little Eevee being exposed and mutated by the elements, and this one turning into an icy evolution will once again earn 5 stars. But its design is the third out of the 4 categories where Glaceon got absolutely screwed. An ice-type Eevee could have been so cool and could have easily been one of my favorites if they either leaned into the mystically beautiful route like my second favorite Pokemon ever, Alolan Ninetales, or a sharp and dangerous icicle-covered idea instead. But no, they just made a light blue Eevee with diamond-shaped ribbon eyebrow things. I like the color scheme and how it kept the feet to body color change like Leafeon, but other than that, it just doesn't do anything. It could have been so much better. Such a disappointment. 3 stars, which slides Glaceon down to 3.5 stars overall and the worst evolution score by a long shot. Gligar is so awesome. We're rating them all, and we're finally at the good part of the Johto decks. Its stats are pretty solid with high defense and good speed and attack, but the Gen 2 move pools strike again. They didn't give Gligar a single flying or ground type move at all other than Sand Attack, so it's obviously horrible in Gen 2, especially since it can't evolve. And then even in Gen 4, they give its move pool a huge buff with Swords Dance, U-Turn, X-Scissor, TMs for Earthquake and Roost. Then even in the other generations, it gets all sorts of awesome moves like the Elemental Fangs, but you still can't evolve it in most of these generations. You're pretty much stuck with Gligar into the late or post game, so that's really gonna hurt it and cap it off at 3 stars. You then can't even get Gligar until right before the 8th gym in Johto, and it's a version exclusive. Then it's a similar story in every other region being a super late game, other than Platinum where you can get it pretty early, which averages out to a rough 2.5 stars for Gligar's availability. It's then based on a mix of bats, gargoyles, and scorpions, or more simply, pretty much literally just this yokai that's a flying scorpion, which of course makes for an amazing idea for a Pokemon. 5 stars. And I think its design is fantastic. I think it mixes the dangerous look with the scorpion tail, claws, teeth, pointy wings with an equal amount of cute with the permanent face, big eyes, chubby belly. Honestly, I think this is perfect. This is peak design for a first stage Pokemon. 5 stars, which then averages out to give Gligar the final score of 3.875 stars overall. Gliscor is easily one of the best later gen Johto evolutions. We're rating them all, and that remains true for Battle Prowess. Firstly, its ground flying typing is incredible with as many immunities as it has weaknesses, and its stats are also really great. 95 in attack and speed, 125 defense, and not bad HP and special defense. Even in Gen 4, it has a great move pool with the Elemental Fangs, Poison Jab, Night Slash, Swords Dance, U-Turn, X-Scissor, not to mention its great TM options on top of it. And it of course gets even better in the later gens, most notably with the broken acrobatics. Its stats may not be game breaking, but it still gets to 5 stars. And I do need to make a huge correction to Leafeon and Glaceon though. I totally forgot about the gift Eevee that's post-game in Diamond and Pearl is not post-game in Platinum. It's actually available around the 3rd gym, so that drastically changes the score. Leafeon's Sinnoh number goes from 0.5 to 4 stars because of the first exclusive penalty, but Glaceon still sadly only goes up to 2, so that brings their new overall availability up to 4.5 and 3 stars respectively. But for Gliscor, you can get a Gligar before the 3rd gym in Platinum, but basically as version exclusive, and the Razor Fang is not long after. Then in Unova, you can catch it or Gliscor actually, but not until after the 6th gym, and then not until almost the 8th in Kalos, so that does drag its availability down to 2.5 stars. Then it along with Gligar are a mix of all the creepy things in the night, like gargoyles, scorpions, bats, and vampires, or more simply, this flying lobster scorpion yokai, which is really awesome. 5 stars. And Gligar got a surprising 5 stars in design for being really a perfect first stage design, balancing the cute, dangerous, and interesting, and Gliscor follows that up very well. It of course abandons the cute part for more of the dangerous, scary, and creepy look instead, which it also just nails. The bat-like wings, the scorpion tails and claws, the vampire fangs, the dark color scheme with the red accents that pop. Now this is how you make a bat Scorpion design, 5 stars. So that gives Gliscor an amazing 4.375 stars overall, but availability ruins another top 5 placement. Swinub is so simple yet so cute. We're rating them all, and sadly in battle that isn't gonna help it. I actually really like its ground and ice typing. It's really nice offensively, but pretty brutal defensively. Its move pool is actually pretty decent with Icy Wind and Mud Bomb, or at least it would be if Swinub didn't have 30 special attack, and not really any other stats even worth mentioning. Remember, we're judging it on when you would realistically use it in a playthrough, which is endgame everywhere but Galar. And in that case, Swinub is borderline unusable. 1 star in battle prowess. And as I just said, it's usually a late game encounter, like in Johto, Sinnoh, and Kalos. Luckily for Swinub, it is available before the first gym in Galar, so that'll save its average and give it a shockingly high 3 stars in availability. Swinub is basically the baby of a mix of a wild boar and some woolly Ice Age mammals, which is a nice idea for a ground and ice type, but nothing special, 2.5 stars. And its design is very simple and minimalistic. It's just a furry little blob with a pig nose, yet they somehow managed to make it cute, which is enough to save it from an awful score, but it's a pretty middle of the road Pokemon design, 2.5 stars. So that sadly gives cute little Swinub 2.25 stars overall in a spot on the Johto bottom 5. Is it Piloswine or Piloswine? I don't know, but either way, we're rating them all, and how do you even judge this thing in battle? Its 100s in both HP and attack are nice, and so is its 80 in defense, but its low speed and special defense are made even more apparent since ice and ground is such a bad defensive type. Granted, I don't think I've ever actually used a Piloswine. I always evolve it into Mammo immediately, and before that was an option in Gen 2, holy crap, its move pool is awful. It obviously gets much better in later gens, but once again, you'll probably just evolve it. If you don't though, it's pretty good. With Earthquake, Ice Shard, and Ice Fang, take this one with a grain of salt, it's very confusing, 3 stars. Its availability will stay the same as Swinub at 3 stars, and its concept is also pretty much just the same as a mix of wild boar and prehistoric woolly mammals, but just more grown, 2.5 stars. And Piloswine has never done anything for me at all in terms of design. It's pretty boring, but to be fair, it does work. It's a woolly Ice Age little pig that now has little tusks, but really it's just kind of a blob of fur. Whether it works or not, it's not a very wow design, 2 stars, which gives Piloswine the final score of 2.625 stars, narrowly avoiding the bottom 5. Mamoswine is such an awesome addition, but has always fell just a bit short. We're rating them all, and the first way that is its battle prowess. 110 HP and 130 attack are amazing, but it's not quite fast enough or bulky enough to come out on top a lot of the time. And sadly, its ground ice typing is also kind of a double-edged sword. It's awful defensively with 5 really common weaknesses, but it is actually pretty amazing offensively. And that right there is kind of the story of Mamoswine. Even in Gen 4 with just Ice Shard, Avalanche, and Earthquake, it can dish out some serious damage, but for me it rarely lasts through taking down 1 or 2 Pokemon due to its low speed and defenses, 4 stars in battle prowess. Then you can't get Swinub until around the 7th gym in Johto and Sinnoh, and actually only in Platinum, but Piloswine is available right before the Elite Four in Unova and then the 6th gym in Kalos. And here comes Galar as per usual, saving ice types, making them available right away, which at least gets it a 2.5. Then Swinub and Piloswine both got 2.5 stars in concept for being a mix of different mammals to come together as kind of like a mini woolly pig. But Mamoswine takes that concept to its peak by evolving using ancient power and becoming an Ice Age style woolly mammoth boar, which is more or less the same, but definitely a lot cooler, 3.5 stars. And its design is the other place where I feel like it just didn't quite live up to its potential. As a whole, it's still a really cool looking Pokemon with the giant tusks, light blue coloration to help it read more ice type along with the woolly fur, but it's also just really oddly proportioned. Like, I get that both of its pre-evolutions are round-ish, but that's kind of the usual for a cute first stage Pokemon. At the final evolution of a giant woolly boar, I feel like it just should have gotten more something. I feel like something is just missing or wrong. Still though, 4 stars. So that will give Mamoswine a kind of disappointing 3.5 stars overall. Porygon is so unique among Gen 1 Pokemon. I just wish it was better. We're rating them all, and those stats for what was at the time a Pokemon that couldn't evolve are just not good. It really can't even take advantage of any stab normal moves until Gen 4. So before then, it's going to be really reliant on TMs, which to be fair, it does get some really good ones, but with 40 speed and mid stats. Otherwise, 2.5 stars for battle prowess. As for availability, it's actually only available before the post game in 2 regions, Kanto and Sinnoh, where you can get it before the 4th gym in both. Remember, we only judge Pokemon on the games they're actually available in for a playthrough, 4 stars. It's then pretty obviously based on polygons, but more specifically polygonal mesh used in graphic, with its shape being based on paper cranes. But even better is the fact that the developers included Porygon in the game specifically out of irony and to stick it to the critics, which is just great, 4 stars. And I honestly think its design is incredible. It skirts the line so well between simplicity and abstract complexity, while also being super unique and somehow somehow also cute. The colors are also just really pleasing to the eye. I'm actually recording this right after posting the polls, so we'll see how alone I am on this one, but I think this is easily a 5-star design, giving Porygon the final score of 3.875 stars.
Porygon 2 is up next as we rate them all, and in battle it's definitely an upgrade from Porygon, who got 2.5 stars in battle prowess. Upon evolution, it gains 20 to every single one of its base stats, and that alone really patches up the main downsides of Porygon. Both of them get some amazing level up moves like Signal Beam, Discharge, Tri-Attack, Agility, Recover, and some absolutely amazing TMs. The difference is Porygon 2 can actually make really good use of them and be a very solid member of your team. 4 stars. Porygon did have a shockingly high 4 stars in availability, but with Porygon 2 being a trade evolution, that'll drop it down to 3 stars. And its concept is incredible. Going from the actual joke Game Freak played by purposely making this polygonal program Pokemon to the upgraded, more efficient Porygon 2 is easily a 5-star concept. But I don't think its design is quite as appealing. It's still really awesome though, don't get me wrong. It looks exactly as it should, a smoother and better programmed Porygon. It once again draws that perfect line between simplicity and abstract complexity. Whether I like it as much or not, it's still an awesome design. 4 stars, which ends up giving Porygon 2 an even 4 stars overall.
Porygon Z is easily one of the coolest normal type Pokemon. We're rating them all, and it's also kind of a monster in battle. It has a whopping 135 special attack and nice speed and even respectable stats otherwise. But its move pool is also just insane and really sets it apart. With setup moves like Nasty Plot, Agility, and even Recover, coupled with its absolutely ridiculous offensive coverage. It can solve basically any issue you put in front of it, and that's just its Gen 4 moves. And I haven't even mentioned its 2 amazing abilities. This is another one that feels like it's a bit too high because of its base stat total, but everything else I feel should bring it up to 5 stars. But where and when is Porygon Z even usable? I know I've never actually gotten to use one outside of randomizers. Well, in Sinnoh, only in Platinum specifically, you can get a Porygon around the 3rd gym, and then the upgrade even earlier. But the Dubious Disc is locked to the very late game, and we can't forget the fact that you have to trade it twice. So correct me if I'm wrong here, but is this not the only game where you can actually get Porygon Z before the post game? Have we seen any other Pokemon with only one singular game worth of availability? Like, does that deserve another penalty? It already gets the version exclusive, trade evolution, and late game penalties, but with our system, it still gets 2 stars in availability, even though that still feels really high. But for real, this whole Alliance concept is incredible. Starting off as not only polygonal mesh and graphics, but also as a direct middle finger to the critics, which is hilarious. Then it upgrades to Porygon 2 with better rendering and smoother graphics. Then once exposed to a Dubious Disc meant to empower trans-dimensional travel, but it was full of bugs and glitches, it screws it all up. This is not even close, that's easily a 5-star concept. But as for its design, I'll be totally transparent here. I was originally leaning towards 4 or 4.5 stars. It's a really cool and unique looking Pokemon for sure, but I didn't think that it was all that amazing. But you guys ask why I run the polls if they don't decide the score, and this right here is why. I admittedly had no idea that Porygon Z was literally just a screwed up and rearranged Porygon 2. It has all of the same parts, just in different places. I don't know how I never noticed that, but it is an absolutely incredible detail, and now I for sure see it as a 5-star design. So that does all generate Porygon Z the final score of 4.25 stars overall, just barely screwed over by availability. But this one I feel is justified. The Ralts line might just contain our next perfect 5-star Pokemon, but we're rating them all, and Ralts probably won't be it. Though in battle, it is interesting. It isn't nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Now, of course, with its abysmal physical defense, you do have to be careful, but its special stats are decent for the early game, and Psychic is just a great typing. Even more so once it adds the Fairy type in Gen 6. Confusion may be the only move you really get in Gen 3, but that's good enough to do the job. And in Gen 6, it of course adds Disarming Voice for those pesky Poochyenas. It's clearly not amazing, it's very frail and doesn't evolve until level 20, but it's not horrible. 2.5 stars. In case you weren't around for the Abra and Alakazam controversies, in this series, encounter rate or ease of access has nothing to do with availability. It's just a measure of how much of the game it's available for. And in that case, Ralts is great. You can get it right away in both Hoenn and Galar, then before the 3rd gym in Platinum, before the 2nd in Kalos, and as soon as you get to Akala and Lola, which just barely manages to average out to 5 stars. And Ralts' concept seems to be an entirely original idea. It's basically empathy embodied and made into a little humanoid pocket monster that uses its horns to sense the emotions of people around it, which is so awesome, especially with that little extra bit of drawing inspiration from the typical shy children of media, and this is clearly 5 stars. And I think that its design is genuinely incredible. At first glance, it almost looks like a little creature with no eyes, using its psychic ability to search through the area, or maybe even wearing a little Jedi training helmet, but actually it does have eyes, and it's more likely a nod to the hair over the eyes looks of the shy kids I mentioned to 4, then you add the heart-shaped horns on its heads to sense emotion, and honestly, you've got a peak first stage design. 5 stars. Which not only lands Ralts the final score of 4.375 stars overall, but also knocks a few starters from the top 5. Ralts shocked everybody by making it into the top 5, so do you think Kirlia will follow suit? We're rating them all, and in battle it has a very similar story to Ralts. It's incredibly frail physically, especially considering it doesn't evolve until level 30, but its special attack is pretty solid at 65, but with its low speed and lack of defenses, it's really going to get outclassed in the time that you would use it. It does still really pack a punch, but it struggles to get the chance to do so. 2 stars. And its availability, as we went over with Ralts, will once again be 5 stars for being in the early game in most regions. Then Kirlia takes the whole empathy physically embodied into a childlike creature idea and just ramps it up, while also gaining the ability to rip dimensions and see into the future. Once again, 5 stars. But its design, I'm really not a fan of, and no, I don't dislike all girly designs. I've just always felt that it stuck out like a sore thumb in its line, especially with the addition of Gallade. This line as a whole is incredible, starting at Ralts as this ambiguous little child, then its evolutions really representing either the feminine or masculine side of emotion, and then there's Kirlia, a ballet dancer. It isn't as cute or interesting as Ralts, nor is it as impressive or cool as its evolutions. This is honestly really a disappointment, 2.5 stars. But that still lands Kirlia a decent 3.65 stars overall. Can Gardevoir become our next perfect 5-star Pokemon? A lot of you seem to think so, but there's only been one so far, not including Megas. We're rating them all, and at least in battle, Gardevoir is arguably the most dominant Pokemon in a Hoenn playthrough, other than maybe Guts of Sod Swallow. With its whopping 125 special attack, 115 special defense, and decent 80 speed, it's going to be one of your strongest Pokemon. Even in Gen 3, all you really need is Calm Mind and Psychic, then for good measure slap on Thunderbolt and have fun. Not even to mention that in Gen 6, it somehow gets infinitely better with the Fairy typing, way better moves like Moonblast, Draining Kiss, Psyshock, and Shadow Ball. It's actually broken in every game that it's in. 5 stars. As for availability, remember that we don't factor in encounter rate at all, so Ralts being available early in most regions did result in 5 stars. And its concept is so unique and incredible, it follows the Ralts idea of being a physical embodiment of empathy and evolves into the great representation of femininity, taking the duality of guardian angels or mothers being both loving or nurturing as well as being fiercely protective. Once again, easily 5 stars. Which means it all comes down to design. Obviously, the Pokemon community has been, well, frankly gross about Gardevoir, but that doesn't take away from how incredible the design is. It does a fantastic job of showing the 2 sides of femininity, with the long flowing dress and the heart-shaped horns now going straight through its heart, while also showing the protective side by shaping its hair to resemble medieval helmets and giving it the "don't f with my babies" look in its eyes. Definitive 5 stars. Which means that Gardevoir has done it. It's the second ever perfect 5-star Pokemon, third if you count Megas, but still it takes the throne over the Hoenn top 5. There's only been one perfect 5-star Mega, so can Mega Gardevoir become the second? We're rating them all, and obviously in battle, it's just utterly broken. With 165 special attack, 135 special defense, and 100 speed, along with its incredible Psychic Fairy typing, there's really nothing this monster can't handle. Not to mention its ability Pixelate, turning all normal type moves into Fairy type and giving them a 20% boost. On top of Gardevoir's already really impressive move pool, I mean, come on, this is clearly 5 stars. Its availability starts off at Gardevoir's 5 stars, but it is compared to other Megas, and you don't get its Mega Stone in Hoenn until after you face Kyogre or Groudon, which is fairly late for a Mega, so that'll drop it down to 4 stars. And its concept is more or less the same as Gardevoir, being a physical embodiment of empathy and femininity. I don't think the Mega really added onto that at all, but it didn't take away from it either, so it'll stay 5 stars. But its design just once again kind of takes Gardevoir and makes it look a little bit more mature, I guess, really not doing much at all to make it look Mega. They just took the sleek and petite looking dress and turned it into more of a ball gown, but otherwise it's more or less the same. For some reason, I've really just never been a fan. Don't get me wrong, it still has all the positives with the duality of femininity, with the nurturing look coupled with the protective look, but it just falls short of expectations. It's just Gardevoir again, but worse. 4 stars. Which still gives it a great 4.5 stars overall.
And a spot on the Mega's top 5.
Gardevoir was one of very few perfect 5-star Pokemon, so a lot of people predicted Gallade to do the same. Rating them all, and its first hurdle is Battle Prowess, where I do think there are some questions. Firstly, Psychic Fighting is just not as good of a typing as Psychic Fairy. It is still really awesome offensively though, which goes well with its 125 attack, though other than its good special defense and okay speed, it's kind of mid everywhere else. It was kind of right there on the cusp until I realized how diverse and honestly great its move pool is. It has setup moves like Swords Dance, Calm Mind, the Screens, Recovery with Drain Punch, Utility with Thunder Wave, and plenty plenty of coverage options. But unlike Gardevoir, it doesn't have the broken fairy typing to cover for its mid defenses and okay speed. And it also doesn't get its amazing sharpness ability until Gen 9. I'm really on the fence here, but I think I'm going to go with 4.5 stars in Battle Prowess. Then the Dawnstone is really the only question for availability, as Ralts is available shockingly early in most regions, though yes, another case of only Platinum for Sinnoh. And surprisingly, the Dawnstone is available right around the time you get Surf in most regions as well, other than Hoenn where it's Victory Road, so we'll get a small penalty there, but it still manages to get a really good 4.5 stars in availability. Then Gardevoir got an easy 5 stars in concept for really kind of beautifully combining the two sides of the femininity coin. It has the loving and pretty side of being the physical embodiment of empathy and based on traditional feminine ballet dancers, while also being protective like kind of a guardian angel or mother, as well as a chivalrous knight. But then Gallade ramps up the fiercely protective side, really focusing down on the honorable chivalrous knight side, by taking inspirations from different forms of martial arts and warfare, which is all really cool on its own for sure, but I feel like it kind of loses the whole point of this evolution line. 4.5 stars. However, for its design, I've always vastly preferred Gallade over Gardevoir. I'm a simple man. Mystical gladiator with sword arms and a helmet? Count me in. That's awesome. But if we're trying to actually be critical here, is it actually as good of a design as Gardevoir? Probably not, just because Gardevoir perfectly caps off this evolution line and portrays its concept so well, while Gallade feels much more disconnected, not to mention the, hips. But I think regardless of my complaints about it, its popularity speaks for itself. I think it probably deserves the 5 stars either way, which will rise Gallade to the final score of 4.625 stars overall and a seat for the night at the side of the queen. Mega Gallade is a third-rate Mega with a fourth-rate design. Marketing them all, and I'm just kidding. It's awesome, even if it is just Seto Kaiba. Anyway, in battle, this dude is an absolute terror. 165 attack, 110 speed, and really solid defenses. It's also very unfortunate that this was before Gallade got the sharpest ability. Psychic Fighting is an awesome typing, even if it's worse than Psychic Fairy, and its move pool, as we went over with Gallade, is certifiably broken. I don't think I really need to go in that much more detail here. This is obviously 5 stars in Battle Prowess. But for availability, Gallade's Megastone isn't even in X and Y, and it's locked behind the end of the post-game in Oras, so its availability is going to take a huge hit from Gallade's 4.5 down to 2.5 stars. And as for its concept, Gallade was more or less the physical embodiment of chivalry and honor in a warrior, taking inspirations from all sorts of martial arts and military backgrounds. Then its Mega doesn't really add or take away from that at all, so it'll stay 4.5 stars. And its design is honestly a huge upgrade upon Mega Evolution. The head crest on the gladiator helmet gets bigger, sharper, and a lighter color, which then matches its fancy new cloak or cape, along with its new state-of-the-art dual disc, Sword Arm. Yu-Gi-Oh! Copyright claims and weird hip shape aside, it's still an absolutely awesome design for a regal, honorable knight Pokemon. 5 stars, which will grant Mega Gallade a respectable 4.25 stars overall. Nosepass serves the same role as Onix, being that first gym roadblock. We're rating them all, and similarly to Onix, if you aren't prepared, it can be a real issue. The main difference being that Nosepass actually hits back fairly hard with Rock Tomb, but that's just at the first gym. If you actually want to use this thing, well, its defensive stats are great, of course, but everything else is awful for a Pokemon that at one point didn't even evolve. Sturdy was also a useless ability back in Gen 3, only defending against Oko moves like Fissure, and its moveset was decent in Gen 3 with some utility and coverage, but Nosepass as a whole was a lot better in the Gen 6 remakes. With Sturdy actually working now, it having much better moves, and actually getting to evolve, so with both being considered, I think 3 stars for Battle Prowess is fair. I do always forget that this thing is actually available before the second gym in Hoenn, and then before the third in Platinum, but not until after the 6th in Diamond and Pearl, then fairly early in Kalos and Alola, which will average out to a surprising 4 stars. Nosepass is a pretty interesting Pokemon, being modeled off of Moai statues on Easter Island, but making the nose into a sort of compass, which is pretty funny considering the cardinal directions spell out nose. It feels a bit odd for a Pokemon, but it's pretty good. 3.5 stars. And its design is definitely unique and oddly charming. I think the Gen 3 sprites are actually its worst look, giving it more of a rounded and desaturated feel, where in every generation after that, it's much more geometric and colorful. I don't think I have anything negative to say about this design, but I don't think there's much positive either. It's just fine. 3 stars, which will land Nosepass 3.375 stars overall. Probopass is one of those Pokemon that makes me think to myself, is anyone really gonna watch this one? But then you do, and you know, I appreciate that. We're rating them all, and it's definitely interesting in battle. Its defenses are obviously incredible, which pair wonderfully with its rock and steel typing and its 9 resistances and an immunity. But even its 75 special attack is at least usable, and it ends up being pretty decent with support from Thunder Wave and Stealth Rocks, some setup with Iron Defense and Rock Polish, as well as a pretty solid list of offensive options. The 2 quad weaknesses are a pretty big issue, but Sturdy after Gen 5 helps out with that. It's honestly surprisingly decent. 3.5 stars. As for availability, why were like none of these newly added evolutions even available in base Diamond and Pearl. Anyway, you can catch and evolve Nosepass before the 3rd gym in Platinum, which is crazy early and will get a boost, and it's honestly found shockingly early in most other regions, as well as not taking long to evolve. Surprisingly, this thing gets 4 stars in availability, and its concept is also pretty interesting. Visually, it clearly is based off of the Moai statues on Easter Island, but it seems to take most of its inspiration from compasses, with a lot of really interesting little tidbits that tie into and explain that further. Though none of its dex entries mention the mustache at all until good old Professor Laventon and Hisui, who explains that it gathered iron sand to form a luscious mustache with which it smites its prey. 4 stars. But design-wise, it's actually kind of tricky because it is very interesting to look at the details with the Moai statue hat and the little head arm things that can use the elemental punches for some reason, but as a whole, holy cow, this thing is so ugly. Mr. Potato Head woke up in the wrong isekai. But for real, I think this is a very clear and direct downgrade from Nosepass, who is at least oddly charming. 2.5 stars, which will give Probopass a pretty decent 3.5 stars overall. Duskull is such an amazing first stage ghost type. We're hitting them all, and in battle, it's not gonna wow you with offense, but holy crap, 90 in both defenses is nuts. Granted, its HP is awful though, so I don't know how great it really is, but it does have 3 immunities thanks to its ability to levitate. And once again, it might not do much offensively, but bulky support is never a bad thing to have, and it's of course going to be even better in Gen 6 with earlier Will-O-Wisp and Hex. But having to deal with those stats until level 37 is pretty brutal, and it'll be outclassed. 2.5 stars in battle prowess. You sadly can't get it until after the 6th gym in Hoenn, but you can before the 4th in both Platinum and in Galar, so that will average out to a decent 3.5 stars. And at first glance, it appears to be based on more or less just a mix of the undead, some skeletons, some ghosts, sure. But it also seems to draw from the boogeyman, which may seem loose, but even its dex entries talk about how it spirits away misbehaving children. And it's also pretty clearly based on the Hitatsume yokai creatures. Easy 5 stars. And its design is once again incredible. It's just the perfect stylized little first stage ghost Pokemon. It's as creepy as can be with the ghostly body, the single floating red eye, and the skull mask. Yet it still manages to land that kind of cute feeling for a first stage Pokemon, with the big round eyes, too big for its body, and the 3 goofy teeth. I don't think this is particularly close. That's easily 5 stars, which will land Duskull the final score of 4 stars overall. Dusclops is easily the worst looking in its incredible evolution line. We're rating them all, and in battle, however, this thing is a monster. 130 in both defenses is insane, though I'll admit I don't fully understand how bad that HP stat is alongside those defenses, and sadly I don't count held items in this series, so sorry Eviolite. But even without it, Dusclops gets some great support moves and actually has an insane amount of coverage. Defensive Pokemon are tough to judge in this fashion, but this is a really good one. 4 stars in battle prowess. And its availability will stay the same as Duskull at 3.5 stars, though its concept seems to deviate from Duskull a bit. It seems to lean heavier into the Hitatsume theme, as this is definitely a humanoid Cyclops-like ghost, though it does sadly seem to lose the whole boogeyman spiriting people away idea, which did add a lot of character to Duskull. 4 stars. Its design though, as I said at the start, is at least in my opinion clearly the worst in its line. Duskull is the perfect mix of creepy and oddly cute, then Dusknoir nails the imposing powerful ghost creature thing, and Dusclops is weird. I understand why it went more in the mummy direction, cool idea that ties into the concept well, but it just looks bad. And Duskull's cute little teeth are now huge floppy things. It's still a cool looking Pokemon, but sadly I think this is a massive downgrade. 3 stars. So that means Dusclops' final score is 3.625 stars overall. Hold on, Dusknoir is the gripper Pokemon? You gotta be kidding me. We're rating a model, okay, at least in battle it is kind of awesome. Pure Ghost is just a really good typing on its own, and its stats are pretty decent until you realize that they barely change at all upon evolution from Dusclops outside of that actually pretty sizable attack boost, which is nice for sure and helps it take advantage of its pretty amazing move pool. It of course has the utility that comes with most Ghost types, but it also has great offensive options like the Elemental Punches, Shadow Punch, Priority Shadow Sneak to get around its low speed, and some really nice TMs. But its aforementioned low speed and HP are a fairly major downside. But outside of that, Dusknoir is pretty awesome. 4 stars in battle prowess. And here we go, another new Sinnoh evolution that wasn't even in Diamond and Pearl is a trade evolution and requires a held item to evolve. You can get Duskull kind of mid-game in Platinum, a bit later in Hoenn, and basically right away in Galar, where its evolution level becomes a pretty huge grind, but then the Reaper Cloth is super late game in Platinum and Galar, and actually post-game in Oras, so that doesn't count. So after all the penalties, it ends up getting 2.5 stars in availability. Though I am glad to see that with Dusknoir, they kind of returned to the Grim Reaper spiriting people away inspiration from Duskull that was kind of a abandoned for Dusclops in place of the Hitatsume ghost paper lantern mummy thing. And actually Dusknoir kinda takes a bit from that as well, with the whole Cyclops part of the Hitatsume inspiration, as well as like Duskull being a spirit guide Psychopomp Scrim Reaper thing that communes with spirits using radio waves. So it's not nearly as disconnected from the line as it may appear. I think it actually does a great job of bringing the two back together, and it's just really cool. 5 stars. But its design is where it is most commonly referred to as disconnected from its line, which is fair. At first glances, it does look very unique compared to its pre-evolutions. So I get where that idea is coming from, but the answer is in the details. It takes the wispy ghost tail from Duskull, the grippers from Dusclops, and even those weird teeth things that Dusclops has are now upturned into an almost regal collar. They really did a fantastic job of giving it a genuinely terrifying and imposing feel to it as well. The main issue is the weird, like, jacket? Armor? The antenna makes sense, but the all of a sudden darker torso with the weird markings that kind of come out of nowhere do make it feel a bit disconnected. Still though, 4.5 stars in design. So that will give Dusknoir a nice even 4 stars overall. I can't stand how every ice type is forced to be a late game Pokemon. We're rating them all and Snorunt just gets royally screwed over by that stereotype. The ice type in general is pretty good and fun offensively, but it is arguably the worst type defensively. So then you take its equally mid stats across the board on top of that, and this would then make for a pretty interesting early game Pokemon, but no, this is like mid to late game, where it is effectively useless. And it doesn't even evolve until level 42. Its move pool is actually pretty awesome even in Gen 3, but that just doesn't matter, sadly. 1.5 stars in battle prowess. And so now its availability is no surprise. It's mid to late game in every other region it's in other than Galar, where it's pretty much immediately catchable, so that does bring its average up to 3 stars. Then Snorunt is pretty directly inspired by these Japanese snow spirits that take the form of a child, which are also said to be the children of another spirit of a snowy princess said to be found on the frigid peaks, which is great foreshadowing for its future evolution and is a really cool concept. 4 stars. Its design, however, is kind of difficult to judge. On one hand, it kind of fails the eye test. It isn't cool or cute or awe-inspiring or even very interesting. Though on the other hand, it does do a fantastic job of portraying the concept of a freezing little spirit child. This little guy 100% looks very cold, with the little blue eyes, the shivering teeth, how it's grabbing at its coat. This is really well done, even if it doesn't look very good. 3.5 stars, which will land Snorunt the final score, 3 stars overall. Glalie is one of the more forgettable Hoenn Pokemon, but we're rating them all, and it's fairly decent in battle. It's not gonna wow you, but it's fairly bulky, fast, and strong. 80s and everything isn't bad at all, but it's not that good either. It being pure ice type is probably its bigger downfall for sure. Its move pool is actually pretty good though, especially compared to most of Gen 3, and it of course gets much better later on. Glalie is surprisingly not bad. 3 stars in battle prowess. Its availability starts off with the 3 stars of Snorunt, but we have to look at its evolution level. 42 is ridiculously late to drag the weakling Snorunt. Sure, when you catch Snorunt, it's only gonna be like 20 levels away in most games, other than Galar, where it's way worse. But dragging that little blob is gonna be such a grind, and at that point, Glalie's availability has to drop down to 2.5 stars. However, where Snorunt was based on these really interesting snowy Japanese spirits, Glalie seems to abandon all of that entirely and leaves it to Frostlass to pick up the slack. Then it instead seems to be an ice creature based on facial expressions or different masks. Sadly, it's just nowhere near as interesting as the rest of its line. 2.5 stars. I do think that it looks pretty cool though, even if a bit weird. The color scheme is incredible, and the hockey mask-esque ice armor and giant horns do make it look interesting, albeit a bit goofy. Design is subjective, sure, but I agree with this comment. You guys voting 5 stars on this thing is just insane. 3 stars in design. So that will give Glalie 2.75 stars overall. Glalie has a mega evolution, in case you forgot. We're rating them all, and it's actually a pretty cool one. It may not be game-breaking like most megas, but it is still really awesome. 120 in both attacks, 100 speed, and 80s for bulk. If this wasn't a mega, we'd be talking about how amazing it is, especially with its ability Refrigerate, giving it a boost to moves like Hyper Beam and Return, along with its otherwise pretty solid move pool. Too bad it's just a pure ice type with all of those weaknesses, which along with not having any form of setup moves, definitely holds it back. 4 stars in battle prowess. Its availability will once again be 2.5 stars like Glalie, since you get the Glalatite before the 7th gym, which is pretty average for a mega. My main issue with Glalie is that it just abandons the whole concept behind Snorunt and eventually Frostlass to just become a face with ice armor. And sadly, Mega Glalie doesn't do anything to fix that. It just gets split apart by the Mega Energy, and it probably should have been Steel type due to how metal these dex entries are. But sadly, once again, it's a letdown in the evolution line. 2.5 stars. I do think that ended up looking pretty cool though. I love the color scheme, and my dude even grew a beard. 5 stars, no notes. Okay, I'm just kidding. It actually does manage to become a pretty terrifying creature. Imagine this thing jumping out at you in a blizzard, but I don't think that this is some incredible design or anything. It still has the same goofiness issue of Glalie, but it is cooler. 3.5 stars, which will land Mega Glalie 3.125 stars and a spot on the Mega's bottom 5. It's weird, yet understandable, that Jinx never got that new evolution treatment like the the others in Kanto, so it just got remade instead. We're rating them all, and we'll get to that part, but first, I gotta say, this is not what I thought Frostlass's stats were. This has like full-blown Gen 1 Jack-of-all-trades, Master of None stat spread. I really thought that Frostlass was much more of a frail special attacker, but here we are. Ice Ghost is an awesome typing stylistically, but as is the case with both ice types, it's not very good. And Snow Cloak is famously a very annoying and dangerous ability if you manage to get this thing in the hail. But honestly, Frostlass is way worse than I thought, especially in Gen 4, where its move pool is okay. Confuse Ray and Ominous Wind is nice, but other than that, it really isn't doing much at all until you get the host of pretty awesome later game TMs it gets access to. Thankfully in Gen 8 they do add a lot of really solid moves and even more utility to it, but I'm just now realizing both how little I've used this thing and how underwhelming it is. 3.5 stars in battle prowess, and it would have been lower if not for the remakes. But Snowrun had a pretty surprising 3 stars in availability, as you can get it before the 7th gym in Sinnoh and Hoenn, and then on Ula Ula in Alola, and basically right away in Galar. And the Dawnstone, as we saw with Gallade, is much less of an issue than you'd think. It's found in the later mid-game in most regions, so Frostlass will get the same 3 stars. And as I said at the start, conceptually, this is basically the exact same idea that Jinx was supposed to be going for. It's based on the Yuki Ono, which are basically snowy mountaintop witch yokai, which is all but confirmed in a few dex entries explaining that Frostlass came about by a lost woman on an icy mountain being reborn as Frostlass. I may have been a bit harsh on jinxing concepts, or not, due to the controversial aspects of its concept and design, but thankfully Frostlass drops all of that and it ends up being pretty awesome, 4 stars. And thankfully in design it is leaps and bounds better. It's still an icy creature in a kimono with purple skin, just way less awful. Frostlass looks really interesting, especially when you see that it doesn't actually have a body, it's just the floating head. But what does that make those arms? Hair? Ears? And also, not to mention that it really looks nothing like Snowrun. Sure, it vaguely resembles Glalie, but there's no way that anyone is guessing they're in the same evolution line. Regardless, Frostlass has a really cool, interesting, and unique design. I just don't think that it's quite as good as it's made out to be. 4 stars. So that does land Frostlass the final score of 3.625 stars overall. Rotom is probably the best gimmick Pokemon of all time. We're rating them all, and it's actually pretty awesome in battle. Electric Ghost with Levitate is amazing and gives it more immunities than weaknesses, along with 5 other resistances, which is great since Rotom is not very bulky and kind of needs the help defensively. But offensively, it is awesome, with 90s in special attack and speed, coupled with its great move pool full of utility like Confuse Ray, Thunderwave, and Will-O-Wisp, as well as very strong offensive options. Its base stat total is not very high at all, but everything else about it is fantastic. 4 stars in battle prowess. Oh, and we'll be going over all of its other forms, giving their own scores in the next video. Yet Rotom is post-game in Diamond and Pearl like every other cool Sinnoh Pokemon, but you can get it right after the 2nd gym in Platinum, as well as around the 6th in Kalos and Galar. So that ends up giving it 3.5 stars in availability. Conceptually though, I think Rotom is downright one of the most interesting and creative Pokemon out there. It's based on a Poltergeist or a very similar yokai and takes some aspects from the Will-O-Wisp, but its whole idea really comes from the first part, as it of course takes control of different appliances ranging from the 5 forms usable in battle to phones, Pokedexes, and even bikes. And then, kind of like a little prankster goblin, wreaks havoc and mischief. 5 stars for sure. Design-wise, the forms definitely vary a bit, and here's a hot take. I actually think the Rotom Dex is his best look, but for now, the base form is super cool and unique, albeit a bit sus shape-wise. But I do really like the whole plasma electricity thing radiating off of it. It also has my channel's color scheme, so that's nice. But Rotom is surprisingly a cute little guy. It's a really solid design for sure. 4 stars. So that means Rotom possesses a 4.125 star final score. Rotom's many different forms are really what cement it as one of the most unique Pokemon. We're rating them all, and we already did the base form, so this is going to be a long one because each of the others are actually quite a bit different. They do, however, all have the same stats, which are really good. 105-ish in special attack and both defenses, and decent enough speed. They also all have the Levitate ability, but that means a whole lot more to some than others. The Heat form benefits the most from it, removing what would have been a quad weakness to ground and leaving it with 8 resistances and only 2 weaknesses. They do all have more or less the same move pool, which is incredible. It's full of utility and offense. It differs in the forms with the unique moves they get. Heat gets Overheat, which is an incredibly powerful move. Wash gets Hydro Pump, which is even better, and its electric water typing is also really great with only 1 weakness. Frost really gets the short end of the stick though, gaining the typical ice type weaknesses and nowhere near as many resistances. Blizzard as its unique move is also just not as good as any of the others since Rotom can't even learn Hail. The fan form feels more like a joke because of its flying typing, making Levitate completely redundant, but otherwise electric flying is still an incredible combo, and getting Stab Air Slash is also really nice. Mow is a cool one. Electric Grass is an okay typing, definitely the most like middle of the road compared to the others, and getting it Leaf Storm gives it a really strong grass option as well. Honestly, Heat and Wash with their incredible typing, great stats, as well as abundant utility and offense earns them 4.5 stars in battle prowess, really just not enough speed to get them to 5. Frost, Fan, and Mow all have their own unique strengths and weaknesses, but I think they all end up around the same relative strength, so they'll get 4 stars in battle prowess. But for availability, they may as well be mythicals, even though they're not. Rotom is post-game in Diamond and Pearl and the remakes, but even even in Platinum where it isn't, you can't get these new forms at all anymore. They're event only, which is no longer running. But in Kalos, you can actually change forms immediately after catching one around the 6th gym, and same goes for Galar, but pretty late game. So that barely ends up giving the Rotom forms 2 stars in availability. And for concept, as we went over in the original Rotom video, this is one of the coolest ideas for a Pokemon ever. You all know it well, it's a little electric gremlin ghost will-o'-the-wisp that possesses appliances. 5 stars for all of them. As for design, they all portray their concept equally as well, obviously. They're all very clearly machines possessed by mischievous little ghosts. And the different colored plasma to show off their typing is a really great detail, but they definitely don't all look as good or have the same rule of cool feeling, which you guys seem to agree with, but we'll get to that. If they counted, I think the Rotom Dex is actually its best look and the Bike or PC is its worst, but for these forms, I actually think that Rotom Mo is by far the best design, just because they give it those vicious teeth on that little gremlin smile that really screams possessed lawnmower. It has by far the most personality out of any of the Rotoms. You guys voted 5 stars on this one, and I agree. Then Heat and Wash are together once again in design, as Heat has the red plasma turned to the shape of oven mitts, which is a hilarious detail, and Wash has the disconnected water pipe, once again, great detail, and the plasma just screams Alpha Sapphire, and I can't unsee it, even if it's not true. But you guys voted these ones surprisingly low, and I strongly disagree. These are awesome. 4.5 stars. Rotom Fan shockingly had the second highest voted polls, and I honestly really don't get it. It doesn't look bad by any means, I just don't think it looks nearly as good as any of its other forms. Also, Base and Fan Rotom should have had their plasma's colors switched, but regardless, it's decent. 3.5 stars. And Frost Rotom is fine, I guess. I really don't have any complaints. There's just nothing to make it stand out, and I don't think it even looks as good as Base Rotom. You guys voted at the lowest, and I agree. 3 stars. Okay, so that brings their final scores to 4 stars for Heat, Wash, and Mo, 3.625 for Fan, and 3.5 for Frost. Let me know if you made it to the end of this one, cause it was a doozy. The Lake Guardians are the 4th installment of the fairy-like, but not very typed mythical Mew Pokemon, except this time they're not mythicals at all, they're legends. We're rating them all with Uxie, whatever comes first in the dex, weird enough, and it is the defensive variant of the 3. 130s in defense is amazing, and its 95 speed and 75 everywhere else is at least decent. My main issue with defensive Pokemon is the fact that defense by itself isn't worth much at all if you aren't also returning damage or at least inflicting status or some other kind of support. But Uxie does have quite a few support options, as well as Calm Mind and Amnesia, so it can set up and use its wide range of offensive options and even Giga Drain for recovery to become an actual problem. Oh, and in Gen 8 it gets even more amazing TMs to help its case. A very rare defensive 5 stars in battle prowess. And remember, availability for legends is compared to other legends, so in Uxie's case, being able to get it before the 8th gym is great. Not nearly as early as things like Zapdos or Raikou, but much earlier than others. But it is locked behind the post-game in the remakes for some reason. 3.5 stars. Conceptually though, it goes way deeper than I realized. I'm sure you're already aware that this is the being of knowledge, it was the birth of intelligence. But Uxie giveth and Uxie taketh away. It also has the ability to wipe memories. But even cooler than that is the fact that this whole trio seems to draw inspiration from the Imperial Regalia of Japan, or the 3 sacred treasures. Uxie being based on the Yatano Kagami, or sacred bronze mirror, which embodies wisdom and honesty. 5 stars. Design-wise though, I'm honestly shocked at how poorly viewed they are. I got so many comments and messages talking about how forgettable, bland, and indistinguishable they are, and honestly, I kind of agree, but not to the same extent. Yes, they all do look exactly the same from the neck down, but I think that that's fine. They're kind of supposed to. I think they serve their purpose and concept as angels sent by Arceus very well. The tails are cool, and I do like how Uxie is unique among them, with the eyes being closed, either meditating or like using its mental powers to see and move instead. I think it portrays the being of blank concept by far the best out of its trio. 4.5 stars in design. So that does give Uxie the final score of 4.5 stars overall, and this Legend's top 5 is gonna start getting real crowded soon. Mesprit is clearly the weakest link in the Late Guardian trio. We're rating them all, and in battle it almost has that typical Mew archetype stat spread. 80s in HP and speed and 105s in its attacks and defenses, which is of course awesome. It is really good at almost everything, but not amazing at anything, which is quite different from the others in its trio. Uxie shines defensively and Azelf offensively, which is really cool stylistically, but in a game like Pokemon, the Master of None doesn't usually shine. Its moves are also just not as good. It replaces Yawn with Lucky Chant and Amnesia with Charm, which fine. Its TMs are still amazing of course, with support, setup, and plenty of offense, but surprisingly different. It's still awesome in its own right and still a legendary Pokemon, but it's far from being bad by any means, but I don't think that it's quite 5 stars. 4.5 stars in battle prowess. Then it's available before the 8th gym in original Sinnoh, but locked until the post-game in the remakes, and unlike the others in its trio, it's roaming there as well, so compared to other legends, it's still 3.5 stars. This whole line's concept though is incredible. They seem to be based on the Imperial Regalia of Japan, or the 3 sacred treasures. Mesprit, being the being of emotion who taught humans joy and sadness, takes inspiration from
from the, hold on, I'm gonna try, Yasakani no Magatama or Sacred Jewel, obviously 5 stars. Design-wise, funnily enough, Mesprit pulled as the least favorite in its trio by a long shot, but as I showed with Uxie, these 3 are shockingly disliked, even if they somehow still pulled high. It's honestly really hard to find anything unique to say about one Lake Guardian over the other because they're so similar. I think they all do a good job of portraying the mysterious guardian angel thing sent down by Arceus idea, but outside of Uxie, I really don't think they show the knowledge, emotion, or willpower thing all too well at all. But they're still pretty cool looking Pokemon though, and Mesprit is no different, 3.5 stars. Which gives Mesprit the final score of 4.125 stars overall, pretty low for a legend. Azelf may be the overwhelming fan favorite of the Lake Trio, but is it the best? Boarding them all and in battle, it definitely has an argument for it. It is, of course, the offensively focused of the 3 with 125 in both attacks, 115 speed, and respectable stats otherwise. So you couple that with it learning Nasty Plot by level up, then plenty of utility, offense, and coverage by TMs, even in Gen 4, and you have yourself an amazing fast mixed attacking sweeper that can also just go boom if things get rough. Easily 5 stars. Availability-wise, it is of course the exact same as the others. It's available before the 8th gym in Diamond and Pearl, then immediately after the Elite Four in the remakes, because Sinnoh's availability is even more nonsensical than Johto's, but compared to other legends, 3.5 stars. As for concept though, as we went over with the first 2, they seem to be based on the 3 sacred treasures or imperial regalia of Japan. Azelf, who is the being of willpower, takes place at a legendary sword, or oh gosh, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, I think, which embodies valor or the choice of willingness to face challenge. Of course, this gets 5 stars as well. And as referenced at the start, Azelf pulled as the heavy favorite in its trio, as well as the only one that 5 stars won out. Which, like at first glance, I get it, I agree, it definitely has the most rule of cool feeling out of the 3. It looks the best, for sure, for some reason, even though looking at it critically, it is basically the exact same thing as Mesprit, just blue and pointy instead of pink and floppy. Like I've said, they all do a good job of portraying the mythical angel sent by Arceus to improve humanity thing well, but they really don't do anything to portray the being of whatever idea at all, other than Uxie, who does fairly well. So I think that for Azelf, 4 stars is fair, which gives it 4.375 stars overall, and it just wills its way into Legends top 5. The creation trio of Sinnoh may be a tad overrated. Boarding them all, and obviously I do not mean in battle. Dialga is a certifiable bat. Firstly, Steel Dragon is an absolutely broken type combination of 9 resistances and immunity and only 2 weaknesses. But also, its stats are that of a box art legend, really high, in just about everything. Special attack being its best at a staggering 150. Its move pool is also awesome, mainly because of its signature move Roar of Time, which is essentially a cooler dragon-typed Hyper Beam. But weirdly enough, its other good moves it's really not going to get until post-game, but it of course still gets pretty much any offensive TM you could ask for anyway, so obviously this is 5 stars in battle prowess. Availability-wise, it's pretty standard for a box art legend. You can catch it after the Evil Team Showdown and before the 8th gym as a version exclusive, so early enough to use for sure, but not as early as other legends, which availability is compared to, so it gets 3.5 stars. And if you played the Sinnoh games, you know the story of Dialga. It is the legendary Pokemon created by Arceus to control the flow of time. Visually, it seems to take more inspiration from dinosaurs, which is cool, but odd. On a deeper level though, it of course dives further into the time aspects as well as possibly states of matter, Dialga being solid of course, as well as all sorts of little details around its steel typing, diamonds, clocks, so on and so forth, obviously 5 stars. Design is where I feel that it and Palkia are a bit overrated. In Dialga's case, it really doesn't come off as any kind of time god at all. I could see the tail fin thing kind of maybe loosely based on a sundial, but that's really it, which is unfortunate for a legendary Pokemon so important to the lore. But to be fair, outside of that shortcoming, it's still a ridiculously awesome and imposing dragon dinosaur creature with metal plates and spikes all over it, adorned with the big blue diamond jewel. I do like how it at least somewhat resembles Arceus though, and I'm not actually counting the origin form in this rating as it's just in Legends Arceus, but I will say that it kind of has the opposite issue. I think it portrays the concept better and it even looks closer to Arceus, which is a good thing, but it just ends up looking way worse. But anyway, regular Dialga kind of falls into the really cool looking Pokemon that sadly just doesn't portray its concept well at all category, 4 stars, which dials up Dialga the final score of 4.375 stars overall, barely getting into Legends top 5. Palkia is sadly just worse than Dialga in every way. We're rating them all, and that starts with its battle prowess. Both of their typings are amazing. Steel and Dragon and Water Dragon are both awesome, but not equal. Dialga has an extra 5 resistances and an immunity. However, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because even if it's technically worse, it's still a crazy strong box art legend with 100 speed, 150 special attack, and fantastic stats otherwise. Also, I think Spatial Rend is just a better move too. Still 100 base power and 95% accurate, even though if it's not 100%, it's 50%. But for real, its move pool is obviously just as ridiculous as Dialga's,
as it even throws on Stab Surf, so it still gets 5 stars in Battle Prowess. Its availability will also stay the exact same, of course, as they are the same, just as version exclusives, 3.5 stars. Okay, so maybe it's not worse in every way, as conceptually they are also, of course, equal and opposite to each other. But we're getting there, I promise. Palkia is the Pokemon deity of space, as opposed to Dialga's time. Visually, it is also kind of dinosaur-esque, but this time seems more dragon-like. As I mentioned before, this trio could also possibly reference the 3 states of matter, Palkia representing liquid with its water typing, and how closely tied the oceans are with the concept of space. Once again, 5 stars. Design is the other area where I think Palkia is definitely the worst in its trio. But you guys seem to agree, as it pulled by far the least favorite. Even though they all pulled 5 stars like every other Pokemon, it has the same issue as Dialga with not really portraying its concept well at all. You would never look at Palkia and think, oh yeah, god of space, for sure. No, not at all. But it is once again still a huge kaiju dragon dinosaur legendary Pokemon. It's cool, for sure, with the big powerful tail and what are those, fins? Wings? Also, what are those feet? They look so misproportioned and goofy, especially when compared to its tiny little head at the end of that long neck. Once again, I'm not counting the origin form here since it's only available in Legends, but it also, once again, looks closer to Arceus, which is good, but this time I think that it actually looks much better than base Palkia. Regardless though, again, pretty cool looking imposing Pokemon, but kind of disappointing and doesn't really portray its concept at all, 3.5 stars, which ends up giving Palkia the final score of 4.25 stars overall, leaving some space between it and the top 5. If you're watching this on YouTube, hi, you're the best, but why does Giratina come after Heatran and Regigigas in the decks? I don't know, but I'm not splitting up this trio. Giratina absolutely clears the other 2 legends in its trio. We're rating them all, and I'll be fair here, at least in battle, it's pretty close. Giratina is the more defensive focused of the 3 with 150 HP and 120s in defense, but 100s in attacks and 90 speed is still more than enough, especially when paired with its Ghost Dragon typing, which is kind of the middle ground between the others. It has more weaknesses, but also almost as many resistances as Dialga. And Shadow Force is a really cool signature move, 120 base power 2-turn move that leaves you unable to hit on the first turn and even hits through Protect on the second. Its move pool otherwise is obviously full of plenty of amazing offensive options, as well as some setup and support. Another easy 5 stars. Availability wise, it's more or less the exact same as the other 2. You can catch it immediately after the Evil Team Climax before the 8th gym and as a version exclusive, so it'll get the same 3.5 stars. As for concept, I think it might actually be cooler, though that is of course subjective. In the beginning, Arceus created this trio to govern the universe. Dialga, the god of time, Palkia of space, and Giratina, who was banished for its violence, overseeing antimatter and the distortion world. A world reverse of ours where space and time don't flow normally. But even crazier yet more obvious is its connection to biblical fallen angels exiled to hell for their belligerent nature, which we see more of visually with its seraph-like wings and legs, or even ties to the Leviathan. This trio could also possibly reference the states of matter, Giratina being gas, Dialga solid, and Palkia liquid, but this is another easy 5 stars. But in design, holy crap, this thing blows the other 2 out of the water. It absolutely just screams god of the underworld Pokemon, most notably because of the ghostly wings with the blood red spikes, but even its golden armor along its head, neck, and of the 6 legs, which add even more to the uneasy feeling of this Pokemon than the origin form, which we haven't counted for the other 2, but for Giratina it probably should because it's actually available. But oh my god, this form specifically is just chef's kiss, genuinely one of the coolest, most menacing Pokemon designs of all time. Whether it counts or not, it doesn't really matter, as I would give either of them 5 stars, but Origin Form Giratina is one of the coolest Pokemon ever, which summons Giratina the overall score of 4.625 stars overall, and a placement in the Legends top 5. I wonder what the record is for the most comments on one video. We're rating them all, and Regirock here is such an awesome Pokemon. Battle Prowess, I'll be honest, I've never even once looked at this thing's stats until now, and wow, I'm shocked. The 200 defense tracks for sure, but 100 in attack and special defense? That's incredible. But sadly, Pure Rock definitely isn't the best typing out there, and its move pool is also odd. In Gen 3, it gets Superpower, Curse, and Iron defense, but otherwise its level up moves aren't great, and its TMs are oddly mixed with a lot of electric attacks. It does get much better in the remakes though, with the addition of moves like Stone Edge and Hammer Arm. This is such a hard Pokemon to judge, and I've never actually used it, but I think this is about 4 stars in Battle Prowess. And the reason why I, and probably most of you, never have used it is because it is famously annoyingly unavailable. In order to get Regirock and Hoenn, you have to complete arguably the most convoluted and mysterious venture in Pokemon history. First, you have to learn Braille, then you need to have both Wailord and Relicanth specifically in certain spots in your party. You need like 5 different HMs and traverse all over Hoenn before you even get a shot at catching this thing. But to be fair, we do judge Legends compared to other Legends, and that would give this thing a really solid score since you can technically get it before the 8th gym. But we do also make exceptions for extreme examples of difficulty, and this is probably the most extreme example there is of just being horrible to catch. I'm honestly at a loss of what what to do here, so I put up a poll, and after seeing the results, I think I'll go with 1.5 stars, but I'm open to change. And at face value, Regirock seems to be a pretty direct translation of the golems from Hebrew legend, even down to the writings on their heads, which may be a tad direct, but is still really cool, though each of the Regis may also be based on different historical eras, Regirock being that of the Stone Age, which definitely gives it a boost, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem quite top tier. 4.5 stars. Though I do think that its design is really well done. The Braille writings for a face are super unique and give it that air of mystery and legend. And even just in general, this is a giant rock golem monster, which is definitely imposing, and the asymmetry along with the patchy color scheme looks so good and so unique. It may be the most basic idea for a Regi, but I would argue that it's by far the best looking, and most of you agree. Just don't give this thing a handbag. 4.5 stars, which will land Regirock the final score of 3.65 stars overall and just short of the Legends top 5. Is it Regice or Regiice? I have no idea, but we're rating them all, and the Ice Regi here is pretty awesome. It has a similar stat spread as Regirock, but this time focusing on special defense and special attack. It also similarly does not have a very good typing. Pure Ice is awful defensively, but pretty awesome offensively. The main difference between the two is that Regice here isn't crippled by the bad Gen 3 move pools, really just thanks entirely to Ice Beam, where Regirock's best stab move was Rock Tomb. They both do get much better in the remakes, of course, but I think that Ice being a bit worse, but its move pool being a bit better will result in the same score. But I do think that I was too low on Regirock. These two stats alone deserve more, so I'm giving both of them 4.5 stars now. Though availability we went over at length in Regirock's video, but to summarize, availability is just a measure of how much of the game it's available for and typically doesn't take difficulty into account at all. But the Regis are one of the most extreme examples in Pokemon and therefore got knocked down to 1.5 stars. And the Regis as a whole are pretty directly based on golems from Hebrew legend, but with Braille as the writing that gives them power, as well as each of them representing a different historical age, Regice pretty obviously representing the Ice Age, which is an awesome concept for sure. 4.5 stars. However, I don't think that the design is quite as good. I agree with you guys that Regirock has the best design of the three, I think mostly due to its asymmetry and unique patterns, but that's not to say that Regice looks bad at all, other than it's shiny. It's still a really cool and mysterious Pokemon as well that does a really great job of portraying that mysterious and powerful being idea. 4 stars, which still gives Regice a cool 3.625 stars overall. I've always seen Registeel as the leader of the original Regi trio, but I don't know if it's actually any better. We're rating them all, and in battle it's close. Being pure steel with an insane amount of resistances gives it an immediate edge over the others who are pure ice and rock, which are both pretty awful. But I think that its stats are arguably worse. It isn't as physically bulky or strong as Regirock, and isn't as specially bulky or strong as Regice. It does suffer from the lack of any good steel moves in Gen 3, even though it does get the same great TMs, but in the newer gens, getting Flash Cannon or Iron Head immediately saves it, and I think that it ends up being about the same as the others. 4.5 stars. And we've explained why the Regi's availability is awful, even compared to other legends in the last 2 videos, so we'll just move on and give it 1.5 stars. Then each of the Regis represents different eras in history, Registeel representing the Iron Age. Though with how robotic it feels, I don't know if it's quite as strong there. I feel like Future would be better, but either way, the Regis are all pretty directly made in the image of Hebrew golems, with the writing on their heads giving them power and everything, which is really cool, even if its dex entries are confusing, one saying it's alien and the rest of them all saying it was formed in the Earth's mantle. Either way though, 4.5 stars. And its design somehow both feels the most legendary of its trio, while also looking the least impressive or mysterious. I don't know how to explain, but either way, it's still a really cool design with the Braille writing on its face really playing up the fact that it looks like a robotic iron golem. But at least its hips don't lie, 4 stars, which will give Registeel 3.625 stars overall. Hot take, but I think Regigigas portrays deity much better than either of the box art legends of Sinnoh. Rating them all, and its stats are obviously nuts. They're great across the board and capped off by its colossal 160 physical attack. Its move pool is also incredible. In Gen 4, it gets Dizzy Punch, the Elemental Punches, Revenge, and plenty of great TM compatibility with some setup, some support, and fantastic offensive coverage options. But we have to address the Titan in the room, its ability Slow Start, which for the first 5 turns in battle, it halves its attack and speed stats, which is arguably the worst ability in the game alongside Truant and seriously topples this giant. Funnily enough though, it and Slacking actually have shockingly similar stats. Anyway, in its defense, 80 attack and even special attack for that matter is still pretty solid to go along with how bulky it is and its wide coverage. But if we're being realistic here, 5 turns in battle, you may as well just finish the battle with something else in that time. I think 4 stars is fair for battle prowess. But its availability might just be the most ridiculous we've seen thus far. Not only is it locked behind the post game and the national dex, which requires you to see every single Pokemon in its home region, you also can't even get it at all if you don't trade in all 3 of the other Regis from a Hoenn game. I really want to give it 0 stars here, but I suppose it is technically available, but barely. Half a star in availability. Yet for how obnoxiously unavailable these Regis are, they are equally as awesome and deep conceptually. They seem to be closely based off of the golems in Hebrew legend or titans from Greek mythology. Regigigas may even be based on this specific golem, or actually more likely this demigod gigantic yokai that shaped the land by pulling it by ropes to expand its kingdom, which for once is all but confirmed, as this is exactly what the Sinnoh deck says about Regigigas. 5 stars. And its design is equally as impressive, surprisingly. At first glance, it's a bit odd or goofy and definitely busy. However, like I said at the start, I think it portrays the deity idea much better than even Dialga and Palkia. The pure white body with gold accents makes you feel like it's close to Arceus, or at least one of its first creations. Then the black geometric patterns and the colored gems on its body gives it its own sense of like an abstract creature or creator god, as it was the one who shaped the other Regis in its image. Even the mossy feet and plants growing on its head give it a sense of being ancient. Though I'm not really a big fan of it, it is an absolutely fantastic design. 5 stars. But that isn't enough to save it from getting a 3.625 star final score and a spot on the Legends bottom 5. I know Cresselia had massive competitive success, but outside of that, for me it kind of falls into the Heatran territory of why. We're running them all, and yeah, obviously it's pretty great in battle, though this is another one of those, just because it's great in competitive doubles format doesn't mean it's all that great in game. It's actually hilariously similar to Uxie, just a bit slower and bulkier, but its level up move pool is actually pretty garbage. Thankfully it does get plenty of amazing TMs to make up for that, including setup with Calm Mind and plenty of support and offensive coverage options. But why does this thing have Levitate instead of some awesome unique sleep based ability like Darkrai? I was on the fence whether or not this should be 5 stars, but I think just the combination of Calm Mind and Moonlight kinda pushes it there. 5 stars. For availability, I'll admit I've never bothered to actually catch one in game, but from what I can find, it's available pretty much right after becoming the champion. All you need to do is this little side quest, which does include some roaming shenanigans. 2 stars. As for concept, for once it straight up tells us in the dex entries that it represents the crescent moon, as well as being a bringer of joyful dreams. But good old Professor Laventon tells us how it represents a heavenly moon maiden who created the Milky Way. Pokemon are real, confirmed. But it does tie into a handful of goddesses, moon maidens,
As if mingling with a horde of goblins wasn't bad enough.
as well as some constellations and swans. 5 stars. Design-wise though, it's super weird, honestly. On one hand, it's a successfully really pretty sparkly moon maiden space duck thing. The golden lunar head crest does a good job of helping it feel cosmic or legendary, especially along with the veils of energy that are actually really pretty. But that also brings up the issues that I see here. I suppose those veils are meant to be like the wings or tail feathers of the swan, but they really don't come off that way at all. So it just ends up looking like this weird bird body floating around, giving us the oh good heavens with its weird little hands up around its neck like that. It's a very unique and pretty design, but I don't know if it's really all that good. 3.5 stars. So that will reflect in Cresselia's final score of 3.875 stars overall. Oh, and I fixed the bottom 5 now. I totally forgot the Regis before. Whoops. Darkrai and Cresselia are seen as this lunar duo, but boy, talk about a lopsided rivalry of WNBA proportions. We're hitting them all, and Darkrai even just flat out has a higher base stat total and way better stats in general. 135 special attack along with 125 speed is just nightmare fuel, and even its other stats are pretty darn good. Its new signature ability is also way better, both in battle and thematically. Like, why not give Cresselia a cool sleep-based ability too? Such a missed opportunity. And its move pool is also awesome. Its signature move is arguably the most broken move of all time competitively, especially in Gen 4 when it had 80% accuracy before getting nerfed into the ground. But outside of that, it of course has fantastic TM options, and in Gen 8 its move pool gets even better with Sucker Punch and Foul Play. 5 stars of battle prowess. But the legendary Cresselia does have the metaphorical leg up in availability, as it's actually available. Darkrai is, I guess, technically a mythical Pokemon, because as far as I'm aware, the only way to get one in Diamond and Pearl is through events, which are about 16 years out of the commissions at this point, or in BDSP, the same story, just about 3 years expired instead. I mean, I guess that's 0 stars in availability. It's so weird that these Pokemon, who really don't seem like a duo at all, very much are so conceptually. Straight from the Pokedex, Darkrai is the new moon to Cresselia's crescent, and the nightmares to Cresselia's joyful dreams. And also similarly, it draws inspiration from many different places in history and folklore, going from Jinnies, sleep paralysis demons, the boogeyman, Greek gods, and even Slavic spirits. So clearly another 5 stars. However, design is another category where Darkrai gets the clean sweep. And I know some of you pointed out that the polls definitely vote lower on the girly designs than the monstrous or cool, but in these two cases, I don't think that's that's really the reason for the discrepancy. I already went over Cresselia's shortcomings, and inversely, Darkrai is awesome and such a good design. The pitch black body contrasts so nicely with the white ghostly wisp coming from its head surrounded by a deep red, almost hellish jaw. It really skirts the line of doing a great job portraying nightmare Pokemon while still managing to look like a Pokemon. But I will admit, especially in 3D, the tiny little head and aforementioned white wisp do look a bit misproportioned. I feel like that area of the design specifically could have been better, but I feel like that's probably nitpicking. Darkrai is an incredibly cool and iconic legend, 5 stars, which ends up giving Darkrai the final score of 3.75 stars overall, just barely ending it up on the Legends bottom 5. What is Manaphy and why is Fione? Wording them all, and Fione, whatever, is at least pretty good in battle. It has the Glalie stat spread of an even 80s across the board, which is obviously not bad, but it's not great either. It also has the pretty typical water-type move pool, nothing too crazy, and will heavily rely on Surf and Ice Beam. The whole thing of when you can use it is obviously super foggy here and kind of falls apart, but I think that it probably ends up being somewhere around 3.5 stars in battle prowess. But availability, I mean, this is just about as ridiculous as it gets. As far as I can find, the only way to directly get a Fione is by breeding a Manaphy with a Ditto. But getting a Manaphy in the first place is a whole other issue. The only way to get it in the older Sinnoh games is by transferring one from Pokemon Ranger, which really shouldn't count here, because what's the difference between that and just trading yourself a level 100 Mewtwo or something at the start of the game? And in the remakes, you can only get it from an expired mystery gift. About as bad as it gets. 0 stars. And conceptually, this is by far the least mythical or special feeling mythical Pokemon I've seen so far. It can be seen floating offshore in warm seas looking for food and is based on sea angels. So it's basically just a regular animal style Pokemon to fill the world, but it's supposed to be a mythical Pokemon, and in practice it is as rare as one, even though it sounds like it really shouldn't be. The only thing that makes it slightly interesting is the whole breeding thing, which is similar to that of queen bees and infertile offspring. 1.5 stars. As for design, it's really not anything special there either. Now, it's not bad, of course. It's fairly cute and unique. I like the gem on the torso to give it at least somewhat of a mythical feeling, though we have seen that those do not mean much in Pokemon. Other than that, though, there's really nothing else that I can really point to as a positive or negative for its design. It's fine. What is this?
My beloved baby animal.
I think it's a baby animal. What color is it?
Sky blue.
Sky blue?
Yeah.
Yeah. You agree? 2.5 stars. Which, oh my god, that gives Fione one of the worst scores in the series, 1.875 stars overall. Forget the Legends bottom 5, that's on the regular bottom 5. Manaphy has to be the least interesting mythical Pokemon, behind only its baby? We're rating them all, and at least in battle, it's actually pretty awesome. It has the typical stat spread for these pseudo-Mew mythical Pokemon of 100s across the board, which is obviously not a bad thing by any means, but it's not amazing at anything either. Manaphy may be super similar to Fione, whatever, in most ways, but that is not true at all in battle. Manaphy's moves are so much better, most obviously because of Tail Glow, which raises its already strong special attack by 3 stages. Pair that with Surf, Ice Beam, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Energy Ball, and some support options, and you've got yourself 5 stars in battle prowess, heavily carried by Tail Glow. But for availability, as far as I'm aware, the only way you can get Manaphy in the main series Sinnoh games is by transferring one from Pokemon Ranger, which, as I said to Fione, really shouldn't count, as that kind of breaks the system. If you can do that, then why not allow trading in an Arceus before the first gym? And in the remakes, you have to use this mystery gift, which is expired. Again, 0 stars. And for concept, Fione was shockingly just basically a run-of-the-mill filler water type that's basically just an animal. And Manaphy is slightly less boring. The main difference is that they actually made it sound extremely rare this time instead of super common. And then there's the whole bonding with any Pokemon thing, but it's still more or less a sea angel, which the animals themselves are probably more interesting than these 2 Pokemon. 2 stars. Though it is a bit more appealing visually than Fione, the yellow markings around the eyes this time do a surprising amount of work here in giving it more of an alive feeling and personality. Its ear, tail things also change, whether that's for the better or not is up to you, I suppose. Again though, it's cute for sure, but there's not much else to say about it. 3 stars. So that will land Manaphy a shockingly low 2.5 stars overall, landing it both in the Legends bottom 5 and the regular bottom 5. Shaman Land would have made so much better of a grass starter than a mythical Pokemon. We're rating them all, and okay, in battle, that's obviously not the case, as it has the typical Mew-like mythical stat spread of an even 100s in every stat. But as we've said before, that's really good, but not amazing. Pure Grass also isn't the best typing. It has a lot of weaknesses, but a fair amount of resistances. Though, like a lot of grass types, it is just a pain to get rid of with all of its recovery. It has Leech Seed Synthesis and Giga Drain. But in Gen 4, it's kind of a one-trick pony. The only coverage it gets at all is Psychic. Then it gets Dazzling Gleam in Gen 8, which is great for sure, but it's really surprisingly limited to what it can do, even if it does it well. 4 stars. stars. And this is another case of locking Pokemon behind the limited time real world events was a ridiculously horrible decision. If you didn't get Shaymin during those events either 16 years or 3 years ago, you can't get it. 0 stars in availability. And it kind of takes on a very similar role to Celebi in the Forest of Johto. It heals ruined landscapes into lush fields of flowers, and it otherwise seems to be pretty clearly based on a Hedgehog or Chia Pet, which once again, this would have made for a really cool grass type starter with its ties to the whole gratitude and gifting flowers thing. But regardless, it's cool, nice idea, 4 stars. But design is probably the main reason why I say this should have been a grass starter instead. You can't look at this design and tell me this doesn't fit perfectly with the other first stage grass starters. And honestly, even its Skyform works perfectly as a middle stage. Everyone tag Pokedex fillers and other artists so we can get a final evolution drawn. But anyway, yeah, Shaymin is absolutely adorable. Its tiny little round hedgehog body with the leaves instead of quills and the big pink flower adds just the right amount of contrast and detail. Fantastic, adorable design, honestly, 5 stars. But alas, this still gives Shaymin the final score of 3.25 stars overall and a spot on the Legends bottom 5. Shaymin Sky would have been a perfect middle stage grass starter. Someone please draw the final stage. We're rating them all, and I know that it has the same base stat total as the land form, but I think that the stat distribution is much better. 127 speed and 120 special attack is fantastic, and it's still bulky enough, but its typing is absolutely worse. Sadly, grass flying is just not a good type. Sure, it gets an immunity to something it resisted anyway, but now it adds the infamous 4 times ice weakness. Its move pool still has the great recovery moves and is more or less the same, but it does trade out Aromatherapy and Healing Wish for the much better and much needed Leaf Storm and Air Slash for coverage. Still not quite 5 stars, but definitely better. 4.5 stars in Battle Prowess. But we can cut availability short. Its land form just straight up isn't available anymore, so obviously Sky form isn't going to be either. 0 stars. I do really like the idea behind Shaymin Sky. Its land form was more or less a little hedgehog Chia Pet that healed and restored fields of flowers, of which it used to hide in. Then when it finds a specific flower, it transforms into an almost jackalope type creature, gaining the ability to fly and the confidence that comes along with it, adding on some almost superhero-esque aspects in the process, which is exactly what Shaymin needed to be more interesting and unique. 4.5 stars. Then in design, it's obviously not as cute as Landform Shaymin. I'm sticking to it here. It would have been a much better first stage grass starter than a mythical Pokemon. And then honestly, Skyform also just fits perfectly in as one of those more confident but still adolescent looking middle stage evolutions. Now that's not the case. Obviously, it's a mythical, but even still, it's a really cool looking Pokemon with the superhero boots and gloves, the handkerchief scarf thing that is also sometimes used in those types of characters, then the ears and hair taking a sharper and maybe even more masculine appearance. I think it takes all of the really cute aspects of Land and just makes them cool instead. And it works. 5 stars. But these mythicals can't escape availability jail. It gets a decent 3.5 stars overall, but still lands in the Legends bottom 5. Arceus Arceus Arceus, the god of all Pokemon, may just be the coolest legendary of all time. We're rating them all, and talking about the creator god of Pokemon's battle prowess could go one of 2 ways. First, we could go through all 18 of its different types and see if it deserves 5 stars averaged out, or we could just see the fact that it has a 720 base stat total with 120 in each stat, and like the most absurdly broken move pool I've ever seen. You get setup, E-speed, and recover just by level up, as well as TMs so diverse I can't even fit them on the screen, and so I'll just give it the 5 stars we all know it's gonna deserve. But fittingly for the creator of the Pokemon universe, you're not just gonna stumble upon it in your playthrough or even be able to use it at all. Arceus is and always has been impossible to get in its home region outside of cheats and exploits, which, like, I'm not saying the god of all Pokemon should be usable in playthrough, but like, put it in the game at least. Have it be a reward for a true 100% run or something. Though I guess it is technically available in the remakes, but only if you've beaten Legends Arceus on the same console, and even in that case, it's still post-game of course. I think I might have missed this on some other mythicals, I don't know, let me know. But I guess we can treat the other save file issues with the same penalty as a trait evolution, as they're pretty similar. So this feels wrong, but also makes perfect sense that Arceus gets 1 star in availability. As for concept, I mean, I don't really think that I can do it justice. It is the creator of the Pokemon universe, who pretty obviously took inspiration from many different creator deities from many different cultures and religions. These 2 stories specifically seem to tie in the best, the World Egg and the 1,000 armed Buddhist legend, both of which are pretty directly referenced in the Pokedex entries, but regardless, 5 stars of course. Though design, as we discussed pretty heavily in the comments of the SINNOH box art legends, portraying a deity is difficult, especially trying to show what they are a deity of. However, as mentioned in the Giratina video, both it and Arceus absolutely knocked it out of the park. Firstly, just the pure white and golden accents is perfect for a god Pokemon, but the bovine or equine body shape also has plenty of historical and religious ties to gods and to idols, and most notably are the rings around its torso, which are very reminiscent of biblically accurate angels. Drop your Unova predictions, we're almost there, but Arceus is incredible, arguably easily the best legendary Pokemon, 5 stars, which will create the final score of an even 4 stars overall for Arceus. And honestly, I can't express how grateful I am for this whole journey and how many of you are along it with me. Thanks for watching.